This story began in the small town of Kameni-Gorod, with a dispute between 5 guards over the whereabouts of a certain young man. They believe he wasted his time studying martial arts and recall how he was struck by lightning at the age of 6 and how he constantly runs into the forest to the stone slab. Then the deputy captain of the estate guards, Du, appears and demands that his subordinates stop gossiping. They stand at attention and address him by his rank. He tells them that the boy is still a young master of the family and their lord, even though he is not well liked by the family and behaves strangely. After that, he approaches one of them and bets 5 coins that the guy is still near the stone slab, and the guards rub their hands together. At this time, in the vicinity of Stone Mountain, Du Xiaofu thinks that he will have to return again without success and that they will continue to mock him. He remembers how 10 years ago, after being struck by lightning, he found the stone slab, but has still not been able to unravel the powerful techniques hidden within it. He also remembers that at the moment of the strike, a rune was imprinted in his mind connecting him to the slab, and that the cracks in the stone are related to the restoration of the battle impulse. Suddenly, leaden clouds began to cover the sky, the sun began to descend, and numerous cracks appeared on the stone slab, from which runes began to emerge. Du Xiaofu stood with his fists clenched and his arms raised among these fragments scattered in a jumble with the runes. His hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. He rejoiced that after 10 years he had finally mastered his first technique. However, the young man could not understand why the slab had cracked and decided that there must be something else hidden in it besides this technique. He lifted one of the stones to check, but found nothing underneath it. Then another one, but unfortunately there was nothing under it either. He even looked under the small stones, but he couldn't find anything there either. The guy sat down on a large stone and told himself that he should forget about all this, and that there was no second piece of equipment here. After sitting for a while, he slowly got up, dusted off his cloak, and realized it was time to think about how to get rid of the debris that had appeared due to the split in the slab. At this time, the Du family estate announced that it was recruiting guards with a salary of 10 coins, and the opportunity to learn the Du family's martial arts if they were accepted. And if anyone wants to become a guard, they will first have to fight and defeat Du Yu and Du Lei. The candidates for the position of guards come out to fight the truly strong young masters of the Du family. Du Yu pins one down before he has time to react. During this time, Du Lei manages to fight 2 opponents and defeat them. And even though they are still in the Heavenly Kingdom, they are clearly much stronger than ordinary people. The deputy captain says they were born with a 5th level combat pulse, are now at the 6th level of the Heavenly Realm, and will soon reach the realm of the universe. Returning to the estate, Du Xiaofu wonders whether there really are many flaws in the Du family's techniques or whether it just seems that way to him. Then he realizes that this is indeed the case, and he understands and even sees through the skills of the Du family master and decides that it is all thanks to the technique from the plate. At this time, a bully comes to the estate and asks how true it is that if he can defeat the masters, he will be made the chief of the guards. The deputy thinks that the big guy is familiar with martial arts, but considering the combat pulse and the layer of the Heavenly Kingdom, he can only defeat them by a miracle. He tells the strong man that ambition alone is not enough to win the position of captain. The man asks if these words mean a refusal of the promise and says that he will not renounce his words and is ready to fight. The deputy asks which of the young masters the man wants to fight, Du Yu or Du Lei. The man raises his hand and points to another young master of the Du family. He is confident that he has the strength to defeat him and says that he wants to fight Master Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu returns to the estate and after making his statement hears people saying that he is pathetic and that the Du family cannot win because of him, and what he is doing here in the first place. The bully asks if he is the youngest master of the Du family. The deputy says that he is, and that he is the young master Du Xiaofu, while thinking how this loser dared to come here and disgrace their family. The big guy rejoices that he will fight the young master of the Du family today, and dreams that he will be able to defeat him and become the commander of the guards. Du Xiaofu asks the man if he is really sure he wants to challenge him to a fight. The man replies that he is sure, but if the young man does not dare to fight him, his family can hire the man as the commander of the guards without a fight. But the boy replies that if the man is sure and even insists, then let it be as he wishes. A moment later, the guy jumps so high that he is above the house and hears enthusiastic cheers about how high he jumped. Du Yu and Du Lei are also very surprised, and the guy tells the girl that the reason for this is the spiritual energy that Du Xiaofu has developed so much. Everyone around just stands and watches as stones fly in different directions. After that, the guy lands on the ground covered with stones, kneels on one knee, and bows his head. He asks the man if he is sure he wants to fight him. The man is extremely surprised by what he sees and says that this simply cannot be. He was sure that the guy was a pathetic piece of trash and would be easy to defeat, and he tells the guy so. The big guy is completely unprepared for this turn of events and stands there glaring at the young man. Du Xiaofu winks at him in response and asks what he is waiting for and why he is not attacking him. The man says that this is simply impossible and that it must be an optical illusion, and lunges at the guy with his fists. He attacks him in a rage and calls the guy trash. Du Xiaofu stands completely calmly with his hands behind his back and suddenly utters the word split. At that moment, lightning flashes and the ground beneath their feet splits, sending rocks flying in all directions. The man was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events and, unable to resist, falls into the crack that has formed. The guy didn't even move from his spot, sending the bearded man flying. Is this guy really a master who doesn't know any martial arts? Du Xiaofu thinks that this mysterious technique has restored his combat pulse to the second level, and his spiritual energy has surpassed the level of his combat pulse. He says goodbye to everyone, raises his hand, and says that he is leaving and that they should continue without him. The deputy wondered if this was the same pathetic young master Du Xiaofu. At this time, in the Du estate, a man argues that even such a useless person could live in the main courtyard thanks to his father's status. Du Xiaofu comes to him, calls the man father, and tells him that he will now also be able to master martial arts. The man sees that his son has returned and says that if he is hungry, he can find something to eat in the kitchen. Standing next to his father, the boy sniffs and smells alcohol on his breath. The boy becomes angry and yells, asking his father if he has been drinking. The father brings a jug to his mouth and advises his son that since he can now practice martial arts, he should not distract him but go to the secret pavilion and look for new techniques. Then he realizes that the jug is empty and laments that there is nothing left. After that, he turns around and leaves, saying that he needs to buy more alcohol. The boy remembers that, according to his uncle's stories, his father was famous in his time as an excellent martial arts master. However, in Du Xiaofu's memory, his father was always the way he is now, and he believes that this may be related to his mother, whom he has never seen. The guy decides to train more and achieve success, thereby supporting his father, and to start with a mysterious technique instead of going to the mysterious pavilion. He is confident that this technique will help develop spiritual energy and that it is powerful, even though it is the only one, but he can use it in different ways. He feels that he can handle the masters of the heavenly kingdom on the 8th or 9th layer, and that the technique in the new kingdom will become completely invincible. And since he does not yet know what his next technique will be, he decides to practice this technique to ascend to the new realm. He begins training, and after a few minutes lightning appears, from which a lion emerges. Du Xiaofu sees its appearance and how fragments begin to break off the rock and fall down and shouts, "Come on, Thunder Demon Lion!" The fiery lion becomes huge and roars loudly, baring its enormous fangs. The boy is shocked by what he has managed to create and stands watching it with his mouth open. The next moment, lightning strikes the boy standing on the edge of the cliff. After the discharge passes through his body, the boy falls to the ground. He lies there, and in his sad blue eyes he sees the silhouette of a woman he knows, but he cannot see who she is. Then he sees a woman leaning over him, sitting down next to him and taking his hand in hers. After that, Du Xiaofu wakes up and looks around in confusion. He tries to understand why he dreamed about his childhood and why he woke up again in a stone coffin in the Du family's ancestral hall. The guy remembers that this has been happening to him several times a month for the past 10 years. Now he is used to it, but he was very frightened when it happened to him for the first time. When he stands up, lightning appears under his feet, and he wonders who could be secretly transporting him to this coffin. Realizing that there was lightning under his feet, he decides that the coffin helps cleanse his bones and nerves and increase his spiritual power. Going outside and realizing that he had slept through the whole day and night, Du Xiaofu decides to hurry up and go to the secret martial arts pavilion to find a new technique. Entering the pavilion, the guy saw many ants, one of which was pierced by a sword. There, the guy meets a man who practices the art of sword fighting and who offers the guy to destroy 10,000 ants. But the guy didn't really like the idea of killing ants for the sake of sword skills. He told the man to forget about it, and that he would rather go look for writings on restoring energy. Suddenly, he was stopped by a man who shouted that even members of the Du family were not allowed to enter the pavilion without permission, and that he had been guarding the pavilion for a long time. The man was extremely indignant at the young man's disregard for the rules and his appearance in the pavilion. In response to Du Xiaofu's indignation, he just stood silently and smiled. Suddenly, he rushed towards the man and declared that he should be addressed as older brother, or else the man would be in trouble, which the man immediately hastened to do. A second later, the man was lying on the stone floor. Du Xiaofu calmly and slowly brushed the dust off his gloves. Lying on the floor, the man said that if he had known the guy was just pretending to be stupid, he wouldn't even have argued with him. Du Xiaofu replied that he would not make the young man look bad in front of others, as long as he behaved himself. Then he went to the storage room with the scrolls, in one of which he found information about martial arts techniques and energy restoration writing. In another scroll, he found information about categories of combat techniques and decided that only universe-level techniques would be useful to him. In yet another scroll, the guy discovered a technique for delivering a wave strike, but he still hadn't found the energy restoration scripture and didn't know where to look for it. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a guy who turned around and saw the silhouette of a stranger in the window. Du Xiaofu was very surprised by this because it was already night and he thought that no one else could be here except him, so he asked who was there. Then he saw a man in a black suit with a mask on his head sitting on the window, and in a moment, the man in black was about to jump down. Du Xiaofu stood holding the scrolls he had been studying before the guest appeared, watching as the stranger jumped. The stranger was dressed entirely in black, his face was covered with a mask, and only his hands and feet were wrapped in white cloth. Du Xiaofu began to jump up and down, thinking about how fast this unknown warrior was. He felt the technique he had acquired begin to activate. Fiery whirlwinds mixed with runes began to swirl around his right arm from bottom to top. He felt the energy of the new technique rising through his body and prepared to attack. He put his left hand forward and prepared to strike with his right hand, which was ablaze with fire and runes. Meanwhile, the stranger was preparing to land on the floor on his hand. At that very moment, Du Xiaofu threw his right hand forward with a loud "ha" sound. However, this did not stop the stranger, who deftly landed on his hands. He then jumped back over the guy's head. Then he landed just as deftly on the floor to the left of Du Xiaofu. A second later, the man in black was sitting on the windowsill. He turned around and, without changing position, looked at the guy over his right shoulder. The next moment, there was no trace of his presence on the windowsill. Instead, the room filled with white smoke, which began to creep up on both sides of the cabinets where the scrolls were stored. On top of the cabinet, there was also a golden statuette and a large white fang with gold trim. The guy was surprised when the smoke began to creep up to these objects on the cabinet. A few moments later, the statuette and the fang moved to the edge of the cabinet and flew down. Their flight was short-lived because the stranger in black was waiting for just that, and they fell right into his hands. Du Xiaofu, watching all this, grabbed the amulet hanging around his neck. He was afraid that the guest would want to take it too, and then he shouted at his brother Bai to catch the thief as fast as he could. He himself, in order to prevent him from escaping, also rushed to catch up with the thief, who was running away at full speed. However, when he ran to the entrance, he did not find his brother there. Du Xiaofu decided that his brother was afraid that he would find the energy restoration scripture and might attack him suddenly. He was absolutely sure that the scoundrel Bai had done this to him. The guy decides to look for a quiet place where he can study the wave strike. Finding such a quiet place, he unfolded the scroll, sat in the lotus position, folded his hands at chest level, and suddenly began to feel powerful vibration. Then he put his thumb and little finger together and raised his index and middle fingers, and the pillar of fire took the form of a huge arrow. A few moments later, a powerful stream of energy struck the scroll lying on the floor in the area where it was written about the levels of studying the wave strike. The guy read on that each new level doubles the power of the wave fist, and even the first level is enough to break bones. Then he began to train with a rock, having read that a single wave punch consists of 9 waves, each wave stronger than the previous one and more difficult to achieve. He stretched out his left arm and sent a wave punch straight at the rock in front of him. After doing this, he decided that compared to the mysterious first technique, learning the wave punch was much easier. Seeing the hole made by his blow in the rock, Du Xiaofu thought that the wave strike had its weaknesses and flaws, despite being very powerful. While he was training, other young masters of the Du family arrived and were surprised to see that, in their opinion, the fool Du Xiaofu was actually practicing. With them was the daughter of the ruler of Stone City, Ye Ziqin, who, looking at Master Hao, asked why she had not seen the young man before if he was from the Du family. Du Hao, the eldest grandson of the Du family, replied that the boy's name was Du Xiaofu and that he was just a fool and that his father was a useless drunkard. The girl did not believe his words and asked in surprise, "He's a fool?" Du Hao's servant began to chase the young man away, saying that his presence might upset their honored guest, Ye Ziqin. The young man recalled with sadness that it was Du Hao who had constantly stolen his medicinal pills, and now his servant Du Gui was also giving him orders. Du Gui raised his hand to strike him, shouted at the young man that he wasn't listening to him and to get lost, and even called him a fool. Du Xiaofu managed to grab his hand and reminded him that he was his older cousin and that in their family, they respected seniority, dividing the older and younger members. He added that if the young man could not treat him with the proper respect, then Du Xiaofu would be forced to teach him a lesson. Du Hao intervened into their argument and complained to the young man that he had raised his hand against his man. Du Xiaofu replied to his cousin that he had merely reminded him of their family rule, which was to respect one's elders. Then his cousin reminded him that he was older than the guy and that he would also teach him a lesson today, to which he replied that it was not his place to teach Du Xiaofu. The guys were already ready to jump at each other with their fists and start fighting when they heard the girl say that it was ugly. She demanded that the masters stop immediately because she was not interested in their personal disputes. Du Hao was the first to back down and said that he agreed with Ms. Ye and that they couldn't let such a fool ruin their mood. The girl reminded him that the Du family was holding a competition in a few days, and they could compete and fight for the grand prize. The masters began to discuss the generosity of the family, and that the first prize promised was the blood of a Thunder Rock wolf, and the second and third prizes were foundation pills. Only Du Xiaofu asked in surprise about the blood of the Thunder Rock wolf, but no one answered him. Only Du Hao said that they had agreed, and that at the family competition he would teach the boy the promised lesson. But the guy replied that he wasn't sure he would participate in these competitions. Then Du Hao promised to tell everyone that the guy was afraid to fight him if he didn't show up. Du Xiaofu was angry with his cousin for saying that if he refused, he would lose face in Stone City. The girl reminded Du Hao that by becoming the winner and obtaining the blood of the Thunder Rock wolf, he would be able to develop the Thunder Rock skill, and she was sure he would win. In response, the master assured her that he would definitely win the grand prize and invited her to watch him compete. After that, Du Hao offered to walk the girl home, and they left laughing, leaving Du Xiaofu alone. Left alone, the guy thought that in order to obtain the blood of the Thunder Rock wolf, he did not necessarily have to participate in the competition. He also thought about Ye Ziqin, that she was actually different inside and had to be that way because of her connections and her father's high position. He remembered how, as a child, she apologized for not helping him when his pills were stolen. At the time, he told her that she was not to blame for his weakness, and that he would definitely get everything back when he became stronger. But she reminded him that as the daughter of the city's leader, she would be forced to marry, and Du Xiaofu would not be able to practice martial arts. And then, as a very young boy, upon hearing this, he promised to change his destiny. The girl was very upset by his words and, calling him a fool, burst into tears. Unfolding the papyrus, the boy remembered how she used to climb mountains and how they were friends, and now she pretended not to recognize him so that he wouldn't get into trouble. Du Xiaofu decided that he should train more and start by learning the furious wave fist technique. He did not show up for the competition, and Du Hao won, with everyone congratulating him, wishing him to build a strong state and become a genius of the natural arts. After the competition, everyone discussed how Du Xiaofu had not come, and that even though he had begun cultivation, he still would not have been able to defeat his cousin. Du Hao replied that his cousin would come to the pill distribution, and that if he was hiding today, he would have to show up there. Then one of the young masters would suggest beating the guy up in the hope that after that, the guy would give up the pills himself, and they wouldn't have to take them. After this conversation, the young masters gathered to leave with laughter, but they did not see that Ye Ziqin was watching them. And when the maid asked what she thought of the strength of the younger generation of the Du family, the girl called them mediocre compared to the supreme families. When the young masters, led by Du Hao, were returning home, Du Xiaofu blocked their way. He greeted them with a smile and his arms folded across his chest and said that this was robbery. They began to protest and say that perhaps they had heard wrong because they themselves had gathered to rob him and he could not cope with the best. The guy told them to watch what was happening and used the furious wave fist technique. He raised his fist, jumped up, and then slammed his fist into the ground. Everyone standing nearby couldn't stay on their feet and fell to the ground. The guy walked over to his cousin lying on the ground and said that their whole top three was complete nonsense. He added that he would now pay them back in kind for all their humiliation. After all, if they considered him trash, then they themselves were much worse than trash, and if they considered him a fool, then they were even bigger fools than he was. He also said that now they had to help him spread his name everywhere. He ended his tirade by saying that starting today, he was no longer trash. Lying on the ground, Du Hao could not understand what had just happened to them and how such a thing was even possible. Du Xiaofu took the bottle of Thunder Rock wolf blood and 2 boxes of foundation pills from him. His cousin, still lying on the ground, shouted after him to return the pills, otherwise he would rob him every time they met. After what had happened, he went to the mayor's house where he was met by Ye Ziqin and her maid. The guy handed her a golden box and said it was her share. The girl was very surprised but took the box, thinking that she was very curious about what was inside. At night, in the secret combat pavilion, Du Xiaofu thought that without the scripture of energy restoration, even blood would not help him ascend to the new realm. Deeply distressed that he could not find the scripture, he began to call out to the old man Bei and ask him where he had put the scroll. The young man shouted that he should not make him search, otherwise he promised to deal with him. At that moment, a very beautiful but unfamiliar woman suddenly appeared before Du Xiaofu. She asked how the young man knew Fu Yibai, but he could only say that he was him. The woman looked intently at the young man and, seeing his confusion, finished the sentence by asking if he was his friend. She was beside herself with rage and asked again if he was friends with Fu Yibai, and from his silence she concluded that he was. At that moment, Du Xiaofu thought to himself that the woman must be very powerful, since she was able to get here without even disturbing the guard. But aloud, he only said that he knew Fu Yibai and offered to find him for her. The woman replied that since Fu Yibai was hiding from her, she agreed to take Du Xiaofu with her. The guy didn't even have time to blink, and he barely grabbed the hem of the stranger's dress before they were already flying over the city. As they flew beneath the clouds, the boy thought about how infuriating this situation was, and how Old Bai could have angered such a powerful woman. When they arrived at their destination, the woman threw him to the ground. Du Xiaofu wasn't ready for this turn of events, so he fell backwards onto the ground with a thud. Finding himself in a forest near a huge tree, he tried to explain that he had no connection to Old Man Bai and that she had grabbed the wrong person. The beautiful woman replied that she would simply kill him first if he was not connected to the old man and was of no use to her. Hearing this, the guy decided that it would be better to say that he was connected to Fu Yibai after all. Then the woman promised to spare his life for now if the guy did not try to escape. But she warned that if the old man came to rescue the guy, she could not guarantee his safety. In the evening, Ye Zichen stood on the balcony and wondered if Du Xiaofu could now really focus on his development. Suddenly, her father, Ye Baolin, the head of Stone City, entered her room to ask if his daughter had gained anything useful from her trip to the Du family. The girl replied that there was nothing special about the younger generation of the Du family compared to other families, except that the young master was not so stupid. Her father replied that the young man was mysterious and told her that Master Du had done well in the outside world but had returned to the city with a child 16 years ago. He told the girl that Du Xiaofu had been kidnapped by someone very powerful who could fly and taken to the mountains of monsters, and that the boy was probably already dead. He then added that the person who kidnapped the boy had reached the level of spiritual pulse, and that his daughter's marriage to a representative of a powerful family would help their family. Without listening to her father, the girl said she understood and ran to rescue Du Xiaofu, dismissing her father's words that she could get into trouble by going to the mountains now. Running away from home, she rushed to the Du family estate to find out what had happened to Du Xiaofu and where he was. The guards tried to calm her down and not complicate matters, then simply asked her not to hit them and offered to talk. After dealing with the guards, she headed for the cliffs with only one thought in her mind. Where was Du Xiaofu now? Meanwhile, the boy, not hoping that Old Bai would come to rescue him, escaped from captivity by jumping from tree to tree while his captor was asleep. He decided that the woman would look for him in Stone City, so his only chance of escape was to hide deep in the monster mountains. Suddenly, he felt his whole body engulfed in flames, and in an instant, he was rapidly approaching the ground. As he lay there, a woman approached him and, sympathetically asking if he was tired from running all night, offered to help calm his pulse. While helping the young man with his pulse, she praised him for running to the mountains instead of the city, and added that few people managed to hide from her. Du Xiaofu said he wanted to see if he could escape, and now he would focus on developing his skills, while the woman offered to check if it was safe ahead. The guy understood that he could only survive or escape by becoming stronger, so he decided to improve his wave strike and wave fist techniques. While the guy was training, he felt that the power of the wave strike was changing and moving from level to level. He felt the power of his strength reaching its full potential and power, and by getting rid of his weaknesses, he would make his wave punch faster and more flexible. While he was sitting on the ground practicing his wave punch, a huge snake was watching him from a tree. In the blink of an eye, it began to twist around the branch and turned into a single continuous stream of energy. Du Xiaofu heard the noise and realized that something strange was happening nearby, so he opened his eyes and began to look around. The guy realized that now he would have to deal with a huge white thunder snake that was creating the noise that distracted him from his training. Meanwhile, the snake was already flying down toward him from the tree, opening its huge mouth with protruding fangs and sticking out its tongue to attack. However, the guy was already ready to repel its attack, so before it could get too close to him, he put his hand out for a wave strike. He put his left hand forward first, waiting for the right moment, and then struck the approaching snake with a powerful energy wave. Du Xiaofu knew that white thunder snakes were not poisonous, but their bite suppressed a person's inner strength, so if the snake bit him, it would be the end of him. He threw his right hand forward and sent a wave strike at the snake. The wave made several jumps on the ground and to the side of the snake, but did not affect it in any way. He did not expect such disappointment. The power of the wave strike was clearly insufficient, and the guy realized that things were bad, and he needed to do something urgently. Meanwhile, the snake was getting closer, and the guy could already see its open mouth with huge fangs sticking out and its forked tongue sticking out. The guy watched in awe as the snake moved toward him, thinking about how fast it was. He sent one wave attack after another at the snake, but they did not cause it any noticeable harm, and the huge snake was inexorably approaching the guy. Suddenly, he realized that the power of the wave attack increased from level to level, and if he managed to compress the levels, his power would increase many times over. The guy concentrated and felt his right hand begin to be enveloped by rings of fire mixed with runes, and felt power surge into his hand. By the time the snake approached, the guy compressed the levels of power and managed to throw a 13-fold wave shock right in front of him. The white thunder snake was clearly not prepared for such a counterattack, and the powerful wave strike struck it and threw it to the ground. Du Xiaofu was happy that he had managed to fight such an opponent and win. He rejoiced, even though the battle had exhausted him. He began to understand that by using the technique of compressing his power, he was able to achieve 13 times the power, and his strength had more than doubled. The monster mountains were home to many demonic beasts, and in a few hours, Du Xiaofu encountered many of them, including a scarlet flame hare. The hare had the ability to spit fire from its mouth. He also encountered a crystal wolf that could create crystals. Du Xiaofu also encountered a huge armored beast on his way, and the young man determined that it had almost reached the realm of the universe. Another unusual encounter was meeting 5 thunder snakes at the same time. He thought that even fighting one white thunder snake was exhausting, and now he would have to fight all 5 at once. And then he raised his hand to use the powerful wave strike technique and try to defeat all the snakes at once. Meanwhile, the snakes were getting closer, and the guy could clearly see their open mouths with huge fangs and their long tongues that split at the ends. Du Xiaofu threw his arm forward and put all his strength into the wave strike, hoping to defeat all the snakes at once. The force of the wave strike reached the snakes, and 2 of them were pinned to the tree, arrows sticking out of their heads, halfway into the trunk. At the end of one of the arrows sticking out of the snake's head, the boy noticed an amulet made of bones with a blue stone and a tassel at the end. The next moment, the boy saw a girl with a bow in her hand, with arrows sticking out of her quiver with exactly such amulets at their ends. The girl jumped to the ground not far from him and asked how he dared to come here with his pathetic strength, to which he replied that he was not here of his own free will. Before the boy could recover, the beautiful stranger rushed towards him, drawing her small blade from its sheath. But instead of attacking him, she stood back to back with him, and together they prepared to repel the attack of the remaining snakes. With the help of the blade and a wave attack, they managed to deal with the remaining white thunder snakes. Saying goodbye, the girl told him to leave if he wanted to stay alive, and that he was now in a place inaccessible to people like him. With that, she disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the guy thought with admiration about how fast she was. Then, looking at the tree, he realized that the stranger had stolen the skin, horns, meat, and bones of the demonic animals, which were worth a fortune. Suddenly, the guy heard a rustle in the nearby bushes and thought it was obviously another beast he would have to fight. At that moment, he told himself that he would fight any beast that might appear in his path. A menacing grunt came from the bushes, and 3 huge, fanged, menacing boars jumped out at the guy at the same time. The boars rushing after the guy were enormous. Their fangs were terrifying, sticking out of their mouths and noses. The guy ran away from them along the road, wondering why there were so many animals, and he realized that he would not be able to defeat them alone. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs and called out to the woman who had kidnapped him, urging her to come to his aid. The woman rushed to his aid, trying to understand how the guy had learned combat techniques, and was surprised that she had discovered such talent. A few moments later, the boars were struck by lightning, and only pieces of meat remained of them. The woman praised the boy for his reaction and ability to use combat techniques, but noted that he could have died several times. Hearing strange sounds coming from afar, the woman said that a herd of animals was approaching, and they needed to leave. Without hesitation, she grabbed Du Xiaofu by his cloak and flew away from that place. A second later, hooves pounded on the ground where they had flown from, and a herd of horses appeared. Other animals followed the horses in a stream, and a huge golden bird flew above them, scattering its golden feathers. Towards nightfall, Du Xiaofu and the flying woman found shelter, built a fire, and began to prepare dinner. When the meat was ready, they sat down to eat, and the woman suggested that Old Bai had taught the young man how to roast meat. The young man tore off a piece of meat and began to eat, inviting the woman to join him. She took a piece of meat in her hand and said that looking at it reminded her of a story that had happened to her long ago. Du Xiaofu replied that everything has a beginning and an end, and that he was useless to her, so it was pointless to kidnap him. The woman replied that Old Bai was to blame for kidnapping the guy because he was hiding from her. The young man replied that she was so strong that she could have already caught the old man, and that there was something he did not understand and wanted to ask her about. He said that he saw many people in the stream of animals when they flew away from the forest. Among them were not only those who were fleeing, but also those who were not concerned about their safety at all. And that's what made him think that the stream was not a normal stream of animals at all, and he asked if there could be treasures in these mountains. So they talked over dinner by the fire, not seeing the bloody sword stuck in the ground behind them and the outstretched human hand. The woman praised him for thinking in the right direction and told him about the king of beasts who lived in these mountains. She added that the king of beasts was self-proclaimed, and that now was the moment when he had grown very weak. Any demonic beast is a valuable trophy in itself, and here there is also the opportunity to take his place, which is why strong fighters battle here. Whoever wins, no matter who they are, will have a huge influence on these mountains. She then added that she was not interested in participating in these competitions, but if the guy wanted to watch, she did not mind. He thanked her and promised to catch Old Man Bay for her when they returned. In response, the woman asked him to fry some more meat after finding rabbits near the stream. At that moment, an old man and a girl from the Suan Fu sect appeared in the forest. They determined from the tracks that someone had been there and had gone into the mountains. The old man said that they should hurry and take advantage of their opportunity so as not to miss the chance given to them by heaven. Meanwhile, in the clearing, other fighters were battling demonic beasts and awaiting the arrival of other powerful sects. After defeating the beast, the man with the necklace said that he would do everything to ensure that the treasures went to the Suan Ming sect. Representatives of another sect, Tian Shi, fought the wolf using the technique of the swift snake. In response to his students' praise, the master said that he was not yet strong enough, but that he himself could even fight the king of beasts. He then added that they could not allow other sects to steal their opportunity to fight the king of beasts. Du Xiaofu watched these battles and thought that the blood of the king of beasts would be useful to him in building his own foundation. The man with the necklace noticed the young man and asked him who he was and how he got there. The old man from the Suan Fu sect said that the young man should hide because he was still a child and not spiritually developed enough. The old man from the Tianshu sect decided that the boy looked extremely suspicious and that they needed to capture and interrogate him. These were representatives of the three great sects of Suan Mingzong, Suan Fu Meng, and Tianxi, and there were rumors that even the lords welcomed the guards of these sects. The boy decided that they had appeared in the depths of the monster mountains to hunt the king of beasts, and the fact that they were all from different sects would help him escape. So he said in a deliberately calm voice that they should continue talking while he went on to look for ingredients for the barbecue. Then the elder of the Tianxi sect said that they had all come here to catch the king of beasts, so why not work together? The representatives of the Suan Fu Meng sect remained silent and did not respond to the old man's proposal. The representatives of the Suan Mingzong sect also remained silent, except for the man with the necklace, who clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The elder Tianshu said that the boy was not yet at the level of the first realm, which meant he was with his teacher, and asked his disciple Liu Kun to deal with the boy. Du Xiaofu replied that they were representatives of great sects, but for some reason, they were being extremely imprudent. Liu Kun grinned and narrowed his eyes, replying that their power gave them authority. Then, when he rushed towards the boy, silver lightning began to appear around his right hand. Du Xiaofu was ready for the attack and therefore threw his hand forward using the furious wave palm technique. When they collided, Du Xiaofu's open palm and Liu Kun's fist, the latter felt his spiritual energy being destroyed. From the outside, their duel looked like a clash of two opposing elements. Then Liu Kun struck again, and Du Xiaofu crossed his arms over his chest to defend himself. Liu Kun struck again, this time much harder, so that the ground beneath the young man's feet began to crack. Du Xiaofu was shocked by how strong his opponent was and was annoyed by his advantage. Despite the balance of power, Du Xiaofu declared that he did not consider the young man his opponent and demanded that he surrender. The sect elder Suan Fu Meng was extremely surprised at how powerfully Du Xiaofu's spiritual energy circulated without reaching the first realm. His grandson became curious about how the young man was able to develop spiritual energy and master natural martial arts. The young man replied that it was the result of his hard work and numerous training sessions. Unexpectedly for everyone, Du Xiaofu used the furious wave palm technique and an explosion rang out. Taking advantage of the surprise effect and the fact that everyone was confused, the guy ran away. However, Liu Kun did not lose his composure and shouting, "You can't escape!" rushed to catch up with the young man. Members of the other sects also rushed after him, hoping to find out who his teacher was. The guy ran, feeling as if needles were piercing his back, and he understood that this was the pressure of the auras of powerful masters. Du Xiaofu ran to the place where the woman was waiting for him, shouting that the sects wanted to take her barbecue. There, Liu Kun caught up with him, wishing the guy would go to hell. Du Xiaofu began to explain that representatives of the three major sects were chasing him. The woman did not react and continued to sit calmly on the log, but a dome appeared above her and the young man, which Liu Kun could not break through. No matter how hard Liu Kun tried to break through the dome under which Du Xiaofu and the woman were, none of his attempts were successful. The woman stood up and, continuing to hold the dome over them, walked towards Du Xiaofu. Liu Kun sat on the ground, discouraged, not understanding who she was and already counting her among his strongest enemies. Representatives of other sects who had been watching his attempts to break through were glad that he had failed. Du Xiaofu, satisfied that he was safe, lay on the ground far from the woman and repeated that she was incredibly cool. The woman approached him and asked where the barbecue meat was that she had sent him to get. She leaned over him closely, lightning flashing from her eyes, and called him a piece of trash for failing to complete the task. She ordered the guy to go and fight Liu Kun again and brought the flute to her lips. Liu Kun asked if she really thought that he, Du Xiaofu, would be able to defeat him in battle this time. As soon as the first notes of the flute sounded, Du Xiaofu felt his body enveloped in tongues of fiery energy. Everyone nearby, including the young man himself, was greatly confused by what was happening. It turned out that the sounds of this flute held a mysterious power that caused spiritual energy to flow faster and activated the palm of the fierce wave. The melody of the flute activated the spiritual energy concentrated between the heavenly lake and the heavenly gates. The sect elders couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible, since the guy hadn't even reached the first realm yet. The elder of the Tianxi sect demanded that his disciple immediately attack the young man, not giving him time to take all the power activated by the melody of the flute. A representative of another sect warned that the young man's energy could break free and spread for many miles. Liu Kun did not believe until the very last moment that the guy would really activate the palm of the fierce wave. Du Xiaofu successfully accomplished this task, and a fountain of fiery energy burst from his right hand, after which the young man soared upward. Everyone who was present was extremely surprised and shocked by what they had just seen. Liu Kun did not understand how this was even possible. When the young man returned, the woman asked him to remember the sensations he had just experienced. Then she turned to everyone present and asked if there were any other matters they needed to settle. The elder of the Tianxi sect asked her to clarify what she meant. The woman did not have time to answer when suddenly they heard a wild roar and decided that it was the roar of the king of beasts and that he was obviously being chased by some animal. Suddenly, two huge birds appeared in the sky, one with lilac wings and the other with golden wings. An argument broke out between the sect elders, and it lasted until they saw a group of people in white not far away on a hill. The elders began to ask each other if they had anything to do with the appearance of these people. The elder of the Tianxi sect admitted that they had planned to use the white leopard hunters as a backup plan. The representatives of the other sects were outraged and surprised and could not believe that Tianxi had actually done this. Du Xiaofu thought about how cunning and calculating the Tianxi sect had been, and that they now had a numerical advantage. He looked closely at the white leopard hunters and recognized people who had a bad reputation in the city and who frightened children. The sect's elder, Suan Fu Meng, was extremely angry about the Tianxi sect's alliance with the white leopard hunters. The sect's elder, Suan Mingzong, suggested that they all unite, including Du Xiaofu and the woman. Du Xiaofu asked what his companion thought about this and what she was going to do. She replied that none of this concerned them and that she would do him a favor by getting him out of there, then grabbed his cloak and they soared upward. When they rose into the sky above the mountains, they saw two birds, one purple and one golden. They were fighting each other so fiercely that feathers were flying everywhere. The golden bird hit the lilac bird so hard that it screamed. In response, the purple bird opened its beak and directed a powerful stream of purple energy at the golden bird. The golden bird responded with a counterflow of golden fiery rain, and at some point, these flows met. Lightning bolts flew in different directions at tremendous speed, striking the rocks and destroying them. And the animals walked and walked through the gorge, and burning lightning bolts fell and fell from above into the gorge. The golden bird circled in the sky, and golden whirlwinds formed around its head and tail. Then it rose high, and from there struck the lilac bird with a huge golden beam of energy swirls. The lilac bird responded with an equally powerful stream of energy, only this time it was purple. The golden bird did not want to yield to its rival, and released two powerful streams of golden energy from its wings. In response, the lilac bird directed another powerful stream of lilac-colored energy at the golden bird. There was a powerful explosion, and both birds folded their wings and plunged headfirst toward the ground. Both birds fell to the ground not far from where the woman and Du Xiaofu were watching them, and the woman said that it was a battle to the death. The woman told the young man that the birds' deaths had saved them from additional problems. At that moment, an elderly woman unknown to the young man appeared near them. She came with the girl who had helped Du Xiaofu deal with the snakes. When he saw the girl, the guy shouted that she had stolen his trophies after he had dealt with the snakes. The old woman suggested taking the secret bone for herself and dividing all the other trophies equally. However, Du Xiaofu's companion disagreed and said that she would take everything. This response greatly angered the old woman, and with the words, "How dare you?" she rushed into attack. The woman asked Du Xiaofu not to approach the birds, calling them strange, and to be on the safe side, she covered him with a transparent dome. Meanwhile, the old woman was already approaching her, her hands with long, sharp nails outstretched. But she replied that despite this circumstance, she still had enough strength to fight her. At that moment, a girl with a bow who was with the old woman jumped off a cliff into the gorge. Du Xiaofu shouted at her not to approach the birds because they could still be dangerous. However, the girl did not listen to him and ran purposefully toward the birds. After several attempts, the boy managed to break the ball and climbing out ran towards the girl. However, she began shooting her bow, and the arrows hit the ground right in front of his feet. The guy raised his hands and tried to explain to her that he was not going to fight her, and repeated that the birds could be dangerous. At that moment, the golden bird opened its eyes and flew up, ready to attack them. Du Xiaofu grabbed this girl in his arms and used his strength to carry them to the rocks. When he got up, he checked the girl's body and asked if she believed him after everything that had happened. She didn't know what to say, so she just stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, they heard the sound of wings, the scraping of claws on rocks, and a loud cry as the purple bird came to its senses. The golden bird was already rushing towards her with its beak open and its eyes flashing wildly. And in a few seconds they rushed at each other again with such fury that only feathers and tongues of flame flew around. The girl said they needed to run because the secret bones of the birds were about to self-destruct. The women also heard this and realized that they needed to save themselves and rescue Du Xiaofu and the girl. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion and a huge wave of energy flew in their direction. Du Xiaofu saw that the girl had fallen, turned around and stretched out his arms toward the wave. The girl's grandmother managed to fly over, grab her granddaughter, and pull her away from the wave. The guy was left alone to face this fiery energy wave. The power of this wave was so great that the guy couldn't withstand it and fell to his knees. This powerful stream of energy and light did not stop, but the guy continued to stand. At some point, the flow of energy dried up, everything became calm again, and only two figures remained on the rock. The girl was sure that the guy had died because the self-destruction of the secret bones was very strong. She began to cry, and she cried so bitterly that her tears formed a huge puddle. At that moment, the woman who had kidnapped the guy appeared. She was extremely upset by what had happened and called the guy a fool. Meanwhile, somewhere, a small but very unhappy purple bird woke up. She was beside herself with rage, flapping her wings and screaming loudly that Du Xiaofu had locked her up. The little golden bird came to its senses and began to laugh, to which its rival replied that it looked little better. Looking at herself, the golden bird began to scream, asking what had happened to her body and where her luxurious golden feathers were. So they continued to argue about their appearance, while Du Xiaofu lay unconscious. After some time, the boy gradually began to come to his senses at the bottom of a deep well in the rocks. The birds sensed that the boy would soon come to and began demanding that he let them out. The boy heard voices and, not understanding what was happening or who was nearby, asked who was speaking. The birds replied that they had somehow ended up inside his body and demanded that he let them out, promising to spare his life if he did. Du Xiaofu couldn't believe what he heard, and asked again if there were really two birds inside his body. They indignantly replied that they were not birds, but heavenly beasts, and that they had indeed lost their bodies and ended up in his body. The young man said that unfortunately he could not release them because he could not even move, and asked them to help him recover. He then added that he would release the one that helped him recover and get back into better shape. Each of the birds wanted to be freed, their eyes met, and at that moment, a shock ran through the boy's heart. Then the birds began to heal the guy. The golden bird joined his broken bones and said he was a man with the body of a golden phoenix. Du Xiaofu's whole body ached, and the birds inside discussed whether a human body could withstand the blood of a phoenix. Du Xiaofu writhed in terrible agony as he lay on the ground, and the birds insisted that this was all they could do to help and that now he had to cope on his own. Suddenly, something incredible happened, and a stream of fiery energy gushed up from the gorge. Du Xiaofu soared upward thanks to his huge golden wings and thought that he had overcome the first heavenly realm. And then came the realization that along with the first heavenly realm, he had entered the second natural realm. He climbed out of the gorge when the full moon rose in the sky. He did not find his clothes, but he did find the golden tower and the bone that had been stolen from the pavilion. Not far away, on a hillock, he saw three figures and headed towards them to find out who they were and what they were doing there. When the boy came closer, he saw Liu Kun with his servant and a small, fragile girl from whom they were demanding treasure. They began to approach her, saying that they would take care of her and not harm her, but the girl was clearly against it. And when the servant was already very close to the girl, Du Xiaofu rushed at him and kicked him in the head. The girl was shocked by what had happened, and the servant, unable to hold himself back, began to back away and then fell. At that moment, Liu Kun reminded them of his presence by coughing into his fist and told the servant to deal with the guy. Du Xiaofu stood between him and the girl, preventing him from approaching her and hurting her. Liu Kun's servant raised his hand, and everyone saw that he had turned into a little boy. Seeing what had happened to his servant, Liu Kun decided that it would be best for him to leave while he was still in one piece. Du Xiaofu just shouted after him that he was not as strong as he wanted to appear. Then the rescued girl noticed that the guy was standing in front of her completely naked and called him a pervert and turned away. The guy asked if the girl had any spare clothes for him, and he had to agree to the women's clothes she offered. Then she put her thumb and little finger together and raised her index and middle fingers. After that, she raised her right hand and said some words, after which they soared into the sky and flew away. The girl turned into a purple bird so huge that she could catch and carry away a whole dolphin in her claws. They caught another huge fish, which they roasted over a fire they built right on the seashore. While the boy was eating, the girl asked him if he liked the food they had prepared. Du Xiaofu replied that the food was fine and asked why he had eaten so much but still did not feel full. Then the golden phoenix inside him explained that all the food he eats is transformed into energy, which is needed for the development of the phoenix's body. The purple phoenix became angry that his companion was helping the boy and began to shout that he had deceived them and did not know how to free the phoenixes. When Du Xiaofu had eaten his fill, he asked what technique the girl had used to make them fly away. The girl replied that it was a spell, and then they heard a rustling in the bushes. The guy asked who was there, and a second later he grabbed a bone, jumped toward the bushes, and threw the bone. Approaching the tree, they found a small animal in front of which a discarded bone was sticking out of the ground. The phoenixes inside the guy said that it was a demon tiger cub and that it should be eaten, and Du Xiaofu jumped towards the little tiger. However, the girl stopped him in mid-flight with a spell and said that they couldn't eat this kitten because it was very cute. She offered the kitten a few pieces of meat, said her name was Zhu Shui, and asked what his name was. It could only meow in response, so the girl decided that would be its name. She remembered that when she was little, she had a kitten just like this one that she loved to play with. The girl told Du Xiaofu about her first teacher, who discovered her talent for spells and brought her to the Xuanfu sect. Zhu Shui also told him that she was very timid and not very strong in battle, but despite this, her sect teacher always supported her. During one of the battles, the teacher used a spell to send her and the senior student away, and to this day they do not know what happened to the teacher. As she told him all this, the girl was very upset and kept repeating that if she had been stronger, she could have changed something. Du Xiaofu asked her if she knew about the Stone City, which is located on the other side of the Monster Mountains. He told her that their city was protected by a benevolent demonic lion, making it inaccessible to wild beasts. He remembered how, as a child, he had decided to watch the lion fight, and it was then that he was struck by lightning and surrounded by hungry demonic beasts. His mother came to his aid while he was lying on the ground, and it was then that he realized for the first time how weak he was. Du Xiaofu told him what he had heard about the law of this world, that the weak perish and only the strong survive. He said he didn't want to live his life hiding like an ant and being a loser, and raising his open palm to the sky, he suggested that they become stronger together. The girl looked at the boy, then held out her palms, on which lay a purple phoenix feather, and said that it would suit him better. The purple phoenix inside the guy cried out that the feather would help him create a new body because it was capable of holding his soul. The girl was happy to help, so she moved closer to the guy with her palms outstretched. She placed the feather on the guy's palms, and he kept them open while the feather flew up. The guy asked the phoenix not to attack people and to protect the girl. When the feather flew into the air, everything around turned purple, and it felt like stars were falling from the sky. A few moments later, a huge, shining silver ball appeared in the sky and slowly descended to the ground. And then, in the girl's palms, there was a small purple chick. The guys couldn't believe that this was the purple demonic phoenix. The chick in turn sat very dissatisfied, raising its beak and looking around indignantly. The girl was very frightened, and Du Xiaofu hurried to reassure her that the bird had lost its demonic power and could be his messenger. Following the young man's words, the phoenix flew up, circled a few times, and then landed on the girl's right shoulder. Du Xiaofu laughed as he watched this and said that the bird seemed to like the girl and could use her as its messenger. The resurrected phoenix only snorted when it heard these words, and then a bird flew to the girl with a message from her older brother. After the girl read the message from her older brother, she and Du Xiaofu went to her home, with the kitten riding on the guy's head. Her older brother met the boy and girl at the edge of the forest, and he was clearly in a bad mood. The girl wanted to tell him everything that had happened to her, but he grabbed her by the hand and pulled her behind him. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the guy asked his sister who the young lady she had brought with her was. Du Xiaofu was upset that he was mistaken for a girl, but Zhu Shui explained to her brother who he was and that the guy had saved her life. He grinned in response and said that he could not even imagine that the guy could have such an unusual hobby. Then Du Xiaofu rushed towards him, grabbed him by the clothes with both hands, and demanded that he repeat what he had said. He replied that the guy liked to dress like a girl and asked if he also had breasts. Zhu Shu had been trying to calm them down the whole time and asked them to stop arguing, but they didn't hear her, so she screamed loudly for them to stop. The boys were surprised by her scream, but they did not stop fighting, and the kitten even jumped on the head of the girl's older brother. The girl, frightened by her own voice, suddenly began to cry bitterly, and her brother rushed to calm her down, saying that it was all his fault. Du Xiaofu and the cat, who had returned to his head, thought it would be better to get out of there. They left and came across a tree with red apples hanging from it, and the golden phoenix kept saying that the guy should have taken men's clothes. Climbing up the tree, the guy noticed people below and heard them talking about helping Mr. Liu search for the bloody Lingji mushroom. The guy recognized them as white leopard hunters, and they were talking about how they had to deal with the remaining disciples of Xuan Fu. The boy was just about to enjoy the apples he had picked when he heard that they were going to deal with him too. He took a bite of one of the apples, but it turned out to be very sour, so he threw the apples down one by one. Then, dressed in women's clothing, he jumped out of the tree and ran straight towards the white leopard warriors. It was a complete surprise for them to encounter the boy so quickly and in such a form. He smiled and asked if he had heard them say that they wanted to deal with him. A few minutes later, the white leopard hunters were lying on the ground, their leader left without clothes because Du Xiaofu had taken them for himself. He picked up an apple from the ground and, about to take a bite, asked if they had been talking about the bloody Lingji mushroom and if they knew whether it was tasty. On the way home, the older brother asked Zhu Shui about the strange bird sitting on her shoulder and why he had not seen it before. The girl replied that the bird would now be her new messenger, and asked why her brother had sent Du Xiaofu away. The boy asked if she knew that the blood mushroom Lingji grew nearby, and the girl realized that her brother did not want her new friend to know about the mushroom. He explained that the mushroom was an important ingredient for strengthening the foundation, which was why he didn't want to tell a stranger about it. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the girl, another guy appeared and introduced himself as Lin Bo Guang from Xuanming. The girl's brother asked the guy where his friend had gone, and he replied that he had probably already died because he had left him to fight alone. The girl asked in horror how he could abandon his friend, but her brother told her not to interfere. The guy replied that they had also abandoned their teacher, and that there was nothing wrong with running away if there was no way to defeat the enemy. While they were talking, Liu Kun quietly approached them and said that they all needed to get out of there as soon as possible. His appearance was so unexpected for everyone that they could only turn around and look at him in surprise. Liu Kun grinned and said that he had been following them and thanks to their complete stupidity, he had been able to find the place where the blood mushroom grew. The guy was leaning on a sword, and the girl recognized the sword and asked him where he got their teacher's sword. Then Liu Kun told them what had happened and how he had come to possess the sword. He told them about the battle that took place between his teacher and the teacher of the boy and girl, the head of the Xuan Fu Men sect. During the battle, the sect leader Xuan Fu Meng struck Liu Kun's teacher with his sword. The latter grabbed his opponent by the arms and holding him, shouted to the young man that now was the time to attack him. Liu Kun watched their battle and was ready to defend his teacher at any moment, holding his teacher's huge wooden cane in his hands. He approached the sect leader Xuan Fu Meng from behind and stabbed him in the back with all his might. The teacher praised his student, but he did not stop there. Leaning his whole body on the cane, he pierced his teacher's body and said only, "Goodbye." Now, as he told this story, he laughed loudly and said that as a result of the fight between two dogs, a third dog took the bone. Brother Zhu Shui was angry and indignant. He shouted that the boy had betrayed his teacher and how could he do such a thing. After his words, Liu Kun stopped smiling. Anger appeared in his eyes, and he replied that they would not be righteous for long either. Liu Kun and the girl's brother were already preparing to fight. Liu Kun raised his sword to strike and the boy rushed towards him. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Du Xiaofu appeared. He called out to them and said that he had come to eat mushrooms but had encountered them instead. They were all standing near the suspension bridge that led to the cave where the mushroom grew. Liu Kun said discontentedly that he had gotten in his way again. The ripe blood mushroom Lingji glowed so brightly that its radiance could be seen from afar. Du Xiaofu happily said that this was the very mushroom that the people from the White Leopard and Phoenix group had talked about and shouted that they needed to get it. Liu Kun, Zhu Shui, and her older brother were surprised and extremely discouraged by the sudden appearance of the boy and just stood there staring at him. Du Xiaofu commanded the little tiger to rush forward, and it jumped down and ran, with the young man rushing after it. The boys stood closer to the bridge and were ready to engage him in battle when he suddenly sped up and jumped. Flying over them, he landed on the bridge, and they only had time to watch him go. Liu Kun said that the boy had asked for it. Then he struck the ground with his cane and cast a poisonous fang spell. Immediately, a huge black and fiery dragon appeared on the bridge behind Du Xiaofu. Next, Zhu Shui clenched her fingers into a fist, then raised her index and middle fingers, uttered a spell, and a purple bird appeared over the bridge. The girl commanded it to deal with everyone, and the bird rushed to peck at the dragon. The girl shouted at Liu Kun that she would never forgive him, but he only smirked and snorted in response. While they were fighting, Du Xiaofu made his way across the suspension bridge and soon found himself near the cave, rejoicing that he would be the first to go for the mushroom. However, The girl's brother could not allow a stranger to be the first to reach the mushroom that everyone wanted so much, and he cast a spell on the soul-driven swords. Du Xiaofu turned back to the bridge and saw that the swords were flying and breaking the boards from which it was made. The bridge began to sway from side to side, and the young man had to grab the rope to keep himself on it. Lu Kun saw that the girl's older brother was also running towards the bridge and was about to step onto it. He grabbed his staff and struck the ground with it in a rage, and suddenly the planks where the bridge was attached to the rocks began to fly apart. This happened just as Zhu Shui's older brother jumped onto the bridge, and the bridge planks and part of the rock collapsed beneath him. Losing his footing, the boy fell rapidly into the abyss. Zhu Shui screamed and fell to her knees. She folded her fingers, uttered a spell, and suddenly the purple bird reappeared and rescued her older brother, placing him on its back. When her brother was saved and the bird returned him to the ground, the girl told Liu Kun that she would take revenge on him for her teacher, but he just smirked again. When the bridge collapsed on one side and part of it fell into the abyss, Du Xiaofu managed to grab one of the crossbars and hang on to it. After catching his breath and regaining his composure, he crawled up the ladder, and the phoenix inside his body encouraged him, saying that when the boy ate a mushroom, his strength would increase by a third. So, step by step, overcoming the hanging ladder, the boy finally reached the top where the cave was located. He immediately noticed the glowing blood mushroom. It was impossible to miss, as its glow illuminated everything around it. A small kitten had been sitting on the boy's shoulder the whole way, but when it saw the mushroom, it rushed towards it. As soon as it reached it, it immediately started to gnaw on it. Du Xiaofu shouted that it was his mushroom, but the kitten had already taken a bite. The guy hit the animal so hard that it got a bump on its forehead, then took the mushroom and asked if the kitten was going to eat it all by itself. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise from above and the rustling of wings. Looking up, they saw a huge bird with the body of a dragon. A few moments later, the bird began to descend, and the boy noticed a fair-haired girl riding on its back. Without waiting for the bird to land, the girl jumped off, causing the ground to shake and crack. Du Xiaofu also couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground, watching as the girl got up and walked towards him. He was holding a small animal and a mushroom in his hands and felt an incredible tremor, realizing that he was completely unable to move. The girl approached him, leaned over, looked him in the eyes, and told him to give her the bloody mushroom, her pupils bright red. Du Xiaofu was not going to give up, despite the protests of the Golden Phoenix, who said that the girl was at a much higher level of combat pulse. He replied to the Phoenix that he would not even consider obeying it, and caught the girl's uncomprehending gaze. Then he suddenly put the mushroom in his mouth, chewed it completely, and swallowed it in front of the astonished girl. She became terribly angry, called him a vile, disgusting person, and rushed at him. The guy grinned and took a few steps back, then pushed off and flew into the abyss. By the time she reached the edge of the precipice, Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. Her face reflected a whole range of emotions: anger, incomprehension at how the guy had managed to trick her, and a tremendous desire to find him and take revenge. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu was flying into the abyss and felt his whole body burning with fire. As the guy fell head first, the Phoenix told him that he shouldn't have eaten the unpurified blood mushroom unless he wanted to explode. Du Xiaofu replied that he needed other help, and the Phoenix advised him to purify the golden feather with his own flesh and blood. The guy said he didn't understand the metaphor, and then the bird replied that he needed to direct his strength and energy at the rocks. Then the guy began to shuffle his feet as if walking on rocks, while his whole body continued to burn with fire. At the same time, he uttered the spell to cleanse the golden feather and fell onto the rock. Where he fell, a depression formed in the rocks beneath him, but the fire that engulfed the boy's body did not go away. The guy asked the Phoenix about the effect of the mushroom, and the bird replied that human methods would turn it into spiritual energy, and that he needed to use the method of the golden birds, designed for external impact, and divide the medicinal effect in order to absorb it. The guy listened to the bird's advice, crashed into the rock, and immediately felt his body get much better. So he decided to repeat everything again, climbed onto the rock, and repeated the golden feather purification spell. Du Xiaofu hit the rock again, and an explosion wave covered the kitten and threw him onto the rock as well. But since he had managed to bite off a piece of the mushroom, something incredible suddenly happened, and he grew 2 huge white wings. His paws became larger, his tail became fluffy, and he himself increased significantly in size. Du Xiaofu shouted for him to look at how he was cleaning the golden feather, but he was no longer looking at a small kitten, but a huge adult white tiger. Du Xiaofu trained all night, hitting the rocks over and over again, while the tiger, which had turned back into a small kitten, watched him. Morning came, and the kitten slept sweetly, but Du Xiaofu had no intention of stopping his training. He hit a rock next to the kitten, sending stones and dust flying around. The boy laughed, but the kitten was scared to death. The Golden Phoenix praised the guy for training for 3 days without a break and being able to rise to the middle level of the universe realm. The boy replied that it couldn't be otherwise, but the phoenix said that the tiger had advanced much further and had already reached the realm of the battle pulse. Du Xiaofu started shouting that the tiger had been training behind his back, but the phoenix calmed him down, saying that he was protected and that the tiger would become the ruler of the world in the future. At that moment, Liu Kun met the girl Du Xiaofu had run away from in the mountains. He advanced, the girl retreated, and she was about to fall into the abyss. The guy said that this girl must have serious wounds after fighting monsters, and she replied that it was like a dog attacking a wounded tiger. Liu Kun advised her not to be so stubborn and to voluntarily give him all the treasures she had. At that moment, a huge white tiger with powerful wings appeared behind the girl, with Du Xiaofu standing on its back. Everyone was surprised, including the girl and Liu Kun, who asked if it was really a royal scaly tiger at the level of the pulse battle realm. The girl was exhausted from the previous battles and shocked by what she had just seen, so she simply lost consciousness. Du Xiaofu did not expect such a reaction from the girl and asked if he had frightened her. Liu Kun also fell down in surprise and fear and asked the guy not to come near him, but he replied that he needed Liu Kun's clothes. After that, Du Xiaofu took off the guy's clothes, tied him to a rock, and changed into his clothes. By this time, the girl began to regain consciousness, started to move and make sounds, which attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. The guy approached her and wanted to pick her up when he suddenly noticed a golden bag in her corset. Du Xiaofu had never seen anything like it before in his life. He asked what it was, and the phoenix replied that it was a Qiankun bag. The guy asked again, and then the phoenix said that anything he wanted could fit in this bag, even the sky and the earth. The young man was very impressed by this information, so he reached for the girl's chest and grabbed the edge of the bag. At that moment, the girl came to her senses, grabbed her sword, and began to threaten the guy with violence, while he began to justify himself, saying that he could explain everything. Meanwhile, at the foot of the monster mountains, the wounded Ye Zichen was hiding from the lightning-fast jaguar. A few drops of blood fell from the wound on her arm onto the grass, and the girl realized with horror that the jaguar had spotted her. She thought about the incredible speed of the lightning-fast jaguar and realized that with her level, she would hardly be able to defeat it. But she had no choice, and she made the only right decision to fight, and she took out her whip. The jaguar was so huge that it only took a few leaps to cover the distance between them. The girl cast a spell and began to swing her whip, creating a funnel and twisting the jaguar into it. There was a loud explosion, the ground shook, stones flew, dust rose, and the jaguar disappeared. The girl was shocked and disconcerted. She couldn't understand what had happened and how the jaguar had managed to dodge her whip. Suddenly the earth shook, cracks began to appear in the rocks under her feet, and streams of energy began to burst forth from the ground. The lightning-fast jaguar lived up to its name, suddenly leaping out and lunging at the girl. It grabbed her arm with its huge teeth, and they fell to the ground together. However, even during the attack, the girl did not drop her whip. She uttered a spell, and the end of the whip twisted around a thick branch. Ye Zichen pulled herself up on the whip, and the jaguar's next leap missed her. Without wasting any time, the girl climbed higher up the thick branches and hid, watching the jaguar. Meanwhile, the jaguar was walking around the clearing looking for the girl and did not look up. The girl decided that he had lost her. This led her to believe that the leopard could not see its prey if she was higher than it, and that if she attacked it now, she had a chance of winning. So, without wasting a second, she swung her whip again and sent it down toward the jaguar. And just as she thought she had succeeded, the beast grabbed the other end of the whip. The girl was sitting high up in the tree and couldn't be seen through the leaves and branches, but the beast knew she was on the other side of the whip. The jaguar was very strong. It was not for nothing that it bore the name of Lightning. Clutching the whip, it jerked several times with incredible force. Ezekiel realized that she could not hold the whip, and in that moment, it slipped out of her hand, and the girl realized that she was falling down with it. Realizing that she was falling, she had time to think that she might now lose her life, while the jaguar below opened its mouth and waited patiently for its prey. She was not ready to die, so she called out Du Xiaofu's name several times and suddenly realized that someone had grabbed her arm. Then she saw the smiling face of a guy who said he had come to save her. He flew in on the back of a huge white tiger, and when the tiger landed on the ground, the guy asked if the girl was okay. Lightning Jaguar was not ready to leave without his prey, so he prepared to attack the guy, which the girl warned Du Xiaofu about. But the guy calmly replied that one blow would be enough for such weaklings and swung his fist between the jaguar's eyes. The blow was so powerful that the jaguar rolled over several times, and the tiger had to protect the girl so that she would not be knocked off her feet by the wave of energy. Ye Zichen, who was watching their battle, could only think about how much stronger Du Xiaofu had become since they last saw each other. When the guy returned, the girl was sitting on the ground on her knees, and the tiger was washing himself. The guy held out his hand to her and told her to get up. Du Xiaofu looked at the girl and mumbled something, hoping she would understand, but she just looked up at him blankly. Then he stammered that she had practically no clothes on, and at that moment she felt ashamed and shouted at the guy not to look at her. As they flew on the huge white tiger, Du Xiaofu thought that understanding women was actually an extremely difficult task. Yi Zichen flew and thought that the guy had developed to the third realm of the universe and obtained a royal demon tiger while they were apart. The guy seemed to have read her thoughts because he turned to look at her questioningly and asked what she was thinking about. Ye Zichen decided that he could hear her thoughts and asked how he ended up here with her, since he had also been kidnapped. Du Xiaofu replied that he had indeed been kidnapped by a very beautiful woman who, however, had no intention of harming him, and then they parted ways. The guy told her about the events of the last few days, about the theft of the trophies and the rescue of Zhu Shui and Xuan Fu, and about the pursuit of the Sword Maiden. Hearing this, the girl became angry and said that she had secretly run away from her father because she was worried about the guy and he was doing such things at that time. The guy tried to calm the girl down, but instead of calming down, she hit him in the face and advised him to go to hell. The girl's blow was so strong that Du Xiaofu could not hold on and fell to the ground. At that time, a whole squad of masters led by Du Jixiang was sent into the forest to search for Du Xiaofu. The young master's Du suggested that he return home, assuming that the boy had long since met his doom in the mountains of monsters. He barely had time to reply that he would never abandon any member of his family in trouble when they saw Du Xiaofu flying towards them from above, screaming for help. They just stood and watched as the boy flew and shouted at them to move aside. When the boy finally reached the ground, he fell with such force that he left a hole in the ground. Climbing out of the hole, the boy joyfully threw himself into his uncle's arms and asked how he had ended up there. A happy Du Xiaofu couldn't stop hugging him, and his uncle replied that he had come to find the boy and bring him home. The young masters began to admire Du Xiaofu and considered making him their leader. Du Hao did not like this and decided to teach them a lesson. Du Xiaofu laughed as he looked at them and told his uncle that it was time for them all to go home. The uncle was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after a long and exhausting search for the boy, smiled, and they all went home together. At that time, Du Shui and his older brother were returning home after the events in the Monster Mountains. Not noticing a rock under his feet, the boy stumbled and fell to his knees, then got up on all fours, resting his hands on the ground. The girl came over to ask if he was all right, and he angrily replied that he had gained nothing and had not even been able to avenge his teacher. He was angry, shouting and pounding his fists on the ground until the girl finally shouted back and demanded that he stop. She said that he shouldn't think badly of her, and that she wasn't going to stop, even though she herself was feeling very bad. She said that they should think of everything that had happened to them as another test, and that they must not give up, but get up and move forward. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the swordswoman from whom Du Xiaofu was going to steal the golden bag came to her senses. She whistled, and the rustle of wings sounded. A huge firebird appeared, and the girl rode it to take revenge on the guy for the shame he had brought upon her. Liu Kun, meanwhile, remained in the position in which Du Xiaofu had left him, tied to a rock and stripped of his upper clothing. He was awakened by a man and a woman wearing huge straw hats. The man was holding a long golden cane with a circle at the end. Soon, Du Xiaofu, along with his uncle and other young masters, returned to Stone City. The young man was so happy to be back that he ran around the main square from stall to stall, shouting that he was finally back. The members of the Du family watched him with smiles on their faces, and his uncle urged him not to run so fast. His incredible energy attracted the attention of a young man and woman sitting on the balcony of one of the establishments. The girl, named Qing Xiaolu, told her companion that she was sure Ye Zichen had died in the mountains and that she was not happy about the girl's return. Her companion, Bai Tianming, noted that the girl had clearly gained a lot from the journey and that if the tiger had stayed with her, Yi's family would have become even stronger. The girl replied that she did not know where the demon tiger had disappeared to and that if they could catch it, it would be wonderful for them. The little tiger, still sitting on Du Xiaofu's head, meowed happily at their return. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu hopped to the Du family estate and the kitten jumped down, ran, and climbed onto a statue of a huge tiger. The guards at the gate tried to stop the boy, but he jumped past them and ran to the stairs. Just as he reached the stairs and was about to climb them, the kitten jumped onto his shoulder. When asked what kind of wildcat it was, the boy replied that it was his pet and ran away, while the guards remained behind to discuss how he had changed during his absence. The head of the Du Zhenwu clan was studying papyrus and practicing new techniques when Du Xiaofu ran past him with a cat on his shoulder. A few moments later, his breathless uncle Du Jishun appeared and said that the boy was running around the neighborhood and he couldn't stop him. Du Renwu was extremely surprised to hear his brother's words and asked if no one in the estate was able to stop Du Xiaofu. Running past Du Renwu, Du Xiaofu ran to look for his father, who was sitting on the balcony railing drinking from a jug. The boy shouted to his father that he had returned, and his father, taken by surprise, dropped the jug and hung on the railing, clinging to it with his feet. He was terribly upset that his peace had been disturbed and he had been distracted from drinking. Du Xiaofu and the kitten continued on their way, and the boy kept calling his father and shouting that he had returned. The father indignantly grabbed 3 stones lying on a plate and threw them at the boy. Then he climbed onto the railing, stood up straight, called his son a fool, and said that today he would teach him a lesson. However, Du Xiaofu caught the stones in midair, which surprised his father. Now it was the boy's turn to get angry. He asked how his father dared to attack him and added that he was going to look for Old Man Bai. Du Xiaofu was angry and indignant at how his father had treated him. He turned around, took the tiger cub with him, and left. Arriving at the secret martial arts pavilion, the young man kicked open the door and called out loudly and indignantly for the old man. As soon as he heard the boy's voice, the old man dropped his broom and ran away. The boy rushed after him, shouting for him to stop. The old man was so busy trying to escape from the boy that he ran without looking where he was going and ended up crashing into a huge column. Catching up with the old man, Du Xiaofu sat down on a step, put his feet on Bai's back, and asked who the woman was who had kidnapped the young man. The old man asked the young man to move his feet, but he refused, and the old man had to admit that the woman was his sweetheart. Du Xiaofu did not believe his words and laughed into his palm, which greatly offended the old man, who said that the young man did not seem to believe him. The young man replied that it didn't matter. Even if it were true, he liked that the woman was so strong and would like to become her student. The old man asked why the young man would not become his disciple, and then the young man expressed doubts about the advisability of learning to wield a broom. He broke off a few twigs, held them between his fingers, and then threw them at the opposite wall. However, neither the web nor the spider near the column on the opposite wall were affected by these actions, and the young man shouted that the old man had missed. Du Xiaofu showed him the golden statuette and bone he had found in the pavilion, and said that they had not melted even in the fire of the golden phoenix. The young man gave him the artifacts he had found, and the old man sent him to the Du clan's ancestral hall, saying that after spending the night in a stone coffin, he would find something. Hearing this, the guy ran quickly to the ancestral hall, and Fu Yibai approached the wall where 3 ants were nailed with 3 broomsticks. Taking a lit candle in his hands, Du Xiaofu carefully covered the flame with his hand and stepped over the threshold of the ancestral hall. He saw a huge table with rows of urns and a golden phoenix, and asked if this was the hall where ghosts lived, but the boy replied that these were only rumors. Then he looked up, raised his hand holding the candle, and saw a 1,000-year-old stone coffin in chains that looked extremely eerie. Phoenix asked if the coffin was really glowing or if it was just his imagination, and the guy replied that the symbols on the coffin seemed to have awakened. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu heard someone coming, quickly extinguished the candle, and hid. Someone entered the hall, and it turned out to be one of his brothers. He came in and looked around, hoping to see something suspicious, but neither the table nor the urn aroused any suspicion. The guy was about to leave when suddenly he heard a terrible roar and saw someone big jump next to him. Then he saw someone hanging upside down, holding onto the chains that wrapped around the coffin. This someone began to swing the coffin, flew up to the guy, greeted him, and said that he hadn't seen living people in a very long time. The guy was terrified and ran away so fast that only his heels flashed and sparks flew across the floor. Du Xiaofu, for it was he, climbed on top of the coffin, laughed, and called his brother a coward. However, in the next second, his expression changed when he heard a voice say that the guy seemed to be braver. The boy looked around, trying to see who could be talking to him, then noticed that the coffin had begun to glow and clouds of light were rising from it. After that, the coffin began to sway from side to side, and the energy flows began to lengthen and stretch toward the boy. Then the phoenix asked what was glowing in Du Xiaofu's pocket, and the guy replied that it was a tower figurine. He replied that it needed to be disposed of immediately, and the guy decided to throw it away, tossing the statuette high into the air. It flew up to the very dome of the room, continuing to glow and emitting circles of light and rays. Then Du Xiaofu saw a figure in black in the clouds of smoke, who said that she was glad to finally meet the guy again. The figure thanked the guy for freeing her from more than 1,000 years of imprisonment, and the guy remembered that he had already had such an encounter. A few moments later, the figure began to grow, and now a huge incorporeal spirit with a sun-shaped pattern on its forehead was looking down at the boy. The spirit said it wanted to reward the guy, and the reward would be that the guy would become a vessel in which the spirit would live. The spirit would take over his physical body. The spirit rushed towards Du Xiaofu, knocked him to the floor, pinned him down with its huge hands, and clouds of smoke which made up the spirit crept over the young man's body. The guy lay there and felt that he couldn't move, and the spirit ordered him not to move while the smoke slowly penetrated his body. This would happen gradually, little by little, and when the smoke completely filled the boy's body, he would stop feeling pain. While Du Xiaofu tried to resist, the spirit took on the form of a small curly-haired boy who smiled a victorious smile. However, the power of the golden phoenix inside the boy helped him get up. The phoenix asked if the child had not been taught not to climb into other people's houses. When an energy ball appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, the child asked who he was, and the boy replied that he should introduce himself immediately. Gathering all his strength, the boy launched the energy ball at the spirit, which began to take on human form. Du Xiaofu saw when his ball reached its target and enveloped the spirit, but he was clearly not ready to see what the spirit had turned into. On the floor, amid smoke and lightning, sat a curly-haired child with a sun tattoo on his forehead. The child took a few steps and then fell to the floor, with energy shackles tied around his stomach. Du Xiaofu looked at him and said that if the spirit wanted to please him by pretending to be a child, then it needed to be nicer and behave like a child. The child began to get angry and said that the guy was just a body for the golden bird, and why was he acting like a dog that pounces on a weakened tiger? Now it was Du Xiaofu's turn to get angry, and he asked who the dog was and demanded that the child repeat his words again. The child grimaced, repeated his words about the dog and the tiger, and began to grimace, looking the guy in the eyes. However, he did not take into account that there were still shackles around his waist, and the guy directed his energy and pulled on them, dragging him towards him. When the child was close, Du Xiaofu grabbed him by the shoulders and lifted him closer to his face, his eyes burning with yellow fire. He stuck his tongue out at the guy and said that if he didn't like the analogy, then he could be a failed phoenix that even a duck would surpass. Seeing the boy's angry gaze, the child realized he had found a weak spot and, taking advantage of his confusion, rushed at him. Du Xiaofu clearly did not expect such agility. The child pushed off from him and flipped several times in the air, while the guy, unable to hold on, fell to the floor. The child calmly landed on the floor a few steps away from the guy and thought how weak he was, unable to withstand even one blow. However, disappointment awaited the child as well. He had hoped that by breaking free from the guy, he would be able to remove the shackles that bound him, but alas. By this time, Du Xiaofu had already come to his senses, got up and headed towards him, thinking up nasty insults as he walked. He approached the child and asked what he had missed while he was unconscious. The child replied that he was ready to tell him everything he wanted to know. Then he smiled sweetly at the guy and said that he was just an ordinary child who was running by and asked him to let him go. Phoenix began to shout that the child was trying to trick Du Xiaofu, urging him not to let that happen, but the guy had already knocked the child to the floor with a single blow. Phoenix found another reason to be upset and said he was surprised at how easily the guy was able to hit the child without hesitation. The boy replied that the child was not beautiful and that he had heard his voice inside the golden tower, and Phoenix advised him to deal with the child. At that very moment, the child woke up and said that he could not be destroyed because he knew how to open the bag kept by Du Xiaofu. The guy became interested, and the child, deciding to avoid punishment, called himself a talisman master named Zhen Qingchong. Upon hearing about the talisman master, Du Xiaofu became even more interested and said that he was beginning to like him, but the boy snapped back in response. Du Xiaofu took out the Qiangkan bag, showed it to the child, said it couldn't be opened, and asked if he could really open it. After thinking for a moment, Zhen Qingchong said that judging by all appearances, this bag once had an owner, and it was not Du Xiaofu, and that if they tried to open the bag using force, everything stored in it would be destroyed immediately. To break the spell, they would need to find a talisman master who was many times stronger than the person who made the bag. Then he began to praise himself in every way, telling everyone what a wonderful talisman master he was. Du Xiaofu got tired of listening to his tall tales and even wanted to hit the child, so he knocked him to the floor and demanded that he open the bag. In response, Zhen Qingchong demanded that he be released because even a talisman master as powerful as he was unable to do anything. Then the golden phoenix stepped in, and in the blink of an eye, the ropes around the boy's stomach suddenly turned into a golden hoop. The technique used by the golden phoenix was called a spiritual lock, which freed the child's hands and stomach. The delighted boy hurried to remove the hoop from his head, but the attempt was unsuccessful, and the phoenix would not be able to attack him. Zhen Qingchong realized that if he wanted to regain his former glory, he desperately needed Du Xiaofu, who also had a connection to the golden phoenix. So he put the bag on the floor, and he and Du Xiaofu sat down opposite each other. The boy folded his arms across his chest and began to say something. Suddenly, the bag rose above the floor, spinning and engulfed in flames, and pieces of paper with writing on them began to fly out of it. A few minutes later, the bag was in the center of a huge emerald-colored pillar, from which energy burst out and struck the boys sitting on the floor. Then the bag gently landed in Zhen Qingchong's palm. He handed it to Du Xiaofu and told him to open it, and the boy asked to be taught how to do it too. Du Xiaofu poured the contents of the bag into his palm and was surprised to find girls' jewelry, which he indignantly called trinkets. At that moment, Ye Ziqin was sitting on the bed in her room doing embroidery when her father entered the room. The girl did not expect to see her father at such an hour and quickly hid what she was embroidering under her pillow. She asked him why he had come, and he flicked her nose and said that if he hadn't come, his daughter might have run away with some handsome boy again. The girl was outraged and surprised by her father's words and rushed to kick him out of the room, but he just laughed in response. Then the man became serious and said that since Du Xiaofu had saved the girl in the mountains, they needed to visit the family as soon as possible and bring gifts. When the girl asked if he would go himself, the man replied that despite the protection of the Thunder Lion, he should still be cautious and far-sighted. He added that their families had always had a good relationship, and the girl finished his sentence by saying that it was important for them to put aside their pride and form an alliance. The man replied that he had always been proud of how smart she was, and that sooner or later she would have to become the head of the family and ruler of the city. She would have to grow up and learn, because her father could not always protect her. She would bear responsibility for the city and would have to mete out justice. In the morning, when Du Xiaofu sat down in the library of the secret pavilion to study the scrolls, Fu Yibai swept the halls, walked between the shelves, and sang a song. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu threw one of the books at him, hinting that he was tired of listening and that the old man should stop singing. The old man picked up the book and said mockingly, "Does the boy really hope to get him with his pathetic skills?" A few more books flew at his head. Without thinking twice, he threw the book he was holding at the young man, approached him, and saw that he was sitting on the floor surrounded by piles of books. The man asked if the boy was going to find his final resting place under the piles of knowledge left to them by their ancestors. The guy was so absorbed in studying the books that he didn't notice that a kitten had climbed onto the highest stack and was about to fall. The kitten managed to jump down, but Du Xiaofu did not have time to dodge, so the old man said that he did not literally mean burying the young man in the library. Then the man invited the young man to drink tea with him and asked if he really wanted to become a spellmaster. The boy replied that he really wanted to, but since he didn't know anything about spells yet, he had come to look for books on the subject. The man thought that it had finally happened and the boy had shown an interest in spells, which was certainly a good thing. He was distracted from these joyful thoughts by Du Xiaofu's question about whether the man knew of any books in their library related to spells. Fu Yibai replied that he had been in the secret combat pavilion for so long that he knew all the books in it and promised to look for books on spells for the young man. After a short time, he brought the young man a huge stack of books, saying that this was only the table of contents. The young man was surprised and shocked. He asked if this was really just the table of contents, but the old man said he would leave it for him to read at his leisure and ran away. After he left, Du Xiaofu remained sitting at the table with a whole stack of books and couldn't believe that all of this was really just the table of contents. Realizing that he couldn't go anywhere and would have to read, he really wanted to become a master of spells, so he picked up the first book. Du Xiaofu was stuck in the library of the secret pavilion for a long time, reading one book after another from the stack left to him by the old man Fu Yibai. He read, tried to cast a spell, then picked up the next book, and the whole process repeated itself. He read, folded his fingers and tried to cast a spell. In one of the books, the boy read that the profession of spellcaster was extremely rare, with only one master in 10,000 because it required innate talent. And then one of the spells worked, and the boy was able to light a fire. He thought, finally, I've done it. The glowing fireball froze and hung over the boy's knees for a few seconds, then went out. The boy was so happy, and then just as upset, and exclaimed to the kitten sitting on the window that this was another failure. Then he fell onto the table and asked the kitten what was wrong with him and why he couldn't cast spells, since he was following the instructions. Resting his head on the table, he said aloud that perhaps there was a mistake in the book the old man had given him, and that was the reason for his failure. At that moment, the tower figurine he had on his belt began to glow, and a voice said that what was written in the book was not the problem. A second later, the great spellmaster Piao Qingchong, already familiar to the young man, appeared before Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with his mischievous emerald eyes, smiling broadly, and asked if he needed a teacher. Du Xiaofu did not answer. He just looked at the boy with a long, cold stare that did not bode well. He tried to focus on his own thoughts spinning in his head so as not to lose his temper. The boy shouted, shook his fists, made faces, and asked the man to show him some emotion. Du Xiaofu remembered how he had tried to wake the boy up that morning using a huge drum and cymbals, and simply shouting at him to wake up. Looking at the boy, he listed the devices he had used to get the kid to get out, but the boy did not respond to any of them. The boy, hovering in the air directly in front of the guy, began to shout that he was trying to test Du Xiaofu's determination to learn spells. Then, changing his anger to mercy, he smiled at the guy and said that he had been watching him all day and decided that the guy did have some potential after all. At the end of his tirade, he added that he had decided to take the guy as his disciple and teach him the art of spells. The boy was skeptical when he heard this, and when Piao Qingchong said that he would have to pay for the lessons, he became angry. Then the child tried to calm him down and said that as payment for the lessons, he only wanted spiritual energy for his recovery. This made Du Xiaofu even angrier, and he began to shout that the boy wanted to fool him and would take his spiritual energy and disappear without teaching him anything. The boy began to justify himself, saying that his energy would not be enough for a full recovery anyway, and that the man would be able to recover in a few days. Seeing that the boy was thinking, Jen Ching-chong tried to win him over by smiling and putting on a very cute look, just like a child. However, Du Xiaofu refused and, when asked why, said that he did not need a teacher who looked so terrible. Du Xiaofu sat down at the table and said that he was going to continue reading and studying so that the child would not dare to disturb him. In response, the boy called the man stubborn, climbed onto the table on all fours, and then jumped off the table, landing lightly on the floor. Then he began to walk back and forth along the shelves, raising his index finger and talking about the masters of talismans. He explained that in ancient times and now, they could use bodies as containers for the cycle of the 5 elements. Du Xiaofu involuntarily distracted himself from reading the book and listened to what Jen Ching-chong was saying and asked him what he was talking about. He told him about the 4 emblems consisting of the lungs for gold, the liver for wood, the kidneys for water, and the heart for fire. He also explained that all these emblems are concentrated in the spleen, which is responsible for earth, and that this structure is called the harmony of the 4 emblems. He summed up that the basis of the spell is these 5 elements, which have different forms. He ended his story by saying that all masters are divided into 3 types: pill masters, weapon masters, and combat talisman masters. After hearing this, Du Xiaofu was inspired and said that he wanted to learn all 3 types, and the boy boasted that he was a master of combat talismans. Zhen Qingchong almost fell off the windowsill when he heard Du Xiaofu's words and said that it would be good for the boy to be more modest and keep his mouth shut. He explained that he himself had studied for decades and had only been able to master 1 type of talisman art, while the boy was aiming for all 3. Then he smiled and said that the boy lacked only one very important quality to acquire the skills of a talisman master. Du Xiaofu became very curious and asked the boy what that quality was. Zhen Qingchong leafed through one of the books lying on the table and, finding the right page, showed the boy the place where it was written about broad spiritual roots. The guy asked what this phrase meant, but the boy yawned and said that it was already very late and it was time for him to rest, and darted into the tower statue. Du Xiaofu began to shake the statue, demanding that he return and explain himself, but heard that help was possible in exchange for some of his spiritual energy. After thinking for a moment, the guy said he was willing to give the boy a little energy in exchange for information. After that, a leaf flew out of the statue and a voice said that the boy must collect the listed herbs and only then call Zhen Qingchong again. In the morning, as soon as the rooster crowed, work in the kitchen of the Du estate began to boil when the manager entered the kitchen to ask about a snack for the lord. Du Xiaofu also got up very early that morning. He had been instructed by Zhen Qingchong to gather the herbs on the list. After giving instructions to the girls in the kitchen about the dishes and snacks, the manager called 2 of them to follow him. Du Xiaofu took the list lying on the table, reread the names, and wondered if he had enough money to buy these herbs. Just then, the manager was walking down the corridor with the maids, and he told them to hurry up because the lord was already waiting for them. Just as they were passing Du Xiaofu's room, the door opened and the young man came out into the corridor, deep in thought. He bumped into the manager, who stopped, and the 2 girls behind him bumped into him, causing the dishes to fall to the floor and the snacks to scatter. Du Xiaofu rushed to the manager's son to help him up and asked apologetically if he was all right. The guy helped the man up, and Sun said that Du Xiaofu had gotten up so early and seemed to be leaving already. He replied that he had some business to attend to. However, the manager tried to stop him, saying that the young man couldn't leave without at least changing into more appropriate clothes. That morning, the entire Du family gathered in the large hall, where the manager led the maids with snacks. Du Zhenwu, the head of the clan, was sitting at the main table drinking tea when his brother Du Zixun approached him to report that their 3rd brother did not want to appear. However, the clan leader told his brother to leave him alone and asked about Du Xiaofu. His brother replied that the boy was in his room. Du Hao's mother, who was present at the meeting, said that Du Xiaofu was not well-mannered, allowing himself to sleep when the elders had already gathered. Turning to her son, Du Hao, she asked him to go up to the boy's room, wake him up, and bring him to the hall. However, the boy smirked and said that at the last meeting, Du Xiaofu had taken their foundation pills and promised to rob them at every subsequent meeting. Du Jixiang became indignant at that moment, and Du Xiaofu entered the hall, saying that his older brother had been robbing him since childhood. Neither Du Hao nor his mother were prepared for Du Xiaofu to tell everyone about the years of theft of his pills, and they sat there angry and indignant. Du Zhenwu did not respond to the accusations. The clan leader waited for the boy to come closer and asked why he had been so late. The boy stood with his head down, and Du Hao's mother whispered that the boy was indeed the son of the clan leader's brother and spoke very unflatteringly about the boy's mother. As the boy walked between the seated guests to take his place, he heard laughter on both sides. heard the woman's words and looked up at her with indignant eyes. At that moment, one of the servants ran into the hall and shouted that Lord and Lady Ye were waiting at the gate for Du Zhenwu. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed to hear this. He thought that Ye Zichen was also here. They had not seen each other since returning from the mountains. Du Renwu replied that they would be very happy to welcome such guests and that they should all go together to greet them. However, the guests were already entering the hall where the Du family had gathered, and the head of Stone City, Ye Baolin, said that there was no need to stand on ceremony with them. Then the man laughed and said that his daughter had come without an invitation, and the clan chief replied that they themselves should have invited the girl to visit. After that, he invited Ye Baolin to sit down, pointing to the chair in which he had recently been sitting, and asked for tea to be brought. The men sat down at the table, the maid brought snacks and poured tea into cups, and Ye Zichen remained standing near her father's chair. The head of the city started the conversation first, saying that it was only thanks to the Du family that his crazy daughter was able to return alive after escaping to the mountains of monsters. Du Zhenwu replied that their families had always been allies, and that his family had only done what it had to do to save the girl. In response to these words, the city leader called a servant and ordered him to bring in the gifts that he and Ye Zichen had brought with them. The servant entered carrying a long red box which he placed on the floor, and everyone present leaned forward with interest to see what was inside. Ye Baolin opened the box and took out a sword. A whisper spread through the hall that it was Mo Lin's sword, which had been forged by 3-star spellcasters and weaponsmiths. Du Xiaofu stood behind his brothers and also looked at the sword. He was amazed and delighted, thinking that the sword looked truly powerful. Meanwhile, Ye Baolin stretched out his hand with the sword and said that they had brought this gift especially for the young hero of the Du family named Du Xiaofu. The boy was shocked by what he heard and stepped out from behind his brothers. Everyone began patting him on the shoulder as they, like the boy, could not believe what was happening. Du Zhenwu turned to his nephew and said that he should come forward and accept such a valuable gift and express his gratitude. Du Xiaofu approached Ye Baolin, held out his hands with his palms up, bowed his head, and the man, in turn, held out his hands holding the sword to him. As they stood there, Du Hao's mother commented that the boy was dressed in ordinary clothes, even though everyone knew that today was a special day. Du Hao stood behind the young man and smiled, asking if he thought he was dressed inappropriately and that it was indecent. In response, Ye Zichen looked at her father and said that a successful person should not worry about such trifles as clothing, and asked if she was right. Du Hao's mother, like his older brothers, was extremely dissatisfied that their comments had not been heard and that Ye Zichen had stood up for the guy in front of everyone. The city leader laughed when he heard his daughter's words and said that she was absolutely right, then handed the sword to Du Xiaofu and told the young man to raise his head. He then added that their family had clothing stores in the city, and that Du Xiaofu could go with Ye Zichen to pick out some clothes for him there. Du Xiaofu and Ye Zichen went to the city together, and the girl said that there were a lot of people in the city, which was quite rare. Du Xiaofu ran up to one of the stalls and admired a statuette, but the girl said that there could be nothing special in a stone city. The boy remembered that he hadn't been to the city since childhood, and the last time he had been to a store was with his father and his third brother Du, buying clothes for the new year. The girl replied that the store had been sold 5 years ago and asked how long he had been sitting at home. Du Xiaofu was upset to hear about the store. The girl also said that in recent years, the leading families of the Stone City had gained great power and even expanded their shops and restaurants. Small businesses were forced to close or come under the control of these families, and even their family had suffered. After hearing this, Du Xiaofu approached the girl and lightly tapped her on the back of the head with his fist. The girl was surprised and didn't even know what to say. The guy smiled at her and, hugging her shoulders, said that the person standing in front of him was not the Ye Zichen he knew. The girl looked up at him with her huge blue eyes and gave him a long look that conveyed incomprehension and questioning. The guy tapped her on the back of the head and said that she was a stubborn princess who hadn't let her teacher sleep for 3 days in order to win the battle. The annoyed girl asked him to stop patting her on the head, and then the boy's eyes fell on a sign for a medicine shop. He asked the girl to wait for him in the clothing store because he needed to buy some medicine, and she told him to hurry up because she didn't like to wait. The guy went into the store and saw men talking behind the counter and a woman standing nearby. In front of the other man, there were 3 sheets of paper on the table with ingredients piled high on them. Du Xiaofu placed a piece of paper with the names of herbs on the counter and slapped his hand on the counter to get the salesman's attention. The seller looked up, glasses perched on his nose, and Du Xiaofu said he needed 1 set of each ingredient on the list. The man studied the list, looked at him for a long time, and asked how many qian of each ingredient he needed. Du Xiaofu paused, hearing an unfamiliar word, and the man replied that a qian was a measure of weight for medicines, equal to 5 grams, wondering if the young man was in his right mind. Then the man realized that he had completely forgotten to ask the boy how much of each ingredient he needed to get. After thinking for a moment, he replied that he needed 1 jin of each ingredient, but he did not know that 1 jin was equal to 500 grams. The man was very surprised at the amount he was given, and judging by the laughing look on one of his employees' faces, the guy had clearly said something wrong. After a while, the man prepared some of the necessary ingredients for Du Xiaofu according to his list, and the bags formed a small pile. The man asked if the young man was buying all the ingredients to make talismans and promised to send the missing items to his home the very next day. The guy replied that he would, of course, pay in advance and said that if there were any more bags, he wouldn't be able to carry them all. The bags were tied with ropes, and he put some of them on his shoulders and carried the rest in his hands. There were so many bags that he couldn't see where he was going. Loaded down with packages, Du Xiaofu entered the clothing store where Ye Zichen was waiting for him and began to call her loudly. She was terribly angry with him. She was just choosing clothes for her boyfriend and told him to be quiet and rushed over to him. When she caught up with him, she started yelling that he was very late and that she had warned him that she didn't like to wait and dragged him into the fitting room. She pushed the guy into the fitting room along with all the bags he was carrying and slammed the door shut. The fitting room was tall, narrow, and cramped, and the guy was covered in packages on all sides and thought his end was near. The fitting room was open at the top, and the girl threw Du Xiaofu some kind of rag, but he continued to stand there with his bundles. Ye Zichen said that these were the clothes she had chosen for him, and that the guy needed to try them on and come out so she could see. Du Xiaofu said he would definitely do so, and the girl waited patiently for him near the fitting room. Then she heard the girls in the store discussing the young man who had entered, the second son of the Enhu family, who always behaved very boisterously. The guy approached the girl behind the counter and demanded that she give him the set of clothes, but she replied that she couldn't do that because the set had been reserved. In response, the guy grabbed her by the arm and started shouting that he could take whatever he wanted, including the girl, who threatened to call the owner. Ye Zichen immediately approached the counter and, turning to the young man, said that a person of his status did not need to buy things that someone else had ordered. The guy turned around and suddenly his pupils turned into hearts, his mouth stretched into a smile, and he thought it was love. The girl said that if he liked their clothes so much, he could ask them to take his measurements and order the models he liked for himself. Hearing that this was Ms. E's store, the guy grabbed her waist with his other hand, grabbed her right wrist, and invited the girl to come to his place. Du Xiaofu heard what was happening from the fitting room, jumped up to the guy, hit him on the head, and then threw him out of the store onto the street. The guy followed him out onto the street, and while he was getting up, asked if the En family had bought the Du family's clothing store. Enhu was furious about what had happened. He growled and told the guy not to dare underestimate him, then got down on all fours. Seeing this, passers-by began to scatter in fear, while Enhu smiled, revealing huge fangs protruding from his mouth. Du Xiaofu, however, did not lose his composure. He stood and looked at the guy, his gaze showing interest and incomprehension. The people scattered, and only 3 remained in the square: Du Xiaofu, Ye Zichen, and Enhu. Du Xiaofu stood next to the girl so that he could protect her. Enhu had already managed to get up by this time and was walking towards them, and behind him appeared the fiery image of a huge wolf. His ears were pointed, fangs protruded from his lower jaw, long sharp claws appeared on his fingers, and his smile resembled a real wolf's grin. Ye Zichen warned the guy that this was a special technique of En's that strengthened their defense, and Enhu rushed forward, growling that he would help the guy become a hero. When Enhu flew very close to Du Xiaofu, the guy pushed the girl standing on his right with his hand so that she would not be hit. A blow of incredible force struck the spot where the guy and the girl had been standing a second ago, and Ye Zichen screamed loudly, calling her friend's name. The full force of the blow fell on the building behind Du Xiaofu, shattering windows, breaking glass, damaging beams, and even damaging the stone wall. Du Xiaofu was unharmed. He managed to dodge by turning around and looking at the destruction. He thought about how strong his opponent was. Enhu shouted that the guy was a so-called hero since he was only running away, called him a pathetic ant, and told him to be braver and attack again. Du Xiaofu didn't need much convincing. He rushed towards his opponent, using the power of a wave attack. His opponent was taller, so the young man had to jump up and then forcefully aimed his fist straight at his forehead. However, he could not have imagined that this would not work. His opponent grabbed his wrist with one hand and struck him in the chest with the other. Du Xiaofu couldn't stay on his feet after such a blow. He flew across the street and broke a wooden bench when he fell on it. The girl ran up to him, knelt down beside him, and asked him with concern if he was all right and unharmed. She said she had been watching their fight and that Enhu had not dodged, probably because he had no doubt that the guy could not harm him. Du Xiaofu was angry about how the fight had gone and admitted that even though Enhu didn't look very smart, he was actually much stronger. At that moment, Enhu was openly mocking the guy, saying that he was so weak that he fell after his first blow. He was so busy rejoicing and celebrating his victory that he didn't immediately notice a heavy basket flying straight at him. It was a basket left behind by one of the townspeople, and it flew into Enhu's head, but he cut it in half with his hand and all the contents spilled out around him. However, he hesitated for just a second, and at that moment, Du Xiaofu ran up to him and kicked him in the head. Du Xiaofu did not take into account that the guy only had to tilt his head down so that his foot would not hit his head, which is what he did. Du Xiaofu realized he had missed, and rage and indignation boiled up inside him, so he prepared to run and try the attack again. Enhu continued to stand there smiling his wolfish smile and said that the guy couldn't hurt him even if he just stood still. Then Du Xiaofu decided to use the golden tiger technique, but he saw a huge protective ball around his opponent, who was standing with his arms crossed in front of his face. Then he accelerated and rushed towards his opponent, his fists flying back and forth faster than lightning, delivering one blow after another. However, Enhu stood unharmed, smiling openly, mocking him and shouting that it was all useless. Then Du Xiaofu thought of using another technique. He uttered a few words, and a fiery whirlwind appeared around him. The young man directed all his power at his opponent, who was caught off guard, completely unexpected that the young man possessed such techniques. Ye Ziqin, who was watching their battle, was no less surprised than Enhu by what was happening, and she exclaimed with admiration, "How fast!" A new fireball had already appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands, which he intended to send straight at his opponent again. For a split second, while Du Xiaofu was forming a new fireball, Enhu shouted that the guy was caught and rushed at him with his whole body. This time, Du Xiaofu used the furious wave palm technique, and his opponent was surprised that the guy knew how to do that and realized that he could no longer dodge. Realizing the complexity of his situation, he tried to use the storm fist technique against the boy. However, he did not take into account that Du Xiaofu still had the third-level giant wave technique in reserve, which he used at that very moment. There was a powerful explosion, and a huge fireball rose into the sky where the battle was taking place. The townspeople poured into the streets and stood there with their mouths open. They found Enhu lying in a pit formed after the explosion, and realized that Du Xiaofu had managed to destroy Enhu's golden tiger technique. Du Xiaofu and Ye Ziqin headed home. On the way, the guy noticed that his new clothes were torn and felt something in his pocket. Ye Ziqin suggested that it might be a gift from the store, but the boy decided that it looked rough and threw it away. Something hit the roof and made a noise. When he got home, Enhu found his dad and older brother together and demanded that his older brother get revenge for him on Du Xiaofu. He shouted that the boy was insolent and that by defeating him, he had shown disrespect to the An family, but his brother was calm and unperturbed. Keeping his cool, Enlong told his brother that he had been defeated in just 2 moves, and that it was no wonder the Du family had hidden the boy for 10 years, as he had become so strong. Then, after finishing his tea, he advised his brother not to bother Ye Ziqin anymore, saying she was not right for him. His brother got angry and asked if she would be right for him. Without getting up from his chair, he kicked his brother's leg with such force that he flew to the floor, only his slippers sparkling on his feet. He added that the events of the day and the injuries sustained by his brother were clear proof that his younger brother was no match for the daughter of the city's leader. Enhu, in despair, rushed to his father, fell to his knees, grabbed his hand, and begged him to sort things out instead of watching his son being beaten. And King Song, the patriarch of the En family, listened to his younger son, then turned his gaze to his older son and asked what he thought about the matter. And Long replied that attacking Du Xiaofu could damage their reputation because the boy was younger than them, and people would decide that they could not win fairly. When his father asked again if the boy thought they should leave things as they were, Enhu shouted that they could not forgive such a thing. Without letting go of his cup, En Song's younger son smiled slyly and said that of course they couldn't forgive the Du family for this. Returning home, Du Xiaofu continued his training, and this time he studied the Golden Phoenix cultivation technique. He shared his thoughts on this technique with the Golden Phoenix, who told him that he should not underestimate his abilities. Du Xiaofu remembered that in the mountains, when he first comprehended the realm of the universe, he was able to defeat the head of the monster hunters who was much stronger than him. He remembered the defensive technique used by Enhu and came to the conclusion that the techniques of masters from large families had stronger foundations. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu heard some shouting on the street, went to the window, and heard someone shouting, demanding that they hand over the guy. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu interrupted his studies, ran out into the corridor, threw open the door, and asked what was going on. One of the guards ran up to him, explaining that people gathered by the En family had come for Du Xiaofu, and there were many of them. While the guy was telling him all this, Du Xiaofu stood there looking bored and yawning, but when he heard who had come and why, he smiled and said thoughtfully, "The En family." And Song stood at the gate of the Du family estate accompanied by his sons. He demanded that Du Xiaofu be handed over to him or he promised to cause serious trouble. Du Zhenwu came out to meet him, accompanied by his brother and the masters, and asked everyone to calm down, saying that an investigation was necessary first. And Song shouted, pointing to his son, who was leaning on a crutch, his other arm bandaged, saying that Du Xiaofu had beaten him to this state. Du Renwu told his men that it seemed Qing was serious about fighting, so they would probably have to do it, but he didn't have time to finish. Du Xiaofu came to this gate, called out to his uncles, and then asked loudly so that everyone who had come could hear what he wanted from the young man. His uncle replied that Qing had come and told a story about how Du Xiaofu had beaten his son, Enhu, yesterday, and asked if this was true. The young man replied that he did not know who the young man he had fought with yesterday was. He had simply stood up for a girl who was being harassed by a scoundrel. Enhu began shaking his crutch and shouting that the guy had hit him because he was jealous, since he had a close relationship with Ye Ziqin. Du Zhenwu listened and replied that Enhu was weaker and deserved to lose, and that what happened was nothing more than a normal skirmish between young men. Du Xiaofu pointed at Enhu and said that the fight wasn't that bad, he didn't beat him that badly, and that the guy was faking it. And Qing stood up for his son, asking how Du Xiaofu dared to tell lies, and Du Renwu challenged the man to a fight if he was brave enough. Du Jixiang and the younger masters who were present had long been prepared for such a turn of events, so they immediately rushed into the attack. Du Jixiang rushed into the thick of the fray, waving his arms and legs and shouting that they had asked for it and that they would not back down because they had already found a reason to fight. And Hu also got caught up in the brawl. He was pushed several times, fell to the ground, and then someone kicked him in the buttocks. The person who kicked him was Du Hao, who laughed loudly and shouted that the guy was not the only one in the Stone City who had reached the realm of the universe. Then he walked closer to Enhu, who was lying on the ground, and kicked him again, saying that this was a lesson on behalf of the entire Du family. Du Xiaofu watched the fight and thought that some of the family members had been cruel to him just yesterday, but in front of the En family everyone stood up for him. The beaten and unavenged An family decided to leave. The father picked up his younger son, put him on his shoulder, and left, shouting that he would not forget this. Du Xiaofu was about to return to the estate when An Long called out to him, saying that he was the brother of the beaten boy, Enhu. He said that his younger brother's defeat meant nothing, and that he would avenge his brother during the competition. Du Xiaofu replied that he was in. As he left, En Long thought that the guy was only at the initial level of the universe realm, and yet, curiously, his strike was no less than that of an advanced fighter. He had already turned to leave when he remembered that he had not said goodbye. He raised his left hand and said, "See you later," and went home. Returning to the estate, Du Zhenwu went up to his study and called Du Xiaofu to come with him. Then he drank tea for a long time and studied manuscripts. The Golden Phoenix was extremely indignant that the young man had been sitting there for an hour, and his cunning uncle had not yet said a word to him. Du Xiaofu replied that this time he would have to answer for it, as he had provoked the En family, but thanks to his thick skin, he would be able to endure it all. Finally, Du Zhenwu decided that he had punished the young man enough with his silence and turning to his nephew, asked if he understood what his mistake was. In response, Du Xiaofu turned away from his uncle and cheerfully reported that he had only done a good deed by saving the girl from the criminal Enhu. A few seconds later, a huge book flew at him with such force that the chair he was sitting on tipped over and Du Xiaofu fell to the floor. This event was unexpected and unpleasant for him, and scratching the back of his head, he pounced on his uncle with the question of why he had done this to him. His uncle looked at him and replied that the mistake was that the young man had announced the relationship between the Du and Ye families too early, putting them all in the same boat, so to speak. The boy was extremely surprised by this answer. He looked closely at his uncle, ready to hear what else he had to say. For a long time, Du Xiaofu had no need to delve into the relationship between the families, but recent events have provoked a change in the rules of the game. Du Xiaofu picked up a chair, preparing to sit down, and his uncle told him that the power of the Yi family had been in decline for a long time and that Ye Baolin needed an ally. He called the Ye family's visit a performance and said that the attention given to Du Xiaofu was clear proof that the city leader was hoping for the Du family's support. Du Xiaofu shouted that he was deceiving him because no one would dare attack the Yi family as long as the Thunder Lion existed. His uncle smiled and asked if the young man was sure that this was really the case, as there was a legend that Ye's ancestor had saved the Thunder Lion and it had become his guardian. After a short pause, he added that there were also rumors that the lion had stopped growing and that the end of its life was very near. Du Xiaofu was upset to hear all this, so he became angry and irritated and shouted in his heart that such a thing was impossible. The Golden Phoenix intervened, stating that the lion was currently in a difficult stage, and considering his injury, it was not surprising that he might soon die. Du Xiaofu was deeply saddened to hear the phoenix's words. He sat down on the edge of his chair and thought about how this big fluffy creature could end up like this. Du Renwu said that after the lion's death, there would be many trophies left, and many would claim them, and Ye Baolin promised to share the trophy. Du Xiaofu asked if his uncle had agreed, and he replied that he had no choice. The boy had beaten Enhu, and the fight was an attempt to clarify their relationship. The boy was shocked by what he heard. He jumped up and shouted that he did not understand how they could divide the body of the lion that had guarded the stone city for so many centuries. Du Zhenwu replied that they did not have the blood and flesh of the demonic lion, and therefore they could lose them if they did not form an alliance with the Yi family. Then he added that after everything that had happened, the fights and today's showdown, their family could no longer remain on the sidelines and maintain neutrality. Leaning closer to the young man, he said that if they were not extremely careful, any two families could become their enemies. Then, looking into Du Xiaofu's surprised eyes, he added that it might not be two, but even three of the city's main families at the same time. He declared that their status quo in Stone City was under threat, and Du Xiaofu shouted that he could do something for his family. Du Zhenwu turned around, pointed his finger at him, and said that they needed to win the 5 clans competition and go to Thunder Lake to develop their bodies there. He added that this lake belonged to the Yi family, and that by using the blood and flesh of the Thunder Lion and immersing oneself in the lake, one could achieve many things, including a thunder body. Thunder Lake only opens once every few years, and to gain access to it, one must win the 5 clans competition. Du Xiaofu was delighted, and asked if it would help their family if the boy could get to Thunder Lake. His uncle replied that if the boy got to the Thunder Lake, he would have the opportunity to assess the condition of the Thunder Lion. If the lake was fine, he added, it meant that the lion was alive, but if it had died, it would affect the lake, but the boy could hide this by joining forces with the Yi family. The boy realized that this was his chance to help not only his family but also Yi Zichen's family, and he rushed off to train. When Du Xiaofu ran away, the man thought that he was able to defeat Enhu with just a few moves, and that he was truly his father's son. That same night, En Qingsong once again asked his eldest son about Du Xiaofu, and he replied that they had already thought everything through and made a decision. The man said that Du Renwu had acted cunningly, allowing his second brother to enter the battle but not letting his nephew, who was ready to go into battle, do so. His eldest son, En Long, replied that he really couldn't assess Du Xiaofu's level of development, and that the boy might now be the family's trump card. After finishing his tea, the father approached his son standing by the window, stood next to him, and asked if he was really sure of himself. The boy looked at his hands, his knuckles were white, and he said that he needed some time to train in solitude. He then added that before training he would force the Bei and Qing families to come out of the shadows because it was not good for them to just watch. Du Xiaofu went to prepare for the 5 clans competition in the wild mountains near the Stone City. He practiced the golden feather purification technique, repeating it over and over, and each time he did it he got better and better. During one of his attempts, the golden tower fell to the ground, and Zhen Qingchong appeared from it and began to complain that the boy was making too much noise. Du Xiaofu crashed into the rock again, and a huge fragment flew off it, flying past the boy and causing his sincere indignation. The boy exclaimed that when he performed the golden feather purification technique, he felt his body being tempered and his spirit being reborn. Then he voiced the question that had been tormenting him for a long time. How quickly would he be able to complete the first level of the golden feather purification technique? He did not immediately notice that the child had jumped out of the statue, and when he saw him, he was surprised that he had already woken up, even though he looked very sleepy. Du Xiaofu approached him, crouched down, poked his index finger on his cheek, and asked why he looked so bewildered. However, he did not expect the reaction that followed. Zhen Qingchong did the same thing, poking Du Xiaofu's cheek with his index finger. Then he grabbed the guy by both cheeks and started yelling at him, asking how he dared to cultivate the art of the golden phoenix. Letting go of the guy's cheeks, he approached him from the side and said that the fact that the guy was able to absorb the spirit of the phoenix was an incredible miracle. But that wasn't enough for him. He was also cultivating his technique, and in the end, he asked if he was a human or a bird. The guy tried to leave, but Zhen Qingchong looked at the soles of his shoes and said that if the phoenixes found out about this, the guy would not get away so easily. He exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable that a human was studying the art of phoenixes, and concluded that if the guy wasn't human, then he must be a bird. Du Xiaofu became extremely angry and told him to stop talking like that, then kicked him with all his might. Then he stood and watched with admiration as Zhen Qingchong flew far away, and the guy appreciated the impressive results of his own physical training. After a while, the boy rushed back at the same speed, returning from his not-so-distant journey to the stars. He ran up to Du Xiaofu, called him a bully, and asked if he was finally going to study the art of spells, or if he had changed his mind. Without pausing his training for a second, the boy said that he looked quite energetic and seemed to have already recovered. Zhen Qingchong said that the boy's spiritual energy was so pure that he hadn't even expected it, and was very surprised because it had helped him a lot. Du Xiaofu continued training without looking at him, and the child shouted that he demanded respectful treatment and that the guy had asked him for a favor. Du Xiaofu calmly replied that the boy had asked for a favor in return, so it could be considered a mutual arrangement. Hearing these words, Zhen Qingchong ran up to him, jumped up so that their faces were at the same level, and, out of indignation, could only say, "You." Then he promised that he would take care of the boy's training, and despite the fact that he had a little talent, he couldn't guarantee that everything would work out. Du Xiaofu calmly replied that if he failed to become a talisman caster, the boy would regret it, and then kicked him again. Zhen Qingchun fell to the ground from the kick, then got up and, burning with righteous anger, shouted that Du Xiaofu infuriated him terribly. The boy gestured and told the young man that he needed tremendous mental strength and thick spiritual veins, and asked if he had gathered the necessary herbs. Du Xiaofu was forced to admit that he had lost some of his herb supplies during the fight with Enhu, but not all of them, and there were still some herbs left in the jinn. Zhen Qingchong was very surprised to hear this, and his face reflected his doubts about the young man's adequacy. Just in case, he asked again if it was definitely a jinn. Du Xiaofu replied that some herbs were not available and the pharmacist promised to send them later, asking if they were really needed right now. He replied that these were nutrients that helped develop spiritual veins, and that he would check if the guy had a talent for working with the divine cauldron. Then Zhen Qingchong stood in the center of the figure he had drawn on the ground, began to recite a spell, rose into the air, and streams of energy flowed from him. Then he commanded the energy to rise to his head and cleanse the divine spell cauldron with the energy of qi running through his veins. When Zhen Qingchong was casting the spell, his hands seemed to be everywhere. He said he would only show it once and that the boy should watch carefully. The boy said that divine incantation cauldrons are carriers of natural qi energy, and then the cauldron rose into the air. Du Xiaofu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, and the streams of energy rushing from side to side did him absolutely no harm. Zhen Qingchong was shocked. He was sure that the energy of the divine cauldron should have struck the boy down, and he decided that he was indeed a birdman. Soon, the boy's energy began to decline, and he descended to the ground, saying that in his current state, his ability to work with the cauldron was limited. For this reason, Du Xiaofu would have to train himself, and if he turned out to be a mediocre student, he would not become a master spellcaster. The boy replied that he would try himself. Zhen Qingchong whispered that a genius would be able to figure out the cauldron in a month, so soon the boy would be begging him for help. Du Xiaofu began training. He repeated all the movements that Zhen Qingchong had shown him and rose above the ground. Streams of energy raced around the cauldron like lightning, and the boy shouted that he had succeeded. The cauldron hung into the air for a while and then exploded. Du Xiaofu cried out in despair, asking why this had happened. The boy sitting in the tree with the cat replied that even with talent and a teacher, creating a divine spell cauldron was not an easy task. After saying this, he thought about what he would do when Du Xiaofu completely gave up trying to do it on his own and came to him for help. He decided to think about it later, and that now was the time to lie down and rest, then climbed down to the ground and fell asleep. When Du Xiaofu realized that he was not succeeding, he decided to wake up Zhen Qingchong, and when he arrived, the boy asked if the young man had finished his training. Du Xiaofu told him what had happened, then knelt before him and, calling him master, asked to be taught the art of spellcasting. Zhen Qingchong smiled, looked up at Du Xiaofu with his huge eyes, and said that it seemed the boy was now beginning to understand how difficult it was to become a spellcaster. Du Xiaofu, kneeling, admitted that it was his fault and apologized profusely for being so bold and arrogant. Zhen Qingchong flew into the air so that he was above the kneeling boy and asked what they would decide about spiritual energy. Du Xiaofu, still kneeling in the same position, laughed and said that he would give the boy as much energy as he wanted. However, Zhen Qingchong said that the guy was asking him to be his teacher but didn't think to address him formally, which seemed disrespectful. Then Du Xiaofu, still kneeling, shouted that in that case, he would ask him to take him as his disciple. Then he stood up and began massaging Zhen Qingchong's shoulders, saying that he understood how cool he was on the first day they met. He praised him for being able to create a powerful cauldron and said that when he restored his body to its full glory, he would be unmatched in the whole world. Having enjoyed the compliments to his heart's content, Zhen Qingchong said that the boy had obtained the body of a golden phoenix and, although it was a stretch, he was worthy of becoming his disciple. At that moment, a whirlwind of light swirled from where Du Xiaofu and the boy were, and the boy was indignant, not immediately understanding why it had become so bright. He looked down and couldn't believe what he saw. Du Xiaofu was hanging in the air in the lotus position, and in front of him was a divine cauldron. Zhen Qingchong closed his eyes, rubbed them, and then opened them again, and then he realized that Du Xiaofu had indeed managed to create a divine cauldron. Still floating in the air and holding the cauldron, Du Xiaofu said that cauldrons behave like wild animals and absorb spiritual energy. Zhen Qingchong approached the cauldron and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the white, green, black, scarlet, and yellow energies. He realized that the young man had created a 5-color talisman. At that moment, he thought that if other talisman masters found out about Du Xiaofu, they would all come running and ask him to teach them. The young man held the cauldron together for as long as he could, and at some point said that he could no longer hold it. When the cauldron shattered into pieces, the young man admitted that he had used all his energy to create it, and was now exhausted. Hearing this, Zhen Qingchong asked if the guy had really never created a divine spell cauldron before. Du Xiaofu looked at him in confusion and replied that he had not, and asked why the teacher was asking. The teacher turned away and, after a slight hesitation, said that the cauldron created by Du Xiaofu was actually first class. The young man could not believe his ears. He was extremely pleased and asked what this meant. Zhen Qingchong lowered his eyes and reluctantly replied that he congratulated him because the boy had reached the basic level required of a combat spellcaster. Du Xiaofu did not rejoice in his victory and new skill for long, immediately asking about the masters of pills and weapons. The spellmaster replied that the boy was too greedy, but Du Xiaofu was very persistent and also promised to share his energy with him. Then he decided it was time to bargain and demanded twice as much energy as usual, to which Du Xiaofu agreed. Zhen Qingchong told the pill master that he needed the attributes of fire and wood, the weapon master needed gold and water, and the combat spellcasters needed to focus on 5 attributes. Raising his index finger, he said that greed would not work here, and that whatever goal the guy set for himself, it would be very difficult to achieve. He then added that if Du Xiaofu wanted him to teach him, he could choose any of the 3 paths mentioned. He needed to think and choose one path, and asked which path the guy had chosen, to which he replied that he was choosing all 3. Then, with a relaxed smile, he added that he did not want Zhen Qingchong to be his teacher in this matter. Hearing this, Zhen Qingchong said that crowds of geniuses were begging him to take them as disciples, and the young man was infuriating him with his attitude. He then added that Du Xiaofu had everything he needed to become a spellcaster, and one of the most important things was that he had a teacher like him. In conclusion, he said that if the boy did not share his spiritual energy, he would not receive any help from Zhen Qingchong, and he darted into the statue. After listening to this whole tirade, Du Xiaofu tiredly closed his eyes, scratched his forehead, and then thought about how quick-tempered Zhen Qingchong was. Over the next few days, Du Xiaofu constantly practiced creating a spell cauldron using his spiritual energy. He also did not forget about the technique of purifying the golden feather for physical development, which gave tangible results, and the young man's strength gradually grew. Zhen Qingchong climbed into his little tower like last time and never appeared, as if he was going to sleep in it for many centuries. Until one day, Du Xiaofu decided to inquire about him and, shaking the tower, said that he did not know what to do next after learning how to create a cauldron. He added that he had prepared all the necessary materials, but now he was behaving so badly, as if he wasn't really in the tower. The guy admitted that he had learned martial arts, had 5 attributes of a disciple, and believed that it was wrong to share spiritual energy. This time, the tower's owner couldn't keep quiet and demanded that he be given a triple dose of energy, without which he would not start doing anything, and Du Xiaofu agreed. After leaving the tower, Zhen Qingchong promised to teach the guy the Tai Yi soul spell so that he could use it to develop his own power. Filling the cauldron with ingredients, he began to explain that no one in heaven or on earth knows the source of this energy. It comes from nowhere. He said that everything in this world is generated by yin and yang, but this Tai energy has no source. He showed the young man the ingredients, how to fold his fingers, what movements to make, and after a while, a cluster of energy appeared at the level of his head. Du Xiaofu was amazed by what Zhen Qingchong had done, and he asked if taking the spiritual essence would help develop his spiritual veins. He replied that if the young man was tired of living, he could accept the essence, but given the amount of spiritual medicine, the effect would be incredible. Zhen Qingchong looked at the young man with serious eyes and said that by taking this essence directly, he risked destroying his soul. He raised his hand, and the essence followed his hand upward. Then he abruptly threw the essence into the pond, causing the water to boil. After that, he told the young man to undress, go to the river, and sit there for about 10 years, saying that then his spiritual veins would be restored. Before he could even blink, Du Xiaofu took off his clothes, threw them at him, said he was leaving, and actually went to the pond. Du Xiaofu said that 10 years was a very long time and that he should receive all his power today, but his mentor stopped him. He reminded him that the young man had promised to share his spiritual energy with him, and before the young man went to the pond, he had to fulfill his promise. Du Xiaofu called his mentor greedy and threw a clump of energy at him, to which he replied that his energy mixed with the power of the golden phoenix was simply magnificent. The young man hurried back to the pond, looking forward to diving in and filling himself up, and just as he was about to reach it, his mentor called out to him again. The boy asked what it was this time, and the mentor, gathering momentum, kicked him with both feet and said that the energy was better absorbed in the middle of the pond. He told the guy to also practice the Tai Chi technique and whispered quietly that if the guy couldn't figure out the technique, he promised to mourn him. As he submerged himself underwater, Du Xiaofu repeated his mentor's instruction to practice the Soul Tai technique and absorb energy, diving deeper and deeper. Zhen Qingchong flew above the surface of the pond, admiring how powerful the young man really was, having mastered the Tai Chi Soul technique so quickly. The next moment he realized that something strange was happening, so he jumped into the pond and swam to look for the boy. He found him at the bottom of the pond, his whole body glowing with light, streams of golden energy emanating from his heart, and he felt a strong tension from the young man. Zhen Qingchun realized that what he was seeing was what is called a spiritual battle pulse of some incredible magnitude. He swam closer and felt the spiritual seal characteristic of the spiritual pulse of only the highest masters, and then he stopped understanding what was happening. And then another realization came. The guy's spiritual veins were not destroyed, they were secretly sealed, and the question was, who could have done this right under his nose? Zhen Qingchun became very curious about who could have done such a thing to Du Xiaofu, and he swam towards him to look at his secrets. When he swam closer, he saw something huge, like a piece of rock, from which light was emanating, and, not understanding what he was dealing with, he shouted, "What is this?" Suddenly, he heard a voice telling him to stay away, or this thing would swallow him up. He turned around and saw a yellow phoenix. It turned out to be his secret bone. Hearing this, the boy laughed and said that the phoenix was very generous, allowing Du Xiaofu to take everything he had. The phoenix became angry and shouted that he did not want to do this on purpose. He just did not know that the boy's spiritual veins were so powerful. Zhen Qingchong replied that he sensed the presence of another very ancient beast in the boy's body. Then the phoenix admitted that he had fought the purple phoenix until both were exhausted, at which point they ended up in the boy's body along with his bones. He added that in helping the guy recover, the purple phoenix had been restored, and fragments of its secret bone had mixed with the guy's spiritual veins. Zhen Qingchong expressed regret that the phoenix bone had changed the young man's veins, and he really wanted to see the warrior with the Yulin seal. The phoenix began to reason and said that Du Xiaofu started at the 3rd level, and in such conditions he simply should not have had the seal. Zhen Qingchong was very surprised by the phoenix's words. He couldn't understand how and where Du Xiaofu could have gotten the Yulin seal. After a while, Du Xiaofu came to his senses on the shore of the pond because someone was licking his cheek very insistently. After waking the young man, the little tiger ran away, and he looked around, trying to come to his senses and asking what had happened to him. The spellmaster was sitting on a large rock in the pond and said that at first he had misunderstood everything, but now he had studied the young man's body. He added that Du Xiaofu's spiritual veins were not damaged. On the contrary, they were highly developed but sealed by someone, and he did not yet know who. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and asked the master what he meant by saying that the veins were sealed. Zhen Qingchong replied that the young man's spiritual veins were so powerful that he could not determine their full power, but they had been sealed since childhood by someone very powerful. This news greatly pleased the young man. He jumped up, approached the spellmaster, and asked if everything was really as he said. The spellmaster replied that it was. Then the young man realized that his spiritual veins could be sealed, which meant that someone had tried to cripple him, and the question arose as to who it could have been. This time, Zhen Qingchong smiled and said that no one knew, perhaps a powerful enemy of the family or the late great master, as weaklings were of no use to anyone. After saying this, a sly smile appeared on his face, and narrowing his eyes, he asked what the guy was going to do with all this information. Du Xiaofu replied that the elders of his clan knew nothing about it, and he didn't think the Du family was capable of dealing with such a powerful opponent. The young man closed his eyes and said bitterly that he could only rely on himself and would have to become strong enough to settle everything on his own. He immediately decided that he would help Zhen Qingchun recover, and then Zhen Qingchun would help him remove the seal. The spellmaster thought that an ordinary person would not be able to calm down so quickly, but the boy had come to his senses and made a very important decision. Without turning to the boy, he replied that the essence had helped weaken the seal, which was enough for the boy to become a successful spellcaster. Then, looking at Du Xiaofu over his shoulder, he thought with admiration that this unusual guy would be able to achieve a lot in his life. He turned to the young man and offered to take him as his disciple, promising that when he regained his former strength, he would definitely help the young man remove the seal completely. Du Xiaofu smiled broadly and replied that nothing had changed and he still did not want to be Zhen Qingchong's disciple. The master couldn't believe such insolence, turned around and as he was leaving said that the young man shouldn't expect him to teach him or help him with the seal. Du Xiaofu tried to stop him and calm him down, asking him not to be angry and adding that they could become brothers since they couldn't be teacher and student. The master was not at all prepared for such a proposal, and he asked Du Xiaofu again, who replied that if he did not want to be his brother, he could become his sister. The master was genuinely outraged by this proposal, so he advised the young man to leave him alone and quickly darted into his golden statue. So they sat there, Du Xiaofu on the ground and the master puffing away in the statue, and the young man said he was too small to be a teacher, and to be honest, he looked scary. Then a brilliant idea came to his mind. He suggested that on odd days, the master would be the older brother, and Du Xiaofu would be the honorary one, and that would be fair. 6 hours later, Du Xiaofu knelt before a huge stone with lit incense sticks and swore that Zhen Qingchong was now his older brother. He said that now they would get along with each other, the older brother would protect the younger one, and the younger one would more or less respect the older one. He added that the brothers would be together in both difficult and joyful times, and if either of them broke the oath, they would face terrible destruction and be struck by thunder. Zhen Qingchong listened to the guy again and asked what kind of nonsense this was about the older brother protecting and the younger brother only respecting. Where did the guy even get this from? Du Xiaofu put his arm around his shoulders and told him to swear the oath, since he had already agreed to be his older brother to make things easier for him. After thinking for a moment, Zhen Qingchong said that he agreed to the proposal and that now they could be considered brothers. As he was about to leave, Zhen Qingchong asked not to be called brother in front of everyone until the guy raised his level so that he wouldn't lose face. Du Xiaofu asked him not to say that anymore because he admired him after all, so Zhen Qingchong asked what exactly the guy admired. Du Xiaofu replied that he admired the fact that he had such a wonderful younger brother. Enraged by his insolence, Zhen Qingchong advised the guy to go to hell. Returning to the city, Du Xiaofu rushed through the streets, frightening the townspeople and shouting that he and Zhen Qingchun were now brothers and demanding a gift as a younger brother. He shouted that he would teach him how to make a potion that would help him master martial arts, because only by becoming strong could the guy help him recover. Du Xiaofu ran to the pharmacy, where the pharmacist immediately rushed to congratulate him, saying that he had become #1 among the masters of the younger generation. Hearing this, the young man patted the man on the shoulder and said that he had a good eye, recognizing him and determining by his appearance that he was very good. Approaching and covering his mouth with his hand, he said that the man had rushed into things, the competition had not yet begun, and for now, he needed to lie low and not talk about Du Xiaofu. But the man said that he had heard from Anlong that he had told the whole city that Du Xiaofu was at the top, and the young man asked him to tell him what Anlong had said. Then the man said that according to rumors, Du Xiaofu and Ye Ziqian were in love, their wedding was just around the corner, and Du Xiaofu had even beaten Enhu out of jealousy. Du Xiaofu listened and wondered where such a rumor could have come from, and it was quite possible that Anlong had set some kind of trap and he should hurry. So he decided to finish his business quickly and handed the pharmacist a piece of paper with notes, saying that he needed a portion of these ingredients. Taking the piece of paper, the pharmacist said that after the last visit, they had made a large profit and had updated their assortment, and he would find everything the young man needed. Once again, there was a small mountain of bags, and the man asked how Du Xiaofu was going to pay for his purchases. The young man replied that he would pay with a cash card and took out his card. The cost was 10,000 coins, but there was not enough money on the card. Du Xiaofu did not expect it to be so expensive and called the man a huckster, to which the man replied that the young man was now buying rare and high-quality ingredients. But Du Xiaofu disagreed with him, saying that there was no difference between herbs, and called the man a haggler again. At that moment, a young man and a young woman entered the store. The young man asked if the famous Du Xiaofu was poor and added that he was buying everything in the store. Du Xiaofu asked the pharmacist who they were and if they were powerful. The pharmacist replied that they were Master Bai Tianming and Lady Qing Xiaolu, both of whom had reached the level of the realm of the universe. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to Du Xiaofu's mind, and he addressed the young man and woman by name and asked if they were the ones he was looking for. The young people stood facing each other, and the pharmacist turned to Du Xiaofu and asked if he was going to fight, to do so outside his shop. Qing Xiaolu wondered how strong he was, considering that for 10 years he had been considered a fool and was completely ordinary, and it was unclear why Ye Ziqian admired him. Bai Tianming replied to the girl that he thought Anlong was lying and that Ye Ziqian was not her rival at all, but she demanded that he not insult Anlong. The guy hurried to apologize and admit that he was wrong, but the girl had already turned away from him. Du Xiaofu had been watching them from the sidelines the whole time. Bai Tianming told Du Xiaofu that he was at the top of the younger generation, but today he would show everyone that Ye Ziqian was wrong to admire them so much. Then, looking at the girl, he said that his victory would prove Anlong wrong, and that perhaps after his victory, the girl would pay more attention to him. Qing Xiaolu said that if he wanted to fight Du Xiaofu so badly, he shouldn't drag Anlong into it, and if he lost, he'd better not let her see him. Turning to Du Xiaofu, Bai Tianming threatened him that today he would show the guy who was boss, and that he should prepare in advance to beg for mercy. In response, Du Xiaofu just smiled without saying anything to the guy, thinking that this womanizer would not succeed and that these were just empty threats. Despite the pharmacist's fears, a fight broke out in his shop, shattering windows and sending the boys tumbling into the street. Qing Xiaolu rushed to them, holding her sword in her hands and thinking that Du Xiaofu was just as fast as Enlon. Bai Tianming struck first, but Du Xiaofu was able to dodge, pulling his arm back and then striking the young man in the solar plexus with a powerful energy blow. Then, grabbing the guy by the collar, he told him to leave Qing Xiaolu because she was using him, but the guy replied that he knew that himself. Grabbing Du Xiaofu's arm with both hands, he said that he himself was not at all opposed to being used by this girl. Then he jerked Du Xiaofu's arm down sharply and swung his other arm, preparing to deliver a powerful blow from above. However, Du Xiaofu was ready for this, so he managed to regroup and put up a defense by crossing his arms at the level of his face and chest. Then, while Bai Tianming was preparing to strike, he did a backflip and kicked the guy with both feet, shouting for him to surrender. Du Xiaofu's blow was so powerful that it lifted his opponent into the air. He thought the guy was really strong and could be compared to Enlong. Du Xiaofu, watching Bai Tianming fly upward, said that he was at the level of the universe, but his body was very weak, and he was like a bubble ready to burst. Meanwhile, rumors of the fight between Bai Tianming and Qing Xiaolu with Du Xiaofu spread throughout the city, and townspeople began to gather at the scene of the battle, preparing for the spectacle. On the way, people discussed the recent fight between Enhu and Du Xiaofu, and came to the conclusion that the En family might not actually be as strong as the Du family. Someone even recalled that Onlong himself had said that Du Xiaofu was the strongest of the younger generation of the 5 great families of Stone City. When they arrived at the scene of the fight, they found Bai Tianmin sitting on the ground and Qing Xiaolu standing to the side. Everyone started asking, pointing at Du Xiaofu if it was him. Bai Tianmin got up from the ground. Du Xiaofu said he had shown that he was truly strong, and that it was quite possible that Onlong would look like a loser compared to him. Then he took off his shirt and said that if he managed to defeat Du Xiaofu in battle, it would mean that he was also superior to Enlong. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that maybe if the girl saw his bravery in the fight with Du Xiaofu, it would touch her heart. However, the girl thought that Bai Tianming was much weaker than Du Xiaofu, and when the latter won, she would have to step in herself and save Onlong from him. Bai Tianming prepared to attack. He raised his hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, around which a stream of energy formed, and jumped at the guy. And now he was right next to Du Xiaofu, aiming his fist straight at him, and at that moment something happened that he could not have expected. At the very last moment, Du Xiaofu managed to dodge, jump back, and shout at the guy that it was damn slow. Then, adding that one punch wasn't enough, he lunged at Bai Tianmin with his fists, and told him he would have to take 13 punches from him. His hands flew back and forth so quickly that streams of energy followed them, and it seemed as if he had not 2 hands, but 13. The townspeople continued to watch their battle. The young man standing in a black hoodie said that the Du family's wave attack was very powerful and mighty. Finally, Du Xiaofu jumped up and sent another wave attack at his opponent's back, so powerful that it threw him into the air. Before falling to the ground, Bai Tianming rolled over several times and fell. People ran up to him, saying that Du Xiaofu had easily defeated him. Lying on the ground, exhausted, he thought that he had suffered a pitiful defeat for the sake of Qing Xiaolu, but he didn't even know if the girl would come and take care of him. Meanwhile, true to her promise to herself to free Enlong from his rival, the girl rushed at Du Xiaofu from behind with a sword in her hand. Pulling her sword from its sheath in midair, she thought that Bai Tianming had ruined her plan and asked Du Xiaofu aloud to show her what it was that made Ye Ziqian admire him so much. Hearing her question, the guy wondered how she had managed to sneak up on him so close from behind and take him by surprise. The girl wasted no time and swung her arm forward with the sword, but Du Xiaofu managed to turn toward her and crouch down so that the sword did not hit him. The girl swung her sword again, and this time it hit the spot where the guy had been standing, but he managed to jump up in time. She jumped after him, and Du Xiaofu thought that they were both at the level of the universe, but the girl moved so quickly and quietly that she was like a ghost. Before he could finish his thought, Qing Xiaolu was again dangerously close, aiming her sword at him, but the guy managed to jump aside. Then Du Xiaofu heard Zhen Qingchun's voice telling the guy to come up with some clever way or break through with force. Then he added that the girl had advantages because of her sword and techniques that used speed. Du Xiaofu mentally asked him to explain in human terms. Qing Xiaolu was preparing to attack again using the sword rain technique and thought that she might be underestimating Du Xiaofu's speed and strength after all. Dodging the girl's attack, Du Xiaofu decided to use Zhen Qingchun's advice, thinking that it might work. He could break through with force and immediately decided to start with the purification technique. And then, without giving his opponent time to recover, he immediately used the power wave technique. the power of which was able to stop the rain of swords. Since neither opponent was going to give up, the townspeople could see the confrontation between the two energies in the sky. At that moment, the young man in black was talking to his servant and saying that now was a great opportunity to deal with Du Xiaofu. The servant asked who he thought would win, and he replied irritably that the stronger one would win, which was obvious, and demanded that he not be called sir. At one point, Qing Xiaolu realized that she had lost sight of Du Xiaofu, and at that moment, he appeared to cut her sword in half. The girl was clearly not ready for such a turn of events. She was taken aback, looking at the guy in surprise, and could only utter, "My black spirit sword." Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at the girl, saying that breaking through with superior force meant using Mo Lin's sword to break a normal sword. Du Xiaofu decided that it was time to use the Qiankun bag. He took it out, placed it on his palm, made the necessary movements, and recited the spell. After that, using the power of the bag and the power of the spell, he struck the girl in the solar plexus, telling her that she had lost. From the blow, the girl fell to her knees, exhausted, thinking that one had to be very cunning to have Mo Lin's sword hidden in a bag. Bai Tianming rushed to the girl to help her, but she jerked her hand away, shouting that the guy should not even think of touching her. Du Xiaofu turned to the people and asked them to be witnesses that an attempt had been made to attack him, and that he was only defending himself. After his words, voices were heard saying that the guy was right, that someone even saw the girl attacking him from behind, and that the guy's family should take revenge. After listening to all this, Du Xiaofu replied that these were matters for the younger generation, and they would sort it out themselves without their families, while he wondered whether his uncle would punish him. Turning to the defeated, the guy asked if they despised him as much as he despised them when the losers ran to complain to their heads of families. Bai Tianming, still lying on the ground, replied that everything had been settled between them, the problem had been resolved, and he would not appeal to the head of the family. Qing Xiaolu looked at the guy angrily and said that this was the end of it. She had nothing more to say. This time he was better. However, Du Xiaofu smiled slyly and narrowed his eyes, saying that they had caused all this trouble, and how could he just end it like that? Suddenly, after these words, he brought his open palm to the girl's stomach, as if scanning it, and touched her belt. Bai Tianming reached out to stop him, saying that if he had any complaints, he should take them up with him. Du Xiaofu pushed the guy away with his foot and did not answer the girl's question about what he was up to, and then Qing Xiaolu said that she would not give in to him. When Du Xiaofu put his hand behind her belt and took out the cyanide bag, she admitted that she liked Enhu and started crying. Du Xiaofu twirled the bag on his finger and said that he didn't care who the girl liked, and that he only wanted the bag. After that, he approached Bai Tianmin and said that he should break up with the girl after all, as he had realized today that he had no chance with her. The latter refused to listen to advice, saying that he didn't want the guy rummaging through his pockets, took out his cyanide bag, and placed it on Du Xiaofu's palm. Holding both bags, which he had just obtained in a private fight, in his palm, Du Xiaofu was about to leave when Bai Tianmin called out to him. He asked why the guy was taking their bags, since no one could break into them in the Stone City, and then Du Xiaofu took out the guy's cash card and smiled. As he left, he held up the card and said that if they provoked him again, he would not let them off so easily. The girls standing in the crowd were thrilled by the fight and thought Du Xiaofu was incredibly cool and a completely different type of alpha male. The young men in black continued their conversation. The servants said that the guy lived up to his family's reputation, but their master replied that they were looking at things superficially. He told Du Xiaofu that he was strong but would not be able to defeat Bai Tianmin and Qing Xiaolu if they joined forces. He was sure that they had provoked him, and that, realizing the disadvantage of his position, Du Xiaofu prolonged the fight with Bai Tianmin, attracting attention and thus showing that he was incredibly cunning. Continuing his analysis, he said that Qing Xiaolu took advantage of the unexpected end of the fight to suddenly attack Du Xiaofu. He acknowledged that the girl was indeed very fast, and that in a fair fight, she would have struck only once, and the guy would not have been able to defeat her. However, it was the sneak attack that led her into a trap, and after Du Xiaofu used Mo Lin's sword, the fate of the fight was sealed. After listening to his reasoning, the servant asked if the young master believed that Du Xiaofu had planned the entire fight from start to finish and therefore won. He replied that he had no doubt and added that the guy had acted cunningly by turning to the townspeople to avoid accusations that he had started the fight. Then he asked if they would have hidden Mo Lin's sword and used it only at the very end if they had not planned everything in advance. One of the servants said that, according to rumors, the Ye family had given this sword to Du Xiaofu as a betrothal gift for the daughter of the city's leader, Ye Ziqin. Another added that Du Xiaofu used the sword without hesitation and treated it like any other weapon. The young master added that the guy had been pretending for 10 years and now behaved as if he was not afraid of making enemies. He was clearly up to something. He noted another ability of Du Xiaofu to open other people's bags, which indicates that he has a very powerful spellcaster behind him. When one of the servants asked if In the young master's opinion, it was possible that they and Du Xiaofu had the same motives. He covered his mouth with his hand. He ordered him to be quiet immediately and said that if Du Xiaofu had other motives, he would not try to befriend Ye Zichen. Then he ordered them to stop calling him young master on the street, but they chorused young master again. Qing Xiaolu heard the young man's words and said that he had just opened her eyes, after which she asked him for advice on what to do with Du Xiaofu. Taking off his hood, the young man thought that the girl was quite smart to ask for advice, unlike the Ye and Bai families, who were unwilling to work together. Taking off his hood, he looked at the girl and said that he had something to discuss with the Qing family, and invited the girl to go with him. At that moment, he thought that if everything went as he had planned, the women from the Yi and Bai families would not be able to escape him. Du Xiaofu returned to the store for ingredients and told the owner that he had brought money to restore the store. The owner smiled and rubbed his hands together, replying that he had just placed a bet and was able to not only get his money back but also make a profit. He pointed to the mountain of bundles of ingredients lying on the floor near the wall and asked the young man to accept them as a gift. The man told the young man that some townspeople had placed bets on their fight with Bai Tianmin and Qing Xiaolu, betting gold and money cards. He admitted that he had placed a bet and won. Du Xiaofu thought that the man had received more for a couple of bets than he had, who had fought and risked his life. The young man looked at the man and smiled. The man replied that he was a businessman, and Du Xiaofu thought that he had received the ingredients without paying any money, which was quite something. The guy hoisted all the bundles onto his back, thanked the man, and asked if he knew where the largest mountain house in the city was located. The man replied that the Bao Lai Center in the eastern part of the city was the largest gambling house in Stone City. It belonged to the Tianlin demon beast hunters, and Du Xiaofu remembered that they were more powerful than the white leopard hunters. Finally, the man decided to ask why Du Xiaofu did not put the ingredients he had bought into his Qiankun bag. This seemingly simple question caught Du Xiaofu off guard, and he honestly replied that he had completely forgotten that he had such an option. When Du Xiaofu took the ingredients and came to the forest, Zhen Qingchong attacked him for being a spellcaster's apprentice and forgetting about the spirit bag. Deeply indignant at this fact, he asked Du Xiaofu who he was now, a spellcaster, a porter, a handyman, or just a stupid fighter. Du Xiaofu replied that it was enough to scold him, that they had herbs and it was high time to start learning how to purify them. Zhen Qingchong would not let up and complained that the guy had stolen his rival's bags, which was extremely unethical, and he was ashamed of him. The guy replied that he had no other choice because he needed money for expensive ingredients, and he found this way out. Zhen Qingchong reminded the young man that he should have been more tactful and not behaved like an uneducated fool without using technique and skill. In the end, he decided that Du Xiaofu still deserved praise for how long and patiently he had waited for the opportunity to use Molin's sword. The young man laughed and said that he had simply forgotten about the sword, which was very rash and could have cost him the victory. Then Ren Qingchong said that he was going to teach Du Xiaofu the science of purifying ingredients, flew into the air, and set fire to the bundles lying on the ground. Watching the burning bundles with Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchong said that the most important thing in this matter was the incantation cauldron and control of one's power. Then he explained that heavenly punishment grass, which has powerful medicinal properties, is best purified over low heat using 1/3 of one's normal strength. As for andrographis, he pointed to the flower, saying that it has no taste and is slightly poisonous, but it will be useful in the future for cultivation to disperse spiritual power. Du Xiaofu tried to connect the information in his head that the plant dissipates spiritual energy and, at the same time, helps with cultivation. Zhen Qingchong explained that it was normal not to understand everything yet. The main thing was to have a foundation, which determined how great he could become. He added that the heirs of ancient clans begin by suppressing their cultivation, which helps to strengthen their foundation. Du Xiaofu listened to all this with great enthusiasm. His eyes lit up, and he was so inspired that he shouted that he wanted to do the same. In response, Zhen Qingchun said that the young man would be no worse than those very heirs when he left the Stone City. Du Xiaofu thought about these words and asked if he was trying to use this cunning method to get the boy's spiritual energy again. Zhen Qingchong replied that since they had sworn to be brothers, his task was to pass on all his knowledge to the young man, and what he could understand depended on his abilities. The next few days were devoted to studying techniques for purifying medicinal ingredients. Countless mistakes and several thousand coins finally led to him successfully purifying a medicine that aided cultivation. Du Xiaofu made attempt after attempt, practicing the technique of purifying ingredients, and did not even realize that he possessed the enormous talent of an incantation master. Zhen Qingchong, watching the young man's training, thought that he had spent dozens of times more time and money before achieving his first success. After purifying the medicine, Du Xiaofu began to practice the Golden Phoenix technique, which helped him to learn the effects of the medicine faster and more effectively. But it was too early to stop there. So a new cycle of medicine purification, medicine intake, and Golden Phoenix technique training began. Zhen Qingchong noted that the Golden Phoenix technique had an exceptionally good effect on the speed and completeness of the absorption of the medicine's effects. Soon, he realized that the guy was training in both martial arts and the art of spells, and instead of slowing down, his progress was only accelerating. But he was deliberately holding back his development. Without this, he would have developed even faster. He looked at the boy and said that he was disgustingly strong. In the morning, Bai Tianming was walking in the garden with his sister Bai Kaiyi and asked her to help him take revenge on Du Xiaofu, saying that he had absolutely no respect for their family. After listening to her brother's request, the girl replied that he should talk about disrespect for the family if he himself allowed himself to be used by Qing Xiaolu. She added that the girl loved On Long and that if her brother was capable enough, he should pay attention to Ye Ziqin instead. Bai Tianming said in despair that if they let Du Xiaofu get away with such behavior, it would be a stain on their reputation and people would think that they were afraid of the Du family. The girl thought about it and replied aloud that there were those in the city who expected them to do just that and put themselves at risk. Then she told her brother to stay home for a while and not get into any trouble, that one battle was not decisive and victory in the war was more important. Her brother didn't like the way his sister talked to him and the advice she gave him, so he turned away without saying a word in response. Meanwhile, at the estate of the city's leader, Ye Ziqin, she thought about how the masters of the En and Bai families were skillfully hiding and not taking any overt action. On the table lay a piece of paper with the names of young people, some of whom the girl indignantly remembered from Cao Chitai's marriage proposal. She laughed and shared aloud her joy that her father had refused him, as the engagement could have complicated everything. But then her father's voice asked how interestingly. Her father's appearance came as a complete surprise, and she shouted at him loudly that he had entered her room again without even knocking, adding that it was scary. Her father did not answer. He took the sheet with the names and said that one of the four whose name had not been crossed out would have a chance to go to Thunder Lake. Ziqin replied that this was indeed the case, but On Long and Bai Kaiyi were at the middle level of the realm and had less chance, and that they should be wary of Cao Chitai. After listening to his daughter and her arguments, Ye Baolin replied that in addition to the masters listed, they should also be wary of Du Xiaofu. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if her father suspected Du Xiaofu's family of anything. The man replied that he did not suspect the family, but Du Xiaofu himself, adding that the girl probably did not know what nasty rumors were circulating in the city about the young man. Her father shouted about his cunning plans and that he had saved her in order to get closer to the family, and he spread the rumor that Mo Lin's sword was a gift in honor of the engagement. The girl listened carefully to her father, smiled, and told him that she herself had spread the rumor about the sword being a gift for the engagement. Ye Baolin turned to her and growled so fiercely that lightning flashed, and his daughter was frightened and asked him what was wrong. When her father was put to bed and given a compress, his daughter came to sit with him, and he asked her why she was helping a stranger to the detriment of her father. Then the girl smiled, closed one eye, and said that it was her father who had decided to form an alliance with the Du family. Ye Baolin roared that he had not asked his daughter to enter into a political marriage with the young man, and what would happen if Du Xiaofu decided to seize power in the city. The girl replied that the boys' spiritual veins were not developed, that their families had always had good relation, and that the Du family needed support and would not become enemy. Then her father asked her directly why she had asked him to refuse Cao Chitai, since the young man was talented and his country could support their family. The girl shook her head, closed her eyes, and said that her father was short-sighted, and that after rejecting Yi Ziqin and Bai Kaiyi, Cao China had become engaged to Qing Xiaolu. She then added that the young man had come to the city secretly, his intentions hardly noble, seeking opportunities to gain power, and that she did not envy his future wife. Ye Baolin thought that his daughter had come up with a great idea and said aloud that their thunderous ancestor was now very weak and that the Ye and Bai families should stick together. The girl finished his thought, saying that a political marriage with Du Xiaofu was not such a bad idea, and she was sure that the young man would never betray her. Her father looked at her and said that she was becoming like her mother, beautiful and intelligent, and that her mother would be happy to see her as she was now. Delighted, the girl asked if that meant her father agreed, but he cursed and turned to leave. Then he said they would return to this conversation after Du Xiaofu defeated Cao Qitai and arrived at Thunder Lake. In the evening, Qing Xiaolu stood on the balcony and cursed Du Xiaofu, saying that he was to blame for her engagement to Cao Qitai. She remembered On Long and mentally told him how upset and angry she was with Du Xiaofu when Cao China suddenly appeared. He appeared unnoticed and caught her off guard with the question of what she was doing alone on the balcony, and the girl asked him how he ended up there. Cao Qitai smiled and reminded her that she was his fiancée and that nothing prevented him from meeting her whenever he wanted. The girl turned sharply toward him and replied with a flash in her eyes that he was well aware of the circumstances and that she had no other choice. He confirmed that she really had no choice, but that did not change the fact that she was now his fiancée, and an unpleasant smirk appeared on his face. The girl replied that if he thought he could control her because of their engagement, he was sorely mistaken, and declared that he had no right to do so. Qing Xiaolu was so angry at his sudden appearance and his tone that she swung at him, but he beat her to it and struck first. The girl screamed and fell to the floor, and when she got up there was a pool of blood on the floor, and the girl said that it was a blow of the highest level of the universe. Cao China said with a smirk that her average level was not bad for Stone City, but if she compared herself to him, she would be at the bottom of the list. He then added that it was her family who begged for the engagement, and considering that there were crowds of girls like her around him, she should know her place. He hinted that he knew about her feelings for Anlon and hoped she was smart enough to draw conclusions and think about the consequences of her behavior. The girl replied that the guy was a real devil, and it seemed that he had been pretending all this time. He nodded and said it was good that she finally understood everything. Then he approached her, hugged her, apologized for his rudeness, and promised to deal with Du Xiaofu before the meeting of the 5 clans. The meeting of the 5 families and the competition between their representatives was expected to take place soon, and the residents of the Stone City discussed who to bet on. Walking through the city, the young Du Masters discussed whether Du Hao would be able to strike Enlong in a general battle, but they would not be able to win even if the 3 of them entered the arena. Du Hao walked ahead and heard everything. He barked at them to stop praising their enemies because it undermined the fighting spirit of the Du family masters. Then he shouted out loud that those who wanted to make money should bet on him winning and reaching Thunder Lake. His brothers asked him if he really meant what he said, but he said he was confident that his abilities, Du Xiaofu's support, and his alliance with the Ye family would help him reach the finals. He added that Du Xiaofu's stupidity had turned everyone against him, and he would be forced to fight off many opponents, which would exhaust him. Smiling and squinting one eye, he said that at the right moment, he would simply turn against the guy and knock him out of the arena. The brothers were delighted with his plan, and he, already smiling victoriously, declared that he, like a wise monkey, would win while the tigers fought each other. Qing Xiaolu overheard their conversation and, unable to contain her emotions, called the younger generation extremely stupid, and they responded by getting angry. Qing Xiaolu was walking with Cao Kitai, and the girl reminded him that he had promised to take revenge on the Du family, but the guy said that there was little talent in that family. When they passed by the Du Masters, Du Hao thought that this must be Qing Xiaolu's fiancé, and that he would also take part in the competition. He shouted after them to come back, then ran ahead and turned to Cao Kitai, saying that he was hoping in vain to escape. Du Hao and his brothers came to their senses on the sidewalk. Everything around them was black with smoke, and he realized that Cao China possessed the highest level of the universe. At that moment, Du Xiaofu came out of the store. Ren Qingchong said that he would become a bad spellcaster without money, and the guy was thinking about where to get ingredients without money. Du Xiaofu went to a pawn shop and met a salesman from the ingredient store there, who asked if he wanted to pawn something or make a bet. The guy asked when he had become a moneylender, but then remembered that he was in disguise and that he shouldn't give himself away, so he fell silent. The man replied that the guy must have confused him with one of his many cousins, and asked why the guy had come to him after all. The young man replied that he had 3 bags of cyanide that he wanted to sell, took them out of his pocket, and laid them on the table. The man offered 10,000 coins for 2 bags, but said there would be complications with the bag bearing the emblem of the Stone Dragon Empire. The young man was surprised to realize that the swordswoman was from the royal family of the Stone Dragon Empire and asked if the man could take her. The man replied that he could certainly find a place to put the royal family's belongings, but the price would be different, taking into account the length of transportation. Du Xiaofu asked him to name the real price the man could offer him for the bag, and he named the figure of 10,000 coins. The young man agreed and figured that now that he had 33,000 coins, he could bet on his own victory and get twice as much. He handed the man his money card and said he was betting everything on Du Xiaofu, but the man immediately tried to dissuade him. He said that the odds on the favorites were very low, and that if the guy wanted to make money, he should bet on the underdogs. The guy figured he could make about 5 million coins by following the man's advice and bet on Bai Mei making it into the top 4. After placing his bet, Du Xiaofu went to the Du estate and immediately went to the Du council hall, where he found Du Zhenwu and the elders and asked if his uncle was looking for him. Du Zhenwu told him that something very unpleasant had happened. Cao Qitai and Qing Xiaolu had severely beaten the masters from the Du Hao, Du Yang, and Du Chong families. The elder of the Du family, Du Guanyao, added that the young man was the only one of the younger generation of the Du family to take part in the 5 clans competition. Du Xiaofu asked if his brother's injuries were serious, and Du Jishun replied that the wounds were not dangerous, but it would take 3 days for the masters to recover less than half of their strength. Du Renwu informed this king that 4 members of their family had reached the realm of the universe, but only Du Xiaofu remained because the family could not send the younger one. The young man thought that this attack had been planned and aimed at him, and asked where this Cao China had come from and whether he was from the Qing family. Du Zhenwu replied that he was the son of the ruler of the Cloud Country, and that his engagement to Qing Xiaolu was one of the steps in the conquest of power in the Stone City. The elder said that the young man could use any elixirs, take scrolls with techniques from the secret pavilion, and even use the scriptures of energy restoration. He added that he had only one request for the young man, to use all these resources to punish Cao China for what he had done to his brothers. Du Xiaofu was very grateful for the elder's trust. He folded his hands on his chest, said he understood everything, and bowed. At night, Du Xiaofu lay awake thinking that his father had fought for the family's honor before, and now it was his turn, when suddenly he heard strange noises. Rolls, jars, and tubes flew through the wall, and a voice said that they needed to quickly move everything and run before the guy spotted them. After that, Du Xiaofu saw his brothers Du Hao, Du Yang, and Du Chong, and asked why they had come here instead of healing their wounds. The guys said that they brought all this to Du Xiaofu as compensation and admitted that they could only develop by using elixirs. Du Hao said that Cao China had the highest level of the universe, and Du Xiaofu was the only one in their family who would participate in the competition. He added that they would not be able to fight alongside him, but they could share the elixirs to try to make up for their attitude towards him. Then all 3 bowed to him and asked him to win the 5 clans competition for the sake of their family, adding that they were counting on him. Du Xiaofu laughed and said that since his brothers were asking him, he had no choice but to win. While Du Xiaofu was training, Zhen Qingchong encouraged him to take care of opening the Niwang Palace and become a 2-star spellcaster. He commanded him to start by combining the head of reason and the art of Xuan, then achieve a sense of divine form, and finally open the Niwang Palace. He himself thought that it would take a master several years to reach the 2-star level, so he was surprised when Du Xiaofu did it in a couple of months. When the young man succeeded, he shared with his teacher that the power of a 2-star master was very powerful and significantly different from martial arts. His teacher replied that the powerful spiritual force of the Niwang Palace would help improve his fighting instincts by improving his reactions and accuracy. 3 days later, on the day of the competition, Onlong told his father that he was 1 step away from the highest realm of the universe. His brother Enhu added that the brothers could handle everyone by being on the same wavelength, and added that they should teach Du Xiaofu a lesson. The spectators commented on the arriving participants, among whom the An family was immediately noticed. They also discussed that, according to rumors circulating in the Stone City, the Du family would be represented by only one person, Du Xiaofu. Following the En family, the Qing family arrived, led by the head of the Qing family, Qing Zongqiang, followed by his daughter Qing Xiaolu and her fiancé, Chao Qida. On the other side was the Bai family, with the head of the family, Bai Jiru, accompanied by his son, Bai Tianmin, and daughter, Bai Kaiyi. And Qingsong turned to Du Renwu and suggested settling past grievances at these competitions, to which he replied that Du Xiaofu would perform very well. Standing next to Du Xiaofu was Du Jixiang, who said that Enhu had been beaten and that it was Enlong's turn next. He advised him to be careful because he was not as stupid as his brother. The head of the Bai family said that his children had come for guidance from Du Xiaofu. Du Zhenwu asked him to be gentler with his nephew, who had only recently started training. When Du Xiaofu told Du Jixiang that he had already beaten Bai Jiru's son, his uncle told him to focus and not to underestimate Bai Kaiyi, who was smarter and more cunning than her brother. Qing Zongqiang told Du Xiaofu that he had robbed his daughter in the middle of the street. Du Zhenwu replied that his nephew had fought alone against 2 opponents and that the victory was well deserved. Du Xiaofu told his uncle Qingchong that it was Cao China's turn, and his uncle replied that he must destroy Cao China, and the boy promised to do so. The head of Stone City, Ye Baolin, arrived at the competition venue, and shouts of greeting were heard from all sides as the participants bowed their heads. Ye Ziqin approached Du Xiaofu, greeted him, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He replied that they had seen each other quite recently. The girl added that many people had been trying to cause him trouble lately, and that today he would have a hard time because of her, and asked if he blamed her. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu laughed and said that she was not to blame, and that he did not believe that all his problems were because of her. In response, the girl asked him to turn around and then he would understand everything, and assured him that no matter how things turned out, the Ye family would be on his side. Listening to the voices, the guy heard people complaining that he was distracting Ms. E, and some openly told him to go away. It was then that the guy realized that apparently the girl was really popular in the city, and then he did something that Yi Ziqin did not expect at all. Without saying a word to her, he walked up to her, put his hand on her waist, and said that he was not afraid of trouble. Ezekiel did not know how to respond. It seemed that everyone present gasped in unison when they saw what had happened. Du Zhenwu thought that his nephew knew how to seize the moment. Yezichin grabbed the guy and asked how he dared to flirt with her in front of everyone. The guy smiled and replied that she was the one who started it. The girl said she would remember this, her face bright red with shame as she turned and ran away as fast as she could. After that, the head of the city, Ye Baolin, announced that the heads of families could take their places and he would announce the conditions of the competition. He said there was one rule. Whoever left the arena would lose. Participants could form groups and attack together, and the strongest would survive. The top 5 would receive the highest level techniques of the universe and an elixir for cultivation, and the winner would go to Thunder Lake for training. After announcing the rules of the competition, Ye Baolin raised his hands and said that it was time to begin the competition between the 5 clans. One of the participants asked if the 5 clans competition would really take place on an empty field outside the stone city, adding that it seemed a bit simple. Ye Baolin looked at the old man standing next to him. A few moments later, the old man rose first above the floor and then flew above the building. The participants stared at him in amazement, and voices were heard saying that the old man was levitating and that this ability was characteristic of the realm of the soul vessel. Someone shouted that it was Ye Quan, an expert from the Ye family. He had not been seen for more than 20 years, and everyone thought he had died. Everyone rushed to guess why he had appeared. Meanwhile, the old man hovered in the sky, stretched out his hand and began to draw something on the ground with his index finger, from which lightning bolts emanated. Then he gave the command to rise, and everyone saw a rectangle drawn with sparkling lightning bolts below. At that moment, Qing Zongqiang thought about how powerful the realm of the soul vessel was, and that perhaps the old man was the secret trump card of the Yi family. However, the head of the Yi family thought that the thunderous lion would soon meet his end if the Yi family tried to intimidate everyone by using their ancestor. Meanwhile, the old man gave the command to move forward, and a huge stone block separated from the ground and rose high into the air above the assembled crowd. Then the old man looked at the forest, raised his hand with his index and middle fingers pointing upward, from which lightning bolts shot out, and gave the command to cut. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small knife appeared and cut down several trees. He himself separated the tops and side branches from them, and after a while, a pile of smooth logs appeared. Then the logs flew to the place where there was a depression in the ground, arranged themselves around the perimeter of the site, and entered the ground. After that, the stone slab descended, and the logs passed through it, becoming supports. The old man invited all the participants of the competition to enter the arena. Du Jishun thought about how great the power of the Ye family's ancestor was, and about the difference in the foundations of their families, because the Du family had only gained strength in the last decade. Ye Baolin invited the young people to the arena and told them to be brave and not let the elders look down on them. Then Yezichin decided to go first. She pushed off from the platform where she was standing and, after a few moments, landed in the arena, saying that she was expressing her respect to her ancestor. He praised the girl, and following her, Qing Xiaolu and Bai Kaiyi jumped one after the other, pushing off firmly from the arena. Then Enhu and Enlong jumped. The old man thought to himself that if they could jump so far, it meant they had reached the 7th level of the universe. Cao China asked if the old man was evaluating their skills, and he simply walked to the arena through the air. Shouts rang out from all around that the boy could levitate. Everyone in the arena was surprised and wondered if it was possible that Cao China had also reached the realm of the soul vessel. Entering the arena, Cao China greeted the elder by placing the fist of one hand on the palm of the other and announced that he was from the Cloud Country. The elder looked into the young man and replied that Cao China's skills were very good, that he was impressed, and that the young man was a worthy heir to the Cloud Country. At that moment, Du Xiaofu thought that Cao China was most likely just using some technique to confuse his opponents. The participants took their places at the corners of the arena, and the old man announced the number of members from each family and asked if anyone wanted to take part in the competition. After these words, Du Zhenwu said to Du Xiaofu that he was the only representative of their family, and he could not let the family down. Du Hao looked at his brother and said that all the young people in the family looked up to him, and that as older brothers they had to set a good example for them. The younger brothers and sister mentioned above shouted words of support to him and asked him to give his opponents a good shake-up. Several girls held a poster congratulating Cao China on his victory. Someone shouted that she loved him, and another that she wanted children from him. Du Xiaofu thought that the guy knew how to attract attention, and that he did not possess any movement techniques and would have to rely solely on strength. And Long, watching Du Xiaofu, thought that he himself was one step away from the highest level, while the guy was only at the middle level of the universe realm, it seemed. Bai Kaiyi, looking at the guy, thought that he had some abilities and that he had probably been training for the last 10 years just for this day. Cao China, looking at the guy, thought that he was far from the average level of the universe realm, as the guy's spiritual energy significantly exceeded that level. The elder of the Ye family, observing Du Xiaofu, felt the ferocity of an ancient beast in his energy, while Ye Zichen mentally said that she believed in him. Standing on the edge of the roof, Du Xiaofu shouted to those standing in the arena, "Is Bai Mei here?" One of the girls raised her hand and replied that she was Bai Mei. The guy smiled and replied that he would protect her. The girl's older brother intervened and told the guy not to dare flirt with a girl from their family. He was supported by Enhu, who suggested teaching the guy a lesson, and Bai Tianming, who suggested dealing with Du Xiaofu and beating the guy to death. And Long suggested dealing with Du Xiaofu first, and then fighting among themselves, and Bai Kaiyi supported him. Du Jixiang, hearing these words, shouted that it was completely shameless to openly agree to attack one person together. Du Zhenwu thought that his nephew was doing something incredible because after his words, representatives of the Bai and En families would hunt him down. In turn, Ye Zichen was busy looking at Bai Mei, wondering what was so special about her, as the girl was just an empty-headed beauty. And then Du Xiaofu thought, "Look at me, everyone," pushed off from the wall with such force that stones flew, and jumped up, leaving a trail of energy behind him. The elder of the Yi family, like everyone else present, watched the guy, and the old man thought that this guy wasn't so bad after all. When the guy was not far from the arena, the old man said, "He jumps high, but landing is harder than taking off," and told him to try not to crash. Du Xiaofu landed safely, folded his hands in greeting, and said that he expressed his respect to the ancestor Yi Quan. Ye Zichen wondered why the guy had jumped so high, then realized his plan and shouted for everyone to quickly jump onto the poles. Everyone rushed to climb the wooden poles, but only Cao Chitai stood smiling, completely calm and not giving in to panic. Du Xiaofu landed on one foot, and the arena began to crack. The young man smiled and asked where everyone was running to since they had planned to attack him. Bai Mei fell and started calling for help, thinking she was about to fall down with everyone else, but Du Xiaofu managed to grab her by the hand. Holding the girl's hand, Du Xiaofu smiled, looked into her eyes, and said that he had promised to protect her, and he was keeping his promise. Watching Du Xiaofu's actions, Yi Quan thought that with just one move, the guy had managed to deal with half of his opponents. Those who were in the arena and were now flying down couldn't understand what was happening, and suddenly one of them said that it seemed to be all Du Xiaofu's doing. Yi Baolin silently watched what was happening and heard someone say that Du Xiaofu dared to descend from such a height, wondering if he was afraid. And Long and Enhu were outraged by the guy's cunning and started shouting that the entire arena was destroyed and how could the competition continue now. Ye Baolin continued to watch and thought that besides being really strong and having his own special style, the guy was also incredibly arrogant. Du Xiaofu and Bai Mei stood on one of the logs, and the young man carefully supported the girl by the waist so that she would not fall. Smiling and looking into the girl's eyes, Du Xiaofu reminded her in response to her surprised look that he had promised to protect her, and he would do so. She stood there silently, looking at him with her wide-open eyes, wondering what exactly he meant when he said he would protect her. Continuing to hold the girl, Du Xiaofu looked back to see how many opponents were left standing, and he counted at least a dozen people. Someone in the audience shouted, looking at the participants, that after Du Xiaofu's stunt, less than half of the original number of participants remained in the arena. Standing next to Cao Kitai, Qing Xiaolu thought about how, to her surprise, Du Xiaofu had destructive abilities. Yi Ziqin, standing on one of the logs, looked at Du Xiaofu with tears in her eyes and wondered why her friend had involved her family members in everything that had happened. The brothers En and Hu and En Long managed to grab the log and hang on. The older brother thought that he had underestimated Du Xiaofu and that he was indeed a strong opponent. The Bai Mei brothers were already rushing to get even with Du Xiaofu, shouting that he didn't dare to flirt with a girl from their family and that they would punish him for it. Pulling her sword from its sheath and preparing to attack, Qing Xiaolu shouted that she would send Du Xiaofu to hell for what he had done to her. But then Ye Zichen spoke up and, taking out her whip, shouted that she would be the first to fight Qing Xiaolu today. Qing Xiaolu had no objection. She drew her sword, put her right hand forward, and said that she had long wanted to know how strong Ye Zichen was. Ye Zichen gathered her whip, took up a fighting stance, and prepared to repel her opponent's attacks. Her gaze showed determination and confidence. Du Xiaofu and Bai Mei continued to stand on the log, while their opponents began jumping onto the logs closest to them, and their numbers grew. Bai Mei looked at this guy with frightened eyes. He pushed her away, and she ended up behind him so that he could protect her from attack more easily. The opponents were getting closer and closer, and there were more and more of them. Suddenly, one of them shouted that Du Xiaofu was surrounded on all sides. The opponents threatened Du Xiaofu, saying they would deal with him for daring to flirt with a girl from the Bai family. Bai Mei heard all this, her huge eyes glistening with tears, and she didn't notice how Du Xiaofu jumped off the log they were standing on. Du Xiaofu jumped onto a nearby log and lunged at the guy standing on it, shouting that he wasn't flirting with anyone and punching him in the stomach. The blow was so powerful that the guy flew through several logs and then hit the wall of a stone building. After that, Enhu, seeing how easily the guy was dealing with his opponents, shouted that everyone should attack Du Xiaofu together to defeat him. However, Du Xiaofu easily dealt with the attackers again, striking left and right, telling them to move faster and not talk. The next to declare that he would attack Du Xiaofu was Bai Tianming, while the guy was still dealing with two more opponents. Du Xiaofu was standing on a log when the two decided to attack him. The guy pressed his palms against their faces and pushed them down while maintaining his balance. The next pair of attackers were Bai Tianming and Enhu. The first guy hit Enhu, grabbed his fist and struck him with his other hand. The guy stopped Bai Tianmin by bending his arm and clenching his fist while fending off Enhu, who was wondering when Du Xiaofu had become so formidable. Enhu, having received a blow from Du Xiaofu, was surprised that his strength had increased exponentially since their last meeting, and he wondered what level his opponent was now at. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu looked cheerful and not at all tired. He asked if his opponents were ready and asked them to look at him. After these words, the guy jumped up and a golden glow appeared around him, which covered Bai Tianmin and Enhu like a wave. The guy landed back down, grabbed Bai Tianmin by the chest and Enhu by the cloak on his back, and jumped up with them. They only had time to ask what he was doing. The guy began to spin a golden energy funnel without letting go of his opponents, who screamed in fear and begged him to let them go. Du Xiaofu's opponents kept bumping into the log standing nearby until, at some point, Du Xiaofu ignored their pleas and released them by unclenching his fingers. However, the force of inertia after the funnel, with which the guys flew into the pole standing in their way, was so powerful that they punched a hole in it. Then they fell down and said together that if they had known how strong Du Xiaofu had become, they would not have even bothered to mess with him. There were cries that Du Xiaofu was very strong, and no one could have imagined that the strongest members of their families, Enhu and Bai Tianmin, would be defeated so quickly. The older generation of the Du family, represented by Du Jiqiang, was sincerely happy for their nephew, and their uncle shouted that the boy was doing well. The younger generation of the Du family was not far behind the older generation. The younger brothers and sister applauded and shouted about how strong their older brother Du Xiaofu was. Ye Baolin sat pensively. He saw that Du Xiaofu was acting without technique, his movements simple, yet incredibly powerful and extremely effective. Iquanu was delighted with Du Xiaofu's actions. He compared him to a beast in human form and suggested that little could stop him. Bai Jiru, sitting with the clan leaders, shouted for his daughter Bai Kaiyi to use the Lingbo sword formula, and he raised his hand holding the book. The girl took her sword out of its sheath, and at that moment, En Qingsong admired her strength, and even thought that she was not inferior to his eldest son, En Long. Bai Kaiyi wasted no time, stretching her arm forward with the sword and using the limbo sword technique to send an energy blast at the guy. Bai Jiru said that if she did everything right and the sword's energy reached Du Xiaofu, all the energy points on the guy's body would be sealed. Qingzong Qiang, sitting next to him, added that when that happened, no matter how great Du Xiaofu's power was, it would become completely useless. Du Zhenwu understood how powerful the limbo sword formula technique was and thought that his nephew should be as careful as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Kaiyi's energy strike cut through the log Du Xiaofu was standing on, but the guy managed to jump to another one. One after another, energy streams resembling rounded knives flew toward him, and he thought that this energy strike was pursuing him. Bai Kaiyi flew towards Du Xiaofu, sending sharp, knife-like energy streams at him one after another. Du Xiaofu tried to escape from them, running in a circle, pushing off from the logs. Each time an energy stream hit a log, it made a hole in it. Jumping from log to log, Du Xiaofu directed a counterattack of golden energy waves that delayed and knocked down Bai Kaiyi's energy streams. Still standing on one of the logs, Bai Mei thought that Du Xiaofu was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, he would not be able to give Bai Kaiyi a worthy rebuff. At that moment, Bai Kaiyi shouted that it was useless for him to do anything, that she was in control of the energy wave and that the guy couldn't escape her. Smiling, he replied to the girl that he thought it was quite difficult for her to maintain control over the energy wave. In response, the girl sent an even more powerful stream of energy and said she would see if Du Xiaofu could withstand it. Du Xiaofu decided to use the power of a shockwave against Bai Kaiyi and sent a 13-wave energy strike at the girl. Before reaching their opponent, these two powerful energy streams collided, causing a small explosion at the point of impact. Du Hao said it looked like a wave attack. His brother had added only 9 layers of waves to the wave attack, but their brother had managed to put 13 into it. Du Jishun was equally surprised. He even opened his mouth in surprise and said that it seemed they had been using the technique incorrectly all this time. Du Renwu was delighted with his nephew's abilities and said happily, "It seems that Du Xiaofu really was able to improve his wave strike so much." Realizing that she could not withstand such a blow, Bai Kaiyi chose to surrender, jumped down, stuck her sword into the ground and said that she was no match for Du Xiaofu. The young man replied that he still considered her strong, and that if the battle had taken place a month ago, he would not have been able to cope with her unusual sword technique. At that moment, Enlong, approaching from behind, thought that now he would enter the battle and show Du Xiaofu the results of his solitary training. Bai Mei noticed that Enlong was approaching Du Xiaofu from behind and was about to attack him, so she shouted to warn him. Du Xiaofu heard the cry, turned around, jumped up, and decided to use the spiritual energy wave technique, and in that moment, he was enveloped in purple energy. Du Zhenwu watched and thought that Du Xiaofu was now at the peak of the advanced level of the universe realm and was literally a few steps away from the highest level. At that moment, Bai Jiru closed his eyes and thought about how Enlong was surpassing his daughter Bai Kaiyi in terms of development. Meanwhile, the strength and power of Du Xiaofu's energy flow increased, and golden streams were added to the purple streams. Enlong decided to use the wind-piercing spear technique, and a huge purple energy spear appeared in his hand. Holding the energy spear in his hands, he rushed straight at his opponent, and soon the tip of the spear was dangerously close to Du Xiaofu. At that moment, the young man stood motionless, calmly watching his opponent as he approached him, the tip of the spear aimed directly at him. Enlong, attacking, thought he was the strongest of their generation, and was curious to see what his opponent could do against a spear aimed at his face. Du Xiaofu remained unperturbed, smiled, and said that his opponent was his older brother, Enhu, whom he had heard of and who was indeed talented. Then, still smiling, he grabbed the spear and added that if spear technique was all the guy knew, he would not be able to hurt Du Xiaofu. Enlong replied that it was created from concentrated spiritual energy, and cries rang out that Du Xiaofu had stopped the spear with just one hand. Enlong became incredibly angry, lightning flashing in his eyes, and said that it was impossible to hold the spear so easily with just one hand. Du Xiaofu, continuing to smile, asked how many more techniques Enlong had in reserve and suggested that he use them all one after another. Enlong, stunned and disappointed, lowered the hand holding the spear, refusing to believe that such a thing was even possible. Du Xiaofu, still holding the spear by the tip, commanded it to break, and immediately the spear was pierced by bolts of golden energy. When the spear exploded, the shockwave threw Enlong aside, and he had time to think that it shouldn't have ended this way. So he jumped up and rushed towards Du Xiaofu to continue the contest, his eyes burning with anger, but Du Xiaofu directed a stream of golden energy at him. His power was so strong that Enlong flew through several logs, making holes in them, and fell to the ground. Once on the ground, the young man thought that he should have been the strongest and won this competition. His father thought that Du Xiaofu's true strength might be at the highest level of the universe. Du Xiaofu's younger brothers did not hide their joy for their older brother. They shouted that their brother was the coolest and strongest in these competitions. After dealing with Enlong, Du Xiaofu turned to Bai Mei, who was still standing alone, and told her not to be afraid because he would definitely protect her. Then Du Xiaofu thought that he had already dealt with the En and Bai families, and he became curious about how Ye Zichen was doing. Suddenly, he felt someone standing behind him and heard Cao Chitai's thoughts that people like Enlong couldn't handle him, but this wasn't the end. While Du Xiaofu was surprising everyone with his skills, on the other side of the arena, in the battle between the Qing and En families, only 3 members of the 2 families remained. Ye Zichen was fighting Qing Xiaolu, and thanks to the fact that Chao China did not consider it acceptable to attack one person with 2, the girl was still in the arena. Ye Zichen decided that now was the best moment to attack, swung her whip, threw one end at Qing Xiaolu, and it wrapped around the girl's leg. Ye Zichen pulled the whip toward her, and her opponent lost her balance and began to fall, but Cao Chitai intervened and freed the girl with a spell. Then, when the guy stood between Ye Zichen and her, the girl shouted that she didn't need his help, and he said he was sure that the girl couldn't handle her. Qing Xiaolu heard this and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, her eyes looking at the guy with anger, but she did not say a word in response. Hearing these words, the daughter of the city's leader folded her whip, held it out in front of her, and declared that she would not let her rival escape. Then she threw her whip again, and Cao Chitai caught it. He suggested that the girl give in to him and surrender because, according to him, she was no match for him. Outraged by his words, Ye Zichen, without letting go of the whip, replied that he could do whatever he wanted, she was not going to give in and would still try to win. Du Xiaofu was standing on a log with Bai Mei when Qing Xiaolu rushed at him with a sword in her hand, shouting for him to try her sword. At the same time, Ye Zichen was preparing to attack Cao Qitai and also shouted for him to taste her whip. The duel between Ye Zichen and Cao Qitai began, and the girl tried different techniques to get him, angry and admiring how fast he was. The girl's whip flew and flew, but the guy constantly dodged it, and at some point the girl thought that his spiritual energy was penetrating right to her bones. At one point, Cao Qitai stopped and, smiling, addressed her, saying that he did not want to harm her and suggested that she surrender. The girl did not let go of the whip and, remaining in a fighting stance, thought about how he had the audacity to claim that he did not want to hurt her. The girl did not answer Cao China. She smiled and thought that someone was participating in the competition with whom Cao China could not compare in power. By this time, Du Xiaofu had broken Qing Xiaolu's sword and said that she had bitten off more than she could chew and, unfortunately, would not be able to swallow it. Yiquan announced that Qing Xiaolu had also fallen in the 5 clans competition, and now only 4 finalists remained in the arena. Ye Ziqin jumped towards Du Xiaofu, and Bai Mei said she was surprised by the outcome of the competition, and that Bai Mei would be among the 4 finalists. Du Xiaofu turned to Bai Mei and said that now the girl could also leave, and she said she would leave and asked the guy to be careful. Then she approached him, stood on her tiptoes, reached for his cheek, and suddenly kissed him, which confused him. A second later, she ran away so fast that only dust remained. Du Xiaofu thought that she had misunderstood his actions, and that he was not interested in her as a girl. Du Xiaofu's brothers, watching this from the sidelines, were furious. They couldn't understand how the guy had managed to win the girl over so quickly. However, judging by their expressions, Du Renwu and Du Jishun were extremely pleased with this scene and thought that their nephew was simply a handsome guy who had done everything right. Ye Baolin was outraged, steam coming out of his nose as he cursed in his mind how a boy dared to flirt with someone right in front of his daughter. Bai Jiru was no less indignant. He said that he never expected a girl from his family to stoop so low as to hang on Du Xiaofu. After Bai Mei ran away, Ye Ziqin jumped onto the log where Du Xiaofu was standing and called out his name loudly. The guy covered his face with his hands and immediately began to justify himself and ask her not to be angry because what happened with Bai Mei was just a misunderstanding. However, the girl did not even think of attacking him. She said that she had been almost wounded in the battle and asked the guy to help her take revenge on her rival. Rejoicing that the storm had passed and Ye Ziqin was not going to scold him, he thought he was ready to do anything just to avoid angering the girl. As she ran away from the arena, the girl turned around, looked at the guy with her blue eyes and reminded him that he had to win because she was counting on him. Du Xiaofu was also happy that everything turned out not so bad. He smiled at her, raised his fist, and said he would take care of it. Du Xiaofu left, and the girl went to her father, who asked why she didn't fight alongside the guy, as they would have had a much better chance of winning that way. The girl smiled and replied that Du Xiaofu and Cao China were much stronger than all the other opponents, and if she had stayed, she would only have gotten in the way. Du Jishun whispered to his brother that Du Xiaofu's opponent was incredibly strong, and that it was difficult for him to gauge the guy's level of training and skills, as it seemed that he was hiding them. Du Renwu sat seriously, listened to his brother, and replied that the guy was their 3rd brother's son, and he believed in him and that he could succeed. Yiquan wondered which of them was stronger, the young heir of Du Xiaofu, who was considered useless, or the talented adopted son of the Qing Cao family China. The old man also thought that today's battle would be one of the most important in recent years, and that its outcome would decide the fate of the Stone City. Xiao Qina stood at one end of the arena and thought, addressing Du Xiaofu, that his opponent surely knew why he was standing there and not rushing to attack. Aloud, he said, folding his hands in greeting, that he recognized his opponent as truly very strong. He then added that he had heard rumors that the young man had been considered stupid for 10 years and that it seemed that those around him had problems with their eyesight. This time, Du Xiaofu replied that his opponent's eyesight seemed to be fine and that he was indeed strong, but not just strong, he was much stronger than Cao China. His opponent did not expect this. His face contorted into a grimace, and he thought that at this stage, they should exchange compliments to express their respect. He remained silent and thought that this duel would affect the entire Stone Dragon Empire, and he could not understand why Du Xiaofu was being so rude to him. Du Xiaofu stood silently, and shouts of surprise were heard from the stands as to why Cao China was silent, and perhaps this was a sign that he agreed that his opponent was stronger. Seeing Du Xiaofu's calmness and hearing the voices in the stands, Cao China thought he should not prolong his silence and urgently say something in response to the guy. After thinking for a moment, he replied that they would find out who was stronger during the fight, and added that he had absolutely nothing against Du Xiaofu. Then, smiling and closing his eyes, Cao China said that he still had to teach his opponent a lesson for hurting his fiancée, Qing Xiaolu. Du Xiaofu, still with his arms folded across his chest, summed up that he was stronger than his opponent, that he had beaten his fiancée, and that he would soon beat him too. In conclusion, he asked if his opponent was ready to surrender, because if so, Du Xiaofu promised not to beat him. Du Xiaofu's words cut into his opponent's body like swords. After listening to him in a rage, his opponent asked if the guy had finished his tirade. But Du Xiaofu, looking like a man who had forgotten something and just remembered, said that he had one more question for his opponent. He put his finger to his forehead and, suggesting that they discuss it together, said, "Qing Xiaolu is Cao China's fiancée, so she cannot participate in the 5 clans competition." He continued that since he was participating in the competition on behalf of the Qing family, their marriage to the matriarchal girl Cao China was invalid. Cao China remained silent, while Qing Xiaolu cursed. Then Du Xiaofu added that apparently Cao China could not find a wife because he was weaker than Du Xiaofu and had to enter into a matriarchal marriage with the Qing family. Cao China became extremely angry, lightning bolts flashed, and he promised that he would make Du Xiaofu regret ever crossing his path. Du Xiaofu asked him to calm down, saying that the people in Stone City were kind and would not treat him badly because of his matriarchal marriage. Du Xiaofu's brothers, sitting in the stands, laughed and confirmed that even henpecked husbands would not be laughed at or treated badly. Watching the quarrel between his rivals, Ye Quan thought how Cao China had iron self-control, restraining himself all this time and not attacking. Qing Zongqiang, sitting in the stands with a dissatisfied look on his face, thought irritably about why Cao China had gotten involved in the argument with Du Xiaofu. Du Zhenwu noted with admiration that his nephew had a sharp tongue, unlike his father, their third brother. Du Jixiang replied that he liked this trait in his nephew, and now it was clear that Du Xiaofu and his other brothers were on completely different levels. Cao China stood on a log behind him, glowing with energy. Seeing this, Baijiru shouted that he seemed to be at the highest level of the universe. Pulling his hand back and clenching his fingers into a fist, Cao China shouted that he would now test whether Du Xiaofu was ready to answer for everything he had just said to him. Du Xiaofu also pulled his hand back and smiled, replying that the guy shouldn't freak out so much just because someone told him about matriarchal marriage. At that moment, both of them struck, and two energy waves, Cao China's blue and Du Xiaofu's gold, collided on one of the pillars between them. Du Hao shouted that his brother Du Xiaofu was only at the middle level of the universe realm, but in terms of strength, he was in no way inferior to Cao China. The energy flows dispersed, and Cao China struck again, hitting the log on which Du Xiaofu was standing, breaking off part of the log at the top. Du Xiaofu jumped back and kept his balance on another part of the log, while Cao China wondered in surprise how his opponent could be so strong. Baijiru, who was watching the fight without taking his eyes off it, said that both opponents were very strong, and each of them possessed true power. Du Xiaofu's uncle, Du Zhenwu, watched his nephew with a very serious expression and said that the boy's body was in amazing shape and incredibly strong. Ye Baolin said that the difference in the opponent's levels was obvious, but Du Xiaofu was stronger than Cao China and therefore won because of his physical strength. Cao China thought he was superior to his opponent in terms of development and trained using a special method, and he couldn't believe that he was losing to the guy physically. At one point, he suddenly realized with horror that during Du Xiaofu's attack, he felt as if he had collided with a terrible beast. Du Xiaofu stood smiling, raising his left fist, and behind him stood the figure of a huge golden phoenix. Realizing that something had to be done, Cao Qitai thought he could try to compete with Du Xiaofu in speed and decided to attack him from behind. Du Xiaofu, seeing how fast Cao China was, realized that he was going to use his speed to fight and decided to accept the challenge. He decided to attack Cao China suddenly and almost struck him, but at the last moment Cao China dodged and the guy's fist passed by his opponent. Cao China tried to fly away, but the guy rushed after him. Then Cao China turned around and their hands met, their energies clashed, and an explosion occurred. Qing Xiaolu, like everyone else watching the battle, thought that the opponents were so fast that she couldn't even see how they moved in space. Izichin, watching the opponents, realized with horror that their speed was already incredible, but it was also continuing to increase. The opponents flew between the logs, throwing energy clumps at each other, which collided and turned into small explosions. At one point, Du Xiaofu jumped onto a log, dodging his opponent's energy strike and preparing to push off and attack again. Cao China decided to take advantage of this delay, clasping his hands together and pushing off from the log faster than lightning, flying forward toward Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he directed a stream of energy at Du Xiaofu using the flower sealing palm technique and shouted that he must die. Those sitting in the stands could not believe their eyes. Enhu said that Cao China's skill was powerful and that he was developing at almost the level of a pulse. His brother, En Long, noted a noticeable strengthening of Cao China's aura and added angrily that he was now at the limit of the highest level of the universe. Their father smiled and commented that it seemed Cao China had decided to use all his power to defeat and finally deal with Du Xiaofu. Qing Zongqiang watched with a sly smile and thought that Cao China was not in vain the son of the ruler of the cloud side. He was incredibly strong, fast, and cunning. After Cao China used the flower sealing palm technique, Du Xiaofu felt the space around him begin to seal itself. The guy touched the air, and Ye Quan wondered if it was his highly developed skill or well-developed fighting spirit that allowed him to continue acting. Ye Baolin said that what he was doing resembled the fierce wave technique, but he couldn't understand why this technique was so powerful. since it was only of average level. Du Zhenwu said that Du Xiaofu would use the furious wave palm technique, but it was very different from the one practiced by the other members of the family. Du Xiaofu decided to try this technique. He struck, and a stream of golden energy broke through the shield formed after the flower-sealing palm technique. This wave pierced through space and broke through the barrier, striking Cao Qitao powerfully. He couldn't hold on and began to be knocked off the log. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, looked completely unfatigued. Smiling, he reminded his opponent that he had warned him at the very beginning and said that he was much stronger. Cao China wiped himself off and thought that his opponent was 2 levels below him in development, and that he, using the combat pulse technique, could not harm him at all. Bai Tianming shouted that this was completely insane. Du Xiaofu was unimaginably strong, and at that moment, the young man's face was contorted with anger and disappointment. Bai Kaiyi, who was sitting nearby, asked how a person with an average level of the universe realm could defeat someone who was at the limit of the highest level. Qing Xiaolu, who had been watching the battle all this time, leaning on crutches and in a state of shock, asked herself if Cao China had lost. Shouts could be heard from the stands. Someone said, "Du Xiaofu is truly victorious." Another asked if Cao Qitai would be able to continue fighting after such a blow. Cao Qitai thought that for the first time he had encountered an opponent whom he could not defeat in strength, speed, or skill. Du Xiaofu thought that his opponent probably had another trump card up his sleeve that he was in no hurry to play because, judging by his appearance, he was still holding back. Cao China lowered his hand, and a glacier began to grow on the log. He said to Du Xiaofu that he recognized that the guy was indeed very strong. Then he took off his warm cloak, threw it aside, and asked if Du Xiaofu had really hoped to defeat him, while mountains of ice grew behind him. The spectators in the stands felt a chilling cold, and someone asked why it had suddenly become so cold. Then everyone noticed the mountains of ice, and Cao Qitai stood leaning back, his eyes burning with a bright white light. Someone shouted that his power continues to grow. Watching Cao China, Du Xiaofu thought that although it seemed incredible, his opponent's true level was the initial level of the realm of the fighting pulse. Cao China had managed to grow ice spikes on his hands, and he had 2 ice balls in his hands. He declared without a doubt that today, Du Xiaofu would be defeated by him. Yi Quan, observing Cao Qitai's transformation, said thoughtfully that this guy's talent scared him, especially considering how young he was. Qing Zongqiang admitted that he was surprised that Cao China had reached such a level of development, and that he had been hiding his true level of development from them all this time. Du Zhenwu began to worry because, given Cao China's level of development, he would be able to use the power of his fighting veins, which meant that Du Xiaofu was in danger. Meanwhile, Cao China was preparing to attack, and Du Xiaofu noted with regret that his opponent's spiritual energy was also growing. Soon, everyone realized that he was using the Ice Eagle Spirit technique, and the girls began to admire him and insist that he would definitely win. Ezekiel thought that perhaps Cao China had recently reached the level of development of the realm of the fighting pulse, and that attacking with the help of the spirit was his only skill. When everything was ready, Cao China thought that his opponent's only chance to save his life in this battle was if he could dodge. He paused for a moment on his log, magnificent, proud, strong, with ice defenses and a huge ice eagle behind him. Then he laughed, his eyes burning with icy fire. Saying that it was all over and wishing Du Xiaofu death, he launched his ice eagle into the attack. Du Xiaofu stood on the log, his body pierced by fiery lightning bolts. He thought that his opponent's energy was different from what he had felt before. Preparing for the ice eagle's attack and still thinking about his opponent's energy, he thought that this must be the realm of the fighting pulse. Cao China was already flying with the ice eagle towards Du Xiaofu. The eagle was in front, and the guy was smiling, his eyes still shining with an icy light. Despite the fiery energy enveloping Du Xiaofu's body, the power of the ice force reached his body, and his opponent thought that he would not be able to withstand this battle. Du Xiaofu, trying to withstand the onslaught of the huge ice eagle, still couldn't believe that his opponent had reached the realm of the combat pulse. Continuing to resist his superior opponent, Du Xiaofu suddenly smiled, and the spectators below shouted that his aura was also growing stronger. And now, still engulfed in fiery energy, the young man looked more confidently at the ice eagle and more boldly at his opponent. Now it was Cao Qitai's turn to be surprised. He looked at his opponent and, not believing his eyes, asked if Du Xiaofu could break through to the next level. At that moment, Du Xiaofu rose into the air, the streams of fiery energy became stronger, and even the young man's aura became visible, glowing brightly in a golden color. Shouts were heard as Du Xiaofu suppressed his true powers, and then a shining figure of a huge golden phoenix appeared behind the young man. Turning to the phoenix, the guy said to himself that it was just an ice eagle, waved his hand, and streams of energy followed his hand. Du Xiaofu began to twist them into a funnel, preventing the ice eagle from breaking through. When the stream gained enough power, the guy directed it at the ice eagle. One after another, the guy directed powerful streams of fiery energy at the ice eagle, Cao China, each of them hitting their target and causing him harm. The streams of fiery energy destroyed the ice eagle's body one after another, and when Cao China realized that things were bad, he decided it was time to run away. At that very moment, Du Xiaofu grabbed him by the collar, pulled him closer to his face, and declared that he would not be able to escape so easily. With that, he unclenched his fingers and let go of Cao China's clothes. Without support, Cao China fell down, shouting insults at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pulled his hand back, and the same fiery energy poured out of it in waves as he used a wave strike technique against his flying opponent. Reaching Cao China, the wave caught him, accelerating his fall to the ground. The force of the blow was so powerful that dust rose and rock fragments flew. After the defeated Cao China fell down, Du Xiaofu also descended to check on him. He leaned over the guy and checked to confirm his guess that Cao China really did have the initial level of the combat pulse realm. Standing over his defeated opponent, Du Xiaofu listened to his feelings and realized that the guy lying in front of him did not impress him at all. Then he saw several burly men in black robes running towards them, addressing Cao China as young master. Then they flew up and shouted at Du Xiaofu that he was too cruel to their master and that it seemed he was asking for his own demise. Looking back at them and assessing the situation, the guy realized that two of them were at the level of the realm of the fighting pulse. But then his two uncles rushed to his aid. Du Renwu ran ahead a little further than Du Jixiang, shouting that they did not dare to attack a member of the Du family. The two guys in black robes and the two uncles, Du Xiaofu, met like four powerful streams of energy. Du Renwu and Du Jixun were able to protect their nephew and repel the attack of the men in black robes. When it was all over, Du Zhenwu's older uncle approached the young man and asked if he was all right. He calmly replied that he was perfectly fine. Then Du Xiaofu approached Kai China again, grabbed him by the collar, and heard the men in robes promise to kill him if he touched their master. He lifted Cao China's body up, still holding him by the collar of his shirt, and said that it would be interesting to see which of them would die first, him or Cao China. Again, there were cries of discontent. Then the guy slammed his opponent against a nearby log and asked if they still thought he wouldn't dare. They howled, and Du Xiaofu said that they had interfered in the competition between the representatives of the younger generation of Stone City and attacked someone weaker than themselves. He then added that their actions showed disrespect to those present, including the elders of Ye Quan, who were in charge of the competition. The guys in robes were discouraged by Du Xiaofu's words, and he asked if they really thought they had the right to behave like that in a foreign city. While Du Xiaofu was speaking, Ye Quan looked reproachfully at the young men but said nothing to them or to Du Xiaofu. The young men rushed to apologize, saying that they did not mean to offend anyone. They just wanted to protect their young master. Then Ye Baolin's voice rang out from above, saying that the young men were guests of their city and that the city's leaders should be more friendly and hospitable. Du Xiaofu, hearing the words of the city leader, smiled, scratched the back of his head, and calmly said that he was right and everything would be as he said. Approaching Cao China, the men lifted his body and began to discuss among themselves that in this situation, they were obliged to report everything to their master. After that, one of them threw Cao Katai's body over his shoulder, and one by one, they flew up into the sky and left the stone city. When they flew away, Du Xiaofu remained standing next to the place where his defeated opponent lay, surrounded by stones and broken logs. Du Renwu approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said proudly that he had indeed won the 5 clans competition. Du Hao and his younger brothers and sister immediately rushed to congratulate him and shouted that their older brother had done a truly amazing job. While everyone was hugging each other, Du Hao clenched his fists, raised his arms, and shouted that the day had finally come when the Du family had won the competition. Ye Ziqian also decided to join in the general rejoicing and congratulate the winner. She simply walked up and told Du Xiaofu that she congratulated him. Then she thought that after the boy entered the Thunder Lake and his body was strengthened there, he would become even stronger. At the Du estate, Du Xiaofu's father was sitting at a table in the garden, enjoying wine as usual. After everyone who wanted to congratulate him had done so, Du Xiaofu ran to the estate and announced to his father that he had won the competition between the youth of the 5 clans. Instead of congratulating him, his father simply handed him a jug and told him to try the drink, then thoughtfully said that the stone city was too small. At that time, in the N estate, the eldest son of the head was shouting that it shouldn't have happened this way. He didn't understand why Du Xiaofu and Kai China were so strong. His younger brother, En Hu, was no less upset about the family's defeat, saying that both finalists were incredibly talented, especially Du Xiaofu. Their father tried to support his son, approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and told him that he should heal his wounds because it was not over yet. He added that getting to Thunder Lake was the greatest reward, but it was nothing compared to the blood and secret bone of the Thunder Lion. His father's words cheered the boy up, and he agreed that he still had a chance and an opportunity to get the secret bone and blood of the Thunder Lion. With his spirits lifted, Anlong believed that he could still succeed, and then he would see if anyone dared to stand against him. That evening, sitting on the steps of the Qing estate, Qing Xiaolu asked her father what they would do now that their family had lost the competition. The man replied that they had only one option left, to wait and see what move the Chao family would make, and he was absolutely certain that they would not leave things as they were. That evening at the pawn shop where Du Xiaofu had placed his bet, the gambling house employee who had taken the bet told the owner of the establishment some unpleasant news. The news was that someone had bet 33,000 coins that Bai Mei would be among the top 4 winners. The owner was Bao Lai, the third master of demon beast hunters. He was so huge that even when he was sitting down, the employees were half his size. The man who took the bet said that the odds were 160 to 1 and that the establishment's current profits were not enough to pay out the winnings. Bao Lai was furious. He growled at the employees and asked if they knew who the person was who had placed the bet. One of them admitted that he had taken the bet and that the man who had placed it had hidden his face under a bamboo hat, but he was sure it was definitely a guy. After listening, Bao Lai asked if the guy had come to collect his winnings, and upon hearing a negative answer, he assumed that he was probably not from one of the 5 great families. The clerk tried to object, but Bao Lai replied that the man knew what to do and reminded him to cover his tracks if the guy came. The next morning, Du Xiaofu came with a piece of paper on which his bet was written to the pawn shop to collect his winnings and handed the paper to the clerk. Du Xiaofu was also in full disguise this time, wearing a cloak and a straw hat, and said that the winnings were large enough even for the heads of families. The clerk took the paper and rushed to congratulate the guy, saying that he had made a very successful bet and asked him to follow him to receive his winnings. The young man agreed, and they left the pawn shop, with the clerk walking ahead and Du Xiaofu following close behind. On the way, the man asked if the young man was from Shitang City. Du Xiaofu replied that this information was not important, and that the winnings could be transferred to a card. The man replied that he could not do otherwise, and if the guy turned out to be alive, he asked to be left alive for the sake of his son, but Du Xiaofu did not understand anything. However, everything became clear when the man pushed him into a stranger's yard, where the young man was immediately surrounded by a crowd of people with sticks. One of them smiled maliciously and advised Du Xiaofu to be smarter, and in the meantime they would teach him a lesson that taking money from Bai Lai was not so easy. The men were already ready to attack when the guy suddenly disappeared. They began to look around, asking each other where he could have gone. Du Xiaofu jumped out completely unnoticed behind one of them and hit him in the face, then jumped out next to another and did the same to him. Having spent only a few minutes knocking his teachers to the ground one after another, the guy became frankly bored, put his hands in his pockets, and yawned. Then he winked at them, smiled through his mask, and lowering his fist with his thumb down, said that the guys were too slow for him. Somehow coming to their senses, the attackers decided that they should deal with the guy after all and began to attack him again with their sharp stakes. Seeing the brave guys flying in different directions one after another, the employee screamed in horror that this kid was quite difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu knocked the attackers down again, while he himself remained unharmed and did not even look tired. When Du Xiaofu approached the employee, he fell to his knees before him and began to repeat that the boy was a master, just as he had thought. The boy looked at the man for a long time and asked if he had any more tricks up his sleeve, and if so, to use them all at once. At that moment, Bao Lai suddenly appeared. He was extremely angry and shouted, asking who dared to attack his house and make such a commotion. The servant, wanting to stay out of trouble, decided to hide behind his broad back and muttered something indistinct that sounded vaguely like a plea for help. The man declared that the young man owed him 5 million coins, then he would spare his life as punishment for injuring his men. Du Xiaofu replied that he had come to collect his winnings, and since the owner had greeted him in such a manner, he now owed him 10 million, and then the young man would leave peacefully. Hearing such a bold response from the young man, the man laughed and, clenching his fists, declared that whoever the boy was, he would not be able to leave on his own 2 feet. Bao Lai bent down and slammed his fist into the ground. Du Xiaofu thought that the man was stronger than Chao Chitai and was at the middle level of the realm of martial pulse. Du Xiaofu raised his index finger and said that since Bao Lai was trying so hard to insult him, he would agree to another 5 million and then leave. The servant was ready to tear his hair out. He thought that only great families had that kind of money, and he began to suspect their involvement. Du Xiaofu's words surprised and amused the man. He said, "It seems like the guy doesn't know what he wants, but he's clearly asking for trouble." Ever calm, Du Xiaofu replied that he had given Bao Lai a chance to settle everything peacefully, but the latter had rashly rejected the young man's mercy. Finally enraged, Bao Lai growled that the young man, standing on the brink of his own destruction, continued to boast shamelessly and that all his threats were just words. Seeing Bao Lai's condition, the servant began to fear for the boy's life, because the master who killed demonic beasts was strong and cruel. The man went on the attack, waves of energy streaming from his fist. Du Xiaofu stood enveloped from head to toe in bright golden fire energy. Bao Lai rushed at the young man, and his huge fist, the size of a sledgehammer, approached the young man's face and froze just a few centimeters away from it. Suddenly, the man saw a glow descending from above. He froze in surprise, holding his arm outstretched with his fingers clenched into a fist. He looked up, his eyes widening in horror. Directly above him, the man saw a huge white tiger with sharp fangs and wings. The tiger hung in the air directly above the man's head and growled at him, opening its huge mouth. The man heard the rustling of wings behind him. Unable to stay on his feet, Bao Lai fell down in front of him. Du Xiaofu appeared behind him, followed by a huge white tiger with enormous wings. The guy looked reproachfully at the man, his eyes burning with fire, and his gaze seemed to say that the guy had warned him and that the man was to blame. The appearance of the tiger caused a glow over the stone city, and everyone saw it. Ye Baolin noticed it when he went out onto the balcony of his house to look at his city. Du Zhenwu noticed this phenomenon while studying scrolls and practicing new techniques at his estate in Du. The head of the En family noticed that something strange was happening in the city. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a thoughtful gaze. Meanwhile, in the center of Bao Lai, panic broke out due to the appearance of the tiger. The soldiers of Bao Lai ran wherever they could, trying to save their lives. The tiger knocked Bao Lai to the ground and placed its paw on his chest, while he thought that the imperial scaly demon tiger could appear in their city. Bao Lai tried to fight back and strike with energy using his free hand, but the tiger pinned it down with its other paw. The tiger did not attack. It only growled and held him down so that he could not jump up, and then Bao Lai shouted that he would give up everything he had. Bao Lai's warriors stood in groups of several people, and none of them dared to confront the young man, let alone the demonic tiger. Du Xiaofu replied that the man had changed his mind too late, and that it would have been better for him to pay the bet from the beginning, and the young man would have left peacefully. The tiger dealt with Bao Lai, and his men couldn't believe it. The pawnshop employee shouted that their master, the third master, had died just like that. The tiger approached him, growled, and sprayed saliva at the man, who closed his eyes and barely held on out of fear. Then the tiger turned and flew away. When it took off, Bao Lai's fighters rushed away, but the pawnshop employee stood with his eyes closed, tiger saliva dripping down his face and clothes. When the tiger flew away, Du Xiaofu thought it was a good thing that he had asked the tiger cub to wait for him outside. With this decision, he had saved his life. Then Du Xiaofu turned to the employee and asked, in light of recent events, what the situation was with the 15 million coins. The servant covered his mouth with his hand and said that they did not have that kind of money now, only 2 million coins that they had earned from betting. Du Xiaofu put 2 fingers to the brim of his hat and said that 2 million was too little, then took off his hat and said that they now owed the guy a debt. They would have to pay it off for a very long time. When the guy took off his disguise, the employee finally saw and understood who was in front of him. After that, the man fell to his knees, but Du Xiaofu did not answer him. He heard a noise coming from outside and turned to see what it was. A second later, Du Renwu burst into the courtyard of the Bao Lai Center. He looked as if he was ready to fight anyone who had hurt his nephew. He approached Du Xiaofu and asked what the young man was doing there. Literally a few moments later, In Qingsong and Ye Baolin burst into the same courtyard. Looking anxiously at his nephew, he asked if he was all right. Du Xiaofu bowed to him and replied that he was fine and in good order. After that, the boy told the heads of the 3 families about the bet, how they tried to cheat him by not giving him the money, and how they tried to take revenge on him. Du Xiaofu also told them about the appearance of the scaly tiger, saying that it had suddenly appeared, dealt with Bao Lai, and then just as suddenly disappeared. Du Zhenwu pounced on the servant who was standing there tied up and asked how they had the audacity to cheat a member of the Du family and try to kill him. The servant could not answer, continuing to tremble all over and sweat profusely, so Du Renwu demanded an explanation from Enzongqiang. The latter, drenched in sweat from the tension, shouted that he did not understand what the head of the Du family was talking about and that their family had nothing to do with it. Yi Baolin watched Enzongqiang's reaction, and Du Zhenwu added that the Bao Lai Center was run by people from the Tianlin hunters, who were vassals of the En family. In response, Enzongqiang replied that the Tianlin hunters were not connected to his family, and thought that he would have to hand over the hunters, as the Du family would not forgive the attack. Hearing this, Du Zhenwu became extremely angry. He shouted furiously and called his servant Du Qi to give him orders. Du Qi appeared a second later. His appearance came as a surprise to Enzongqiang, who had not even sensed the young man's presence, which he found very strange. Du Zhenwu ordered the Du family warriors to prepare for a trip to the mountains of demonic beasts to exterminate the Tianlin hunters. Du Zhenwu listened and ran to carry out the order. Watching them, Ye Baolin thought that Du Xiaofu was very calculating and should not be underestimated. He had masterfully undermined the power of the En family. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he said that since the boy was fine, everything was fine, and considering what Du Xiaofu had said, he would take care of everything. And Zongqiang, who had been silent the whole time while the head was speaking, and had been standing with a serious, puzzled look on his face, suddenly turned to him. Du Xiaofu looked at the man, his gaze betraying his wariness, but he said nothing and waited for him to start the conversation. Clenching his hands and gritting his teeth, the man began to say that the sudden appearance of a demonic tiger in the city should not be ignored. After a short pause, the chief replied that he agreed completely, especially considering that they did not know where the tiger had come from or how dangerous it was. He continued that the consequences of its appearance in an enraged state could be terrible, so he asked the heads of the families to help him with the investigation. Looking toward the bushes, he said that he knew representatives of the Bai and Qing families were hiding there and ordered them to report everything to their family heads. In conclusion, he said that the most important task now was to find out whether the imperial scaly demon tiger was hostile. After everything that had happened, the Baolai Center was officially transferred to the control of the Du family because he owed a huge debt to Du Xiaofu. Sometime later, as promised by Du Zhenwu, a detachment of warriors led by Du Jishun set off for the Monster Mountains to deal with the Tianlin hunters. At the same time, Du Renwu summoned Du Xiaofu and gave him a money card, saying that it contained 6 million coins to cover his winnings. Du Wufu took the card, thanked his uncle, and said that in his opinion, the amount was too large and he did not deserve so much money. Du Zhenwu paced around the office and replied that part of the money on the card was a reward to the young man from their entire family for winning the competition and for his other achievements. Then he sat down and said that the young man had found a reason to destroy the Tianlin hunters and had also helped to seize control of the Baolai Center. Taking the card, Du Xiaofu stood thinking that the power and wealth of the Tianlin hunters could be estimated at 3 million, and for the An family it would be a significant blow. Looking at the map, the guy thought that the ingredients for his development were becoming more and more expensive, so this money had come at the right time and would hopefully last for a long time. Overjoyed, he approached Du Zhenwu, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he gladly accepted the money as a gift and would now go about his business. Du Zhenwu said he had received a message from the Yi family saying that if the guy was ready, he could leave for Thunder Lake tomorrow. After these words, Du Xiaofu suddenly became serious. The smile disappeared from his face, and his mood changed so much that his uncle noticed it. Trying to calm the young man down, he asked him not to worry, saying that it would be good if he could get information about the Thunder Lion, but the most important thing was his safety. After listening to him, Du Xiaofu suddenly became sad, and lowering his head, said that he had one more question for his uncle, who prepared to listen carefully. Du Xiaofu looked up and asked if he needed to take off his clothes while strengthening his body, as he wanted to make a good impression on the Thunder Lion. Du Zhenwu clearly did not expect such a question from his nephew. He stood there for a while thinking, but could not find an answer to give his nephew. That same evening, Du Xiaofu went to the Ye estate, where he was greeted joyfully and told that the young lady Ye Ziqin was already waiting for him. The young man decided to wait for the girl to come out and stayed outside to admire the stars. Ye Ziqin appeared suddenly, saying that he had come very early. She was wearing a turquoise dress with a red bow. She looked at him and said that she thought she would have to wait at least a few more years for his visit. Smiling, Du Xiaofu replied that of course he had come early. He couldn't do otherwise because training at Thunder Lake was extremely important to him. After hearing his words, the girl became noticeably sad. She lowered her eyes and quietly asked what was so important to him. Then, her eyes flashing, she cried out that the guy didn't understand how dangerous it was to fight masters of the combat pulse level just to earn a few coins. The guy replied that if it would calm her down, he was actually in no danger because he had deliberately left the baby tiger waiting for him outside. The girl turned away indignantly. Du Xiaofu began to justify himself, saying that he was currently studying spellcasting and always needed money. While he was saying this, something hard flew straight into his chest and hit him quite painfully. The guy didn't have time to catch it in midair. Still turned away, Yi Ziqin cried and asked why he hadn't come to her. Didn't he understand how worried she was about him? Then she ran away so fast that only her ribbons fluttered behind her, expressing her hope that when the guy was at the lake, some lightning would strike him hard. After the girl left, Du Xiaofu finally realized to look at what had flown into him, and he saw that it was a small red box. When he opened the box, he saw a golden ball inside that was glowing in all directions and a note folded into several layers. The guy read that the elixir increases resistance to lightning if consumed before entering the lake, and at the end of the message it said that he didn't need to force himself. Du Xiaofu smiled as he reread the note over and over and looked at the shining golden ball with the elixir, thinking of Ye Ziqin. Du Xiaofu went to the Thunder Lake, about which he knew only that it belonged to the Yi family, and opened only once every few years. When the young man entered the building, the moon was shining in the sky, and he remembered that the lake contained some of the Thunder Lion's blood, which helped masters temper their bodies. Entering the hall with columns, Du Xiaofu did not expect to see a huge door in the middle of the room that stood without any supports. The guy was surprised and wondered why there was only a door here. He walked around it on all sides and made sure that there was nothing to support it. Still lost in thought, he decided that since he had come here, he must pass through this door to continue on. So he boldly approached the door, grabbed the handles, and opened both parts of the door at the same time. A stream of silvery light poured out of the opening. Where he entered, lightning flashed brightly, and the guy closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand to protect them. Still, he thought he should take a look, so he opened one eye, cautiously looked around, and thought about the powerful energy around him. The guy was standing on a rocky shore, and in front of him was a huge lake with turquoise water, the surface of which was pierced here and there by flashes of lightning. Unable to hide his joy, Du Xiaofu approached the edge of the shore and said, "So this is the thunderous lake," kneeling down and stretching out his hand. He reached out his finger toward the water when suddenly an electric shock struck him. The guy recoiled and thought, "This is why Ye Zichen told me not to force myself." Then he remembered the elixir the girl had brought him, took it out of his pocket, threw it into his mouth with his thumb, chewed it, and swallowed it. In the next moment he took off his shirt, ran, jumped into the thunderous lake, and immediately dove to the bottom. At that moment, Ye Zichen climbed onto the roof of the house, looked at the full moon, and thought about how Du Xiaofu was doing at the Thunder Lake. She looked pensive, realizing that it was up to Du Xiaofu alone how much he could gain from the lake and how he could develop his body. The boy continued to dive into the lake, and at some point the water became thick and heavy, making it increasingly difficult for him to move forward. Despite this, he continued to swim and suddenly felt the water begin to swirl into a vortex, and in the center of it, he saw a cluster of lightning bolts. Du Xiaofu did not know what to expect on the lake, but the behavior of the water slightly discouraged him, and he wondered why the lake had suddenly become so powerful. From the depths of the lake, in the center of the vortex, lightning rose toward him. It was thicker at the base and became longer and thinner the closer it got to the young man. When the lightning seemed to have gathered all its power, it struck the young man in the stomach. He only had time to fold his arms in front of him, trying to protect himself. A golden energy ball formed around him, protecting him from the lightning strikes. Du Xiaofu thought he was incredibly lucky that Ye Zichen had given him the elixir, otherwise the lightning bolts would have incinerated him long ago. Convinced that the flying lightning bolts were unable to harm him, he remembered that he had come here to strengthen his body and decided not to waste any time. He stood in the center of the protective sphere, placed his feet shoulder-width apart, folded his hands in front of him in a namaste position, and said to himself, "Let's begin." While Du Xiaofu was at the stormy lake, Qing Zongqiang received the unpleasant news that his hunters, Tian Lin and Du Zixun, had indeed been destroyed. Furious, he shouted that he would wipe the smug expressions off the faces of Du Zhenwu and Du Jishun, and that he would not let them get away with it so easily. For several days, Du Xiaofu had been continuously at the bottom of Thunder Lake, sitting inside a protective space, practicing body development techniques. In this lake slept the Thunder Lion, whose secret bones and blood were incredibly valuable, and which the participants of the 5 clans competition so desperately wanted to obtain. While it slept, purple energy spheres rose up from it, striking lightning bolts here and there, but suddenly the lion awoke and opened its eyes. At that time, the ruler of the Cloudy Country ordered the Qing family to immediately inform him of any changes at Thunder Lake. Thinking aloud, the man said he did not expect that in the stone town there would be a strong master who would dare to wound his son, Cao China. Then he grinned and added that if anything happened to Thunder Lake, he would get to the Thunder Lion, and his power would grow even more. Clenching his fists and smiling contentedly, he finished his thought by saying that in that case, the Stone City would belong to him. The warriors standing behind him, their eyes shining with a cold light, said in unison that they were ready to capture the Stone City for their master. Meanwhile, it was already the 7th day of Du Xiaofu's stay in the waters of Thunder Lake and the 7th day of his body development. All this time, the lightning bolts did not harm the young man. He felt his bones, blood, and all the meridians of his body filled with the power of electricity. During these 7 days, his body had changed, and the water in the lake had become so dense that even when moving his arm, the young man felt as if he were moving several tons. At one point, he noticed that a crack had formed in the protective sphere, which was growing very quickly, and lightning began to penetrate the sphere through it. Noticing the stream of lightning rushing towards him, Du Xiaofu folded his arms across his chest, thinking that he could protect himself that way, but the lightning pierced his arm like a dagger. Du Xiaofu shuddered so hard that the feeling of being pierced was intense, and suddenly another powerful lightning strike pierced his body. The guy arched his back and screamed. and now the entire tower was engulfed in lightning, with several more bolts of lightning descending on the tower from the sky. Yezichin saw the lightning shaking the tower, and at that moment thought that the stronger the electric current, the greater the effect of tempering the body. The girl was worried about Du Xiaofu. She glanced at the tower and, wanting to support the guy, mentally asked him to hold on. Du Xiaofu was still in the stormy lake when suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He smiled to himself and thought that it was quite interesting. An idea came to his mind, and he decided to try using the golden feather purification technique while standing in the lake, which he did. 2 days later, in the evening, Ye Zichin was sitting on the terrace eating cookies and looking at the moon when her father came out onto the terrace and said that 9 days had already passed. The man shared with his daughter his memories of how a member of the En family once managed to stay in the stormy lake for 7 whole days. Hearing this, his daughter ran up to him and asked if the previous record was 7 days and Du Xiaofu was still in the lake. Then he had broken the previous record. After thinking for a moment, Ye Baolin replied that Du Xiaofu had not been able to show his full strength in the competition and that the young man was actually stronger than they could imagine. After a moment's thought, he continued, "The power hidden within this young man could be either a very good sign or a very bad one," but he was unable to finish his sentence. Their attention was distracted by the roar of the demonic lion of Thunder Lake. Ye Baolin became alert, and Ye Zichin opened her mouth in surprise. An energy vortex of lightning began to swirl around the tower, and the lightning became much less intense, with only a few streams continuing to flash from the very top. Ye Baolin froze. He understood that something was happening on the lake, and then a thought occurred to him. Their thunderous ancestor was no longer able to hold on. Days passed, and Du Xiaofu was still in the depths of the Thunder Lake. During this time, his body had developed, and he began to train his spiritual foundation. His body had transformed into that of a young man, and he was able to gather the spiritual energy of the Thunder Lake and condense it so that it could fit in his palms. The spiritual energy of the lake was powerful and could not remain in a condensed state for long, exploding right in the young man's hands and filling his body. Then there was another explosion, and the young man's aura turned a delicate pink color, and he flew out of the water like a ball and soared above the surface of the lake. Du Xiaofu landed on the shore of the lake, his body pierced by streams of energy. His first thought was that he was close to a breakthrough, but something had gone wrong. Trying to understand what had happened to him, he asked the question that had been bothering him. Why had the power of the Thunder Lake's lightning suddenly become so weak? Then his eyes widened with sudden insight, and he thought that perhaps it was because of him that he had drained all the power of the lake's thunderbolts. The lake had indeed become calmer, and the boy heard a voice saying that he was human, but that he sensed the energy of a demonic race within him, which was unusual. Du Xiaofu asked who was talking to him, and then another thought came to his mind, and he said, "Perhaps you are Mr. Thunder Lion." The lion replied that the guy was absolutely right, and added that he felt he would not last very long and would like to fulfill the guy's wish during that time. Then he fell silent, and suddenly a stream of purple energy poured down on the guy, as powerful and huge as a waterfall. The lion told the guy to continue his development and strengthen his spiritual foundation, while the stream of energy continued to pour down, and lightning pierced the guy's body. Then the stream took the form of a spiral, the energy began to swirl, and Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in it. Somewhere on the Du estate, a little demon tiger cub sat on the balcony, looking at the moon and waiting for his friend Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's father was sitting there too. He told him to stop thinking about the boy, praised the little tiger's pedigree, and predicted a successful future for him. The roar of the demonic lion lasted 3 days, growing quieter and weaker, and notes of discontent and helplessness could already be heard in it. Ye Baolin also noticed that the 5 great families of the Stone City had changed their usual behavior. They all seemed to have frozen and were behaving extremely quietly in anticipation. The streets were deserted. The inhabitants of the Stone City were afraid to leave their homes and go out into the streets, and the city began to look abandoned. Ye Zichin watched this tower one day and saw that the lightning had turned purple and created something like a dome that covered the tower. The girl was deeply saddened. She suddenly realized that their thunderous ancestor had sacrificed himself for the sake of his family and the city, and she couldn't believe that things had gone so far. Realizing that something terrible was happening to the Thunder Lion, Ye Baolin gathered his fighters, and they lined up in the courtyard of the city leader's house, ready for battle. Soon, Qingzongqiang arrived at Ye Baolin's gate on his wolf and addressed the head, saying that something important was happening in their family, and they had come to help. The mayor laughed and said that he knew about Qingzongqiang's intentions, and that he did not need to pretend and make himself look foolish. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his warriors in the courtyard, ready to fight, Ye Baolin demanded that everyone who had come out. After his words, Qingzongqiang's allies began to appear. The first to arrive was In Qingsong, riding his demonic bear, accompanied by his army. Following him to the gate on a huge bull with a ring in its nose was Bai Jiru, followed by his daughter Bai Kaiyi and their army. They all lined up in front of the gates of the estate of the head of Ye Baolin, dividing into 3 groups, and saw lightning above the tower, but they all stood and waited. Looking at the 3 armies standing in front of the gates, Ye Baolin said that, in his opinion, it was not easy for the heads of families to wait so long for an opportunity to attack. At that moment, Du Jishun came to his brother and reported that the heads of the 3 families had turned against Ye Baolin, and he had come to ask for advice on what they should do. Du Zhenwu replied that he did not want to interfere, especially not involving the whole family, but now they had no other choice because Du Xiaofu was still at the lake. After these words, Du Jijun asked if his brother thought that his nephew was delayed at the lake because the Ye family, distrusting them, had taken the boy hostage. His brother replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but they couldn't stay on the sidelines, and Du Jixiong went to prepare for his performance. Meanwhile, En Qingsong made a proposal to Ye Baolin. If he gave him the demonic lion, he could remain the leader of the Stone City. Ye Baolin listened without interrupting, and the man continued, saying that the head must give up the secret bone of the Thunder Lion, and the great families would divide it among themselves. After listening to this tempting offer, the city leader replied that it was extremely surprising to him that this time the En and Bai families had decided to act together. Bai Jiru decided to intervene and told everyone that sometimes you have to make difficult decisions, and he advised Ye Baolin to accept the offer. Xingzongqiang interrupted him and shouted that as an intelligent person the head should assess the situation. Their family had ruled the city for a long time, and it was time to change that. In response, Ye Baolin told him that it was a pity, but none of the family heads present were good enough to hold this position. After these words, Xingzongqiang became even angrier. He raised his sword and threw a stream of energy at the city leader. The latter did not wait for the blow to reach its target and put up a defense from his own energy stream, and when they collided, they flew apart. At that moment, Du Jixiong suddenly appeared, saying that it was very noisy here and that they seemed to be a little late. Behind him, warriors carried the Du family flag, and in front of him rode Du Renwu on a huge bay dragon, and cries of, "The Du family has finally arrived," could be heard. When the Du brothers approached the Xingzongqiang family's estate, Xingzongqiang rode closer to find out whose side they were on and to determine the balance of power for himself. Although he assumed that the Du family would oppose them in alliance with the Ye family, he still decided to make sure by asking them directly. Bai Jiru remained silent, but En Qingsong thought that the arrival of the Du family provided an excellent opportunity to get rid of them as well. Upon arriving, Xingzongqiang immediately asked Du Zhenwu if they really intended to support the Ye family. Dismounting, Du Zhenwu replied that he was a resident of the city and could not allow it to be drowned in blood, and that he intended to contribute to its well-being. Hearing this, En Qingsong shouted that it was foolish to equate the Du family with other families, as their family had only begun to gain power in recent decades. Du Renwu replied that, according to his information, the ancestors of the Du family had lived in the Stone City long before the En family appeared there. Du Jishun supported his brother, saying that if one were to truly examine the history of the families, the In family's claims were indeed ridiculous. And Zongqiang then simply boiled over, shouting that the Du family had asked for it themselves, but he remained where he was. Ye Baolin approached Du Zhenwu to greet him and thank him for taking his side, adding that their family was indebted to the Du family. Du Zhenwu responded to the greeting and said that formalities could be set aside, as it was important for him to know if his nephew Du Xiaofu was all right. Ye Baolin replied that his nephew Du Xiaofu was fine, and that the boy was still at Thunder Lake. He then added that he himself had stayed there and had already broken the record for the longest stay, and that this progress would be the greatest in the history of Stone City. Everyone heard Ye Baolin's words and was extremely surprised, unable to believe that Du Xiaofu had really broken the record for the duration of physical training. At this time, on Thunder Lake, Du Xiaofu continued to train his spiritual energy while standing in the energy circle. He also decided that it would be useful to use the golden feather purification technique, which greatly enhanced his existing spiritual energy. At some point, when the power of his spiritual energy was at its limit, Du Xiaofu stood up and the image of a golden phoenix appeared behind him. Feeling the power, Du Xiaofu bent down and struck the ground, knocking out a fountain of golden energy. At that moment, he thought that this was the highest level of the universe. Then he stood up and thought that the bones in his body had been reborn, and the purification of the golden phoenix feather had reached the second level. Du Xiaofu decided that coming to Thunder Lake had indeed been useful, and if he had met Chao China now, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. The energy of the golden phoenix burst forth, and the sentence was finished by a little boy with glowing eyes who said that he would destroy Chao China with a single kick. The golden phoenix in Du Xiaofu's body laughed heartily at his own joke, so much so that at one point his sides ached. Du Xiaofu heard a cough, and the lion said that he never expected to see the energy of the golden phoenix at the end of his life, let alone in a human body. The guy replied that he would like to thank the Thunder Lion for his help and support in developing his body and spiritual energy. Du Xiaofu looked at his hands engulfed in purple flames, and at that moment, the young man realized that these discharges were caused by the power of the demonic lion. The young man rushed to look around, hoping to see the Thunder Lion who, it seemed, was helping the younger generation break through. The voice replied that the young man was right and added that he had little strength left, then asked how a person could develop using the technique of a demonic beast. Du Xiaofu replied that it was a long story and that it was inconvenient to tell it now, while the guy kept looking around in the hope of seeing the lion. The stone slab behind him rose, and the voice said he could come in and tell his story, that it would be very pleasant to talk to someone at the end of his life. Standing at the gate of the estate, Ye Qingzong was indignant that Du Xiaofu had broken the record for tempering the body in the lake, and it seemed that his potential was truly enormous. The man thought that if the guy could finish the tempering, his strength would increase dramatically, and the Du family could not be allowed to become so powerful, as it would be dangerous. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a huge warrior in armor with maces in his hands, who appeared with the words, "What power could there be in a small town?" His appearance was unexpected, and the man added that if they continued to gossip, it would be an opportunity for them to experience the wrath of the Cloud region. His words were followed by action, and a few seconds later, the spirit of a dark, fiery demon wolf appeared behind him at the level of a battle pulse. Someone said, "It looks like it's the master from the Cloud region," and the stranger, preparing to attack, replied, "He wants to see how the Yi family will resist." Everyone was in a state of shock. No one expected his appearance, and he, engulfed in flames of energy, jumped towards Ibaolin with the desire to destroy him. However, he did not have time to attack from above, as a powerful stream of purple energy struck him, sending him flying backward, both maces flying in different directions. The warrior did not expect such a response, and a helmet that came from nowhere slid over his eyes, preventing him from seeing anything. He shouted, "Who is here?" Everyone looked up and saw Ye Quan descending, who declared that although the stone city was small, there was no place for strangers in their city. Ye Baolin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He and Ye Zichen folded their arms in front of them, bowed their heads, and said that they welcomed their ancestor. The warriors of Qingzongqiang's allies shouted that Ye Quan had reached the realm of the soul vessel and that he was the trump card of the Yi family, and now they had presented him. Looking at Qingzongqiang, Ye Quan said that their family had defended the city for many generations and he could not imagine that traitors would dare to let enemies in. Qingzongqiang listened silently to his ancestor, and Baijiru was also silent, but En Qingsong smiled to himself and thought that Ye Quang's appearance was very timely. Another surprise was that two powerful energy streams, one yellow and the other light green, shot up into the sky from the crowd. A few moments later, the green stream took the form of an old man. It was En Hong. According to legend, he had spent 7 days on Thunder Lake. The yellow stream turned into another old man, and someone shouted that it was Bai Wei, the master of the Bai family, whom everyone had long considered missing. Ye Quan's eyes lit up, lightning flashing from them, and his hands also turned into lightning. Green and yellow streams swirled on both sides. At one point, the three streams intersected. There was a powerful explosion, and all three energies mixed together on the ground, and people struggled to stay on their feet. The explosion raised columns of dust, and the people below had to turn away and cover their faces with their hands to protect themselves. Ibaolin stared intently at the sky with a worried look and watched the battle between the most powerful ancestors of the city's three families. En Hong and Bai Wei, having regained their human form, stood shoulder to shoulder and prepared for a new attack on Ye Quan. He raised his left hand and said that the attackers had chosen a strange way to repay the kindness of the Thunder Lion who had protected the city and its inhabitants. Bai Wei said it was none of their business, and En Hong added that the Ye family had been at the head of the Stone City for too long and that now was the time for change. Du Zhenwu, standing below, thought that each of these families had their own secrets that had been kept for centuries, and that his family seemed to be lagging behind everyone else in this regard. Their attention was drawn to a man who appeared in the sky and said that there were so many masters in the Stone City and asked to be allowed to join them. Several warriors raised their swords and shouted blessings to the Lord of the Cloud region, who then turned to the ancestors of the En and Hu families with a proposal. He suggested joining forces because he was sure that without his help, the two of them would not be able to cope with Ye Quan, and they agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Ye Quan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with purple lightning, and said that since they had all decided, it was time to stop talking and start fighting. The Lord of the Cloud region seemed to have been waiting for these words. He jumped down, carrying with him an avalanche of golden energy. Bai Wei raised his hands and gave the command to manifest the spirit of the ice bear that tore through the air. It immediately appeared behind him and growled. And Hong spread his arms wide and summoned the spirit of a thunderous demonic condor, which appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. The three of them, shoulder to shoulder, pounced on Ye Quan, opening up a barrage of energy fire, while the ancestor of the Ye family stood alone against them. After the battle began in the sky, En Song raised his left hand, signaling his warriors to begin their attack on the ground. He shouted at Du Zhenwu, saying that today, En Song would wipe him and his family off the face of the stone city, but Du Zhenwu was already prepared for the attack. When En Song jumped at him on his bear, Du Zhenwu ordered his family's disciples to join the Ye family and defend the city from enemies. Ye Ziqin shouted to the disciples of the Ye family to defend the city, even at the cost of their own lives. Bai Jiru shouted, commanding his soldiers to attack and deal with the Du and Ye families, and Qingzongxiang echoed him, ordering his men to do the same. Shocking events followed these commands as the three armies rushed to attack the Yi estate, carrying out the order to deal with the Yi and Du families. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu entered the cave of the Thunder Lion, the entrance to which had unexpectedly opened up for him in the rocks, and gasped in surprise. He saw before him a thunderous demonic lion of incredible size, around which purple energy spheres flew. The young man folded his hands in greeting, expressed his respect to the Thunder ancestor, and hastened to thank him for his help at Thunder Lake. The lion replied that this help was not even worth mentioning and reminded him that he was tormented by curiosity as to how a human could learn the techniques of the golden phoenixes. Du Xiaofu replied that he himself did not know the answer to this question, but that one day he found himself on the verge of death, and after he woke up, he became what he is now. Lev replied that many amazing things happen in the world and warned that if the phoenixes found out about him, they would surely pursue him even to the ends of the earth. The lion looked down at him and said that he was an amazing person, his talent one of the two greatest he had encountered in the Stone City. Then, leaning toward the young man, the thunderous lion asked directly if he wanted his blood and secret bone to become even stronger. Du Xiaofu lowered his head and said he didn't know who could refuse such a treasure, but his ancestor had devoted his entire life to this city and its protection. Then the guy added that his family lived in the city and prospered thanks to the Thunder Lion, and he didn't understand how he could do that to him. The lion laughed, then said he had talked him into keeping him company, and now it was time for the guy to leave and join the slaughter outside. Du Xiaofu had been at Thunder Lake for many days, and therefore did not know that at that very moment, the Yi estate was under attack. A terrible battle raged in front of the estate. The elder of the Du family, Du Quanqiao, lay on the ground, his left hand pinned to the ground by someone's foot. In front of him, the elder of the En family, En Luo, stood smiling and repeating that Du Quanqiao was a decrepit old man and was no longer capable of anything. Du Zhenwu and Du Jixiang were fighting when they heard that their elder was in trouble. They both turned around and saw him lying on the ground. The elder of the En Luo family was already raising his leg to kick, laughing loudly and shouting that he wanted Du Quanqiao to die. At that moment, the sky above them opened up and a portal of purple energy appeared. The fighters looked up and saw Du Xiaofu in the center of the portal. Ye Ziqin, who was also participating in this battle, looked at the guy in admiration and said that it was spiritual energy. She recognized it was Du Xiaofu. The young man descended, enveloped in a persistent spiritual energy, but then something happened that neither Du Xiaofu nor those present expected. The elder of the En Luo family kicked the young man right in the face. Du Xiaofu flew several meters, tearing up the stone ground beneath him and leaving a trench. When he stopped and remained on all fours, there was complete silence, and no one dared to break it for a long time. Everyone began to ask each other if it was Du Xiaofu. His uncles were upset and shocked and looked as if life had left them. Yi Ziqin was happy to see Du Xiaofu. She hoped that staying at Thunder Lake would help him develop his body and increase his strength. Then Du Xiaofu jumped up, caught up with En Luo, grabbed him, and shouted that he was ruining the guy's appearance, which was how he made his money, and that he was just jealous of him. While Du Xiaofu was dealing with En Luo, Du Quanqiao stood up, dusted himself off, and began to cough, trying to get the young man's attention. When Du Xiaofu turned to him, the old man said menacingly that it seemed he had left the Thunder Lake. He replied that he had successfully completed the body tempering. Then the guy saw that the elder was injured and asked what had happened to him, and the elder stood with his hand down, on which Du Xiaofu saw traces of damage. En Luo said that he had heard that the young man was incredibly talented, but since he was not a member of the Un family, the old man could not spare him. Du Quanqiao rushed to the young man, asked him to retreat, and said that he was at the peak of the advanced level of the combat pulse realm. Du Xiaofu thought that his opponent was much stronger than Cao Qitai, and said aloud that it seemed that it was he who had wounded the elder Du Quanqiao. The young man stood in front of the elder to shield him, while En Luo's flame had already grown much larger, and he prepared to attack. To everyone's surprise, Du Xiaofu said he was not going to retreat, asked the elder not to worry, and raised his index finger. A second later, a beam of fiery energy appeared from his finger, which he directed at Enluo's shoulder. The beam gradually expanded and burned through the elder's shoulder. The old man screamed and grabbed his shoulder, unable to comprehend how this was even possible. Yezichin and the boy's uncles were also extremely surprised and stood there with their mouths open. Du Xiaofu decided that he could use the violent wave that had engulfed the elder when he tried to escape against him. He ran away and tried to understand if the boy had made another breakthrough, and then decided it was time to ask for help and began to ask Uncle Enhong to save him. Despite the elder's pleas, the boy did not stop pursuing him with his furious wave palm while continuing to monitor the situation around him. And then he saw Enhong floating in the sky, who said that he had heard a lot about the guy and was definitely impressed by his talents at such a young age. He then added that he had a proposal for the young man. If he let Enluo go, the old man would agree to spare his life and release Du Xiaofu's family. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment, then, to the old man's surprise, laughed and said that it was incredibly arrogant of him to promise to spare the boy's life. Having said that, Du Xiaofu intensified the flow of fiery energy that had already damaged Enluo's shoulder so much that the flames burned everything. Du Guangxiao thought that Du Xiaofu had gone mad to do such a thing in front of Enhong, who shouted that the young man was now doomed. Suddenly, Baiji's feathers fell to the ground, and Enqingsong noticed them as they rushed on their demonic beasts. First, everyone heard a terrifying roar, and then they saw an open mouth with huge fangs and saliva spraying in all directions. Then an incredibly large white demonic tiger with powerful wings landed on the ground and stood next to Du Xiaofu. The tiger growled, and the bear fell to the ground in fear and bowed before it. Enqingsong himself said that this was the very tiger that had killed Bao Lai. Someone said it was unbelievable that Du Xiaofu was the master of a soul vessel level monster, and someone else added that it was an imperial scaly demon tiger. Enhong couldn't believe that this was really the case, and he was only interested in how the Du family had managed to subdue a monster of such incredible power. Enqingsong tried to attack while sitting on his bear, but the tiger jumped, and the bear, frightened, jerked to the side, throwing off its master. Enhong rushed at the tiger and struck it with a stream of bright red energy. The tiger struck him with a stream of golden energy, and their energies collided. Du Xiaofu said that he was leaving Enhong at the tiger's disposal and allowing him to deal with him. He himself went to deal with the troops standing in front of Ye Baolin's house and began to spin a funnel of golden energy. Enqingsong was about to rush at the guy, but Du Renwu intercepted him and said that he could no longer treat the Du family with superiority. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu was knocking down Enqingsong's fighters one by one. Seeing the situation, Enqingsong shouted that the young man must be stopped. Du Xiaofu saw two powerful energy beams, one bright blue and the other bright pink, and turned to see where they were coming from. A short distance away, he saw a girl in pink clothes with a bright pink aura and a man dressed in armor and plate mail with a bright blue aura. The girl raised her hands, began to laugh, and made circular movements with her hands, telling the guy to go to his sister. The man knelt on one knee and struck the ground with his fist, causing the rock beneath his hand to break and stones to fly upward. Du Xiaofu's head spun, everything swam before his eyes, and he decided that it was some kind of very powerful illusion. Then he realized that something was wrong with him when suddenly the rock beneath him began to grow, and the guy rose high into the air and hung on the rock. After that, the girl in pink shouted that now was the time to attack the guy, that they needed to do it together and with all their strength, and they ran at him. The girl struck first, but the guy managed to withstand the blow. He began to wave both arms, twisting streams of fiery energy and sending them at the girl. The man attacked next. Du Xiaofu fought back and felt that he could not use the power of the Golden Phoenix techniques and found himself in a losing situation. His opponents, noticing that the guy was getting tired, decided to combine their energy and send a joint reinforced energy strike at him. The young man's uncles began to call out to him, trying to warn him of the danger, but Du Xiaofu said he could no longer hold back. He remembered the stone coffin in the Du Estate crypt and his spiritual energy training at Thunder Lake, and his whole body lit up with a bright fiery light. His opponents were surprised when, following this, the young man's eyes lit up with white flames and fiery energy began to swirl around his body. Then it seemed as if this fiery energy simply pierced through the young man's entire body and then burst out. Then there was an explosion, and the fiery energy scattered everywhere, throwing the attackers far away from him. Even the brothers Du and Enqingsong, who were fighting at the time, were distracted and lowered their swords to see what was happening. Enhong also saw what had happened to the guy and saw that his aura had turned golden. He exclaimed indignantly that this boy was messing with them again. He yelled, addressing him by name, and Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled a smile that conveyed incredible power and superiority. Du Xiaofu's spectacular appearance and successive victories significantly boosted the morale of the Du and Ye family disciples. However, the boy's victories had the opposite effect on the morale of the opposing armies. They became afraid, and panic settled in their ranks. The ruler of the heavenly realm was enraged by his victories and thought that since this one man had been able to change the course of the entire battle, he needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yaquan raised his hand and unleashed a stream of purple energy at his opponent, who activated his combat formula and struck Yaquan with a red stream. The streams collided, and neither was willing to give up. Both were incredibly strong, and each hoped to outsmart the other and win. But suddenly, Master Baiwei came to the aid of the Cloud Ruler with his soul vessel level development. The Cloud Ruler was incredibly happy that help had arrived. He laughed and wished the Ye family to go to hell. They joined forces with Baiwei and struck together, but they underestimated their opponent, and the Cloud Ruler realized that something had gone wrong. Yaquan decided it was time to use the Thunder Seal technique. He raised his left hand, and a stream of intertwined lightning bolts burst into the sky. The stream shot upward, growing and expanding until it reached the heavens, then changed direction and struck the ruler of the Cloud Realm standing below him. The latter was unable to withstand such powerful energy. The rocks beneath him crumbled, and the ruler of the Cloud Kingdom found himself under a pile of stones. Seeing this, Baijiru decided to take advantage of the situation. He turned to his disciples and called on them to destroy the traitors from the Qing and En families and the enemies of the Cao family. The words of the head of the Bai family so inspired his disciples that they immediately grabbed their swords and rushed to carry out his orders. Du Xiaofu, watching everything that was happening, decided that there was an agreement between the Yi and Bai families that they would act together. The phoenix in his body decided to be sarcastic and said that in such situations it was unclear who to fear more, an unknown enemy or a treacherous ally. Qing Zongqiang, hearing what Baijiru was saying about him, rushed at him, calling him a scoundrel and saying that he had betrayed all their agreements. Baijiru grabbed his sword and began to fight back, saying that it was not for his comrade to talk about treachery, since he had let enemies from the Cloud region into the city. Ye Baolin heard their conversation, and now everything fell into place for him, and it became clear who the traitor was. He decided that it was time to end all this. Ye Baolin was about to strike Qing Zongqiang with a wave when his hand was stopped by a bright green beam whose owner was unknown to the man. Then Ye Baolin saw a young man hanging in the air in front of him, surrounded by waves of green energy. It turned out to be the ancestor of the Qing family. Qing Siping and Qing Zongqiang bowed to him, greeted their ancestor, and thanked him for saving their lives. Upon hearing the name Qing Siping, Baijiru did not believe that he was alive and said that he had died 50 years ago at the hands of the purple demonic phoenix. Yaquan, upon hearing about the ancestor of the Qing family, said that he was famous even before him and that he had been training all this time, and his power knew no bounds. The ruler of the Cloud Kingdom thought that none of those present would be able to defeat Qing Siping, even if they all joined forces. Qing Siping decided to warm up for a while, stretching and limbering up his bones, thinking that after so many years, his time had finally come. Then his attention was drawn to Du Xiaofu. He said that the young man had an unusual talent, and added that the Qing family had not produced a worthy rival for him in a long time. He suggested that the young man marry Qing Xiaolu, uniting the two families into one large one, and then he promised to help the young man's development with all his might. The ruler of the Cloud region said that the Qing family had been hiding their masters, using his family as bait, and now they were giving Du Xiaofu his son's bride. Qing Siping turned to him and replied that if his son were not Qing Xiaolu's fiancé, he would not even be allowed to set foot in the Stone City. Then, looking at him, he said to get out of his city with all his warriors, because the internal affairs of the Stone City did not concern him. He became very angry and said he would remember how the Qing family had treated him and how the Stone City had welcomed him, and told his soldiers that they were leaving. Du Xiaofu and Qing Siping stood together and watched as one after another, the Cloud Ruler's warriors soared into the sky with red arrows and flew away. Then Qing Siping smiled mischievously and looked at Du Xiaofu with his huge blue eyes and asked if the boy had thought about his proposal and what he had decided. Du Xiaofu bowed low to the elder, apologized to him, and replied that he was not interested in the offer. Qing Siping decided to teach him a lesson, and since Du Xiaofu was still standing bowing, the elder hit him on the back of the head with his green wave. When Qing Siping attacked Baijiru and Du Renwu rushed to the young man's defense, they also got a beating from their ancestor Qing. Du Jixiang pulled him aside and said that they would deal with it themselves and that Du Xiaofu needed to run away from there. Rising above the ground, Qing Siping spun the energy, giving it speed and increasing its power, and threw it at the attackers. Du Xiaofu was wounded. Qing Siping descended, approached, bent down, and said that those he could not use were no different from dirt to him. He then added that he particularly disliked those who could potentially harm his family, and he simply got rid of them. Having said all this, he directed a powerful wave at Du Xiaofu's knee and broke it. The guy fell, screaming in pain. After that, the ancestor of the Qing family soared into the sky, leaving circles of energy behind. while Du Xiaofu's tiger was already waiting for him on the ground below. When the guy came down, the tiger prepared to attack him, but he noticed and turned to him. Du Xiaofu shouted, warning the tiger of the danger. Qing Siping jumped on the tiger's back, grabbed its wings, and calling it useless trash, tore off both of its wings. The tiger roared in pain and the ancestor laughed. Then he soared into the sky, rising high enough to be above the tiger, and using the power of the heavenly thunder account, immobilized the tiger. After that, Enhong confronted him with his thunder shield and lightning cover techniques, while Bai Wei confronted him with his snowstorm wall and ice shield techniques. They were confident that these powerful spiritual defenses would help them resist Qing Sipin and protect them if he decided to attack them. Seeing this, Qing Sipin said that they could make him worry if they were at the peak of their power at that moment, but not now. Rising high into the sky, he threw a huge stream of green energy from there, which shattered the defenses built by the masters. Qing Sipin said that for some reason their defense had become very fragile, called them a bunch of useless old men, and laughed at his own victory. Then he added that he had been waiting for this moment for more than 50 years, and that everything that remained of the Thunder Lion should belong to him and him alone. Suddenly, feathers rained down from the sky. Qing Siping heard someone's footsteps, and a voice telling him that he was not worthy of the Thunder Lion's legacy. The ancestor turned around and said that Du Xiaofu surprised him more and more. He asked if the boy thought he could stop him. Then, flying up again, he asked if Du Xiaofu thought he had enough strength to fight him for what remained of the Thunder Lion. Du Xiaofu, walking with the tiger and placing his hand on its back, replied that Qing Siping had no right to take what remained of the Thunder Lion just as he did. Turning to all the participants in the battle, he said that no one in the Stone City had the right to take the secret bone and blood of the Thunder Lion. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he continued, saying that the Thunder Lion had spent all its strength protecting the Stone City for several centuries, guarding them from external enemies. It was to him that all those gathered in the entire city owed their peaceful lives, the fact that they lived and could fight each other for power. He had already shouted that now, when the Thunder Lion was dying, they were fighting for the right to obtain its bones and blood, and they felt no shame. It was disgusting. All those present listened thoughtfully to Du Xiaofu's words, bowing their heads, and when Du Xiaofu passed between them and approached the gate, no one stopped him. Turning around so that everyone could hear him, he said that he might be weak, but when he was at Thunder Lake, the Thunder Lion had blessed him. And anyone who wanted to get to the Thunder Ancestor would first have to fight and deal with Du Xiaofu. And if he survives after that, he promises to find and punish anyone who attacks the lion so severely that it can no longer be reborn. Ye Quan listened to the young man standing next to Ye Ziqin, put his hand on the girl's shoulder, and said that the disciples of their family were still very far from Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's uncles all heard this. Du Jixiang told his brother that their nephew was truly the son of their third brother, and that this was how the men of the Du family should be. It seemed that everyone had forgotten about Qing Siping, but he reminded them of himself by shouting that if the guy wanted to die so badly, he could easily grant his wish. He rose into the sky and dropped a whole waterfall of green energy on Du Xiaofu. The guy stood with his head raised and bravely met the rushing force. Qing Siping's energy flow was so powerful that the rocks on which Du Xiaofu stood shattered, and the fragments sprayed upward like a fountain, covering the guy. Izichin, who had been watching everything that had happened, could not hold back her cry. She began to call out the boy's name loudly, and tears streamed from her eyes. Qing Siping rejoiced after what he thought was his victory over Du Xiaofu, believing that there were no more obstacles standing in his way to becoming the Thunder Lion. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that it had high hopes for this child. Looking around, he couldn't find anyone who was talking to him. It was the Thunder Lion. Even while in the Thunder Lake Cave, he could see what was happening near the Yi family estate and decided to intervene. Completely unexpectedly for Qing Siping, Du Xiaofu rose from under the rubble of the rocks, and a whirlpool of purple energy swirled around him. The Qing family's ancestor tried to fight back, but lightning bolts pierced his body one after another, and he thought he needed to run. The purple energy picked him up and lifted him up. For a moment, this ball of energy writhed, then there was an explosion, and Qing Siping was finished. Yi Baolin and Du Renwu, standing nearby, said in unison that it was the Thunder Ancestor and smiled at each other. Ye Ziqin, delighted that Du Xiaofu was alive and Qing Siping was destroyed, also said with tears in her eyes that it was the Thunder Ancestor. Purple energy arrows rained down from the sky, and a voice said that there would be no mercy for the enemies of the Stone City, and that everyone would answer for their actions. And Hong did not escape retribution either. He also received his share of thunder energy, which pierced a hole in his chest. Qing Zongqiang and En Qingsong, along with their warriors, also paid for their deeds. The Qing and En families, considered among the strongest, were destroyed. The joyful news that the Thunder Lion was still alive and that those who had attempted to destroy the Stone City had been crushed to dust spread like wildfire. After the victory, Du Xiaofu, with his uncle Du Renwu, and Ye Ziqin, with his ancestor Ye Kuang, went to the cave to see the Thunder Lion. Ye Kuan looked at the lion with regret and said that his battle with his enemies was his last burst of energy and that the rest of his life could be measured in days. At that moment, Du Xiaofu heard a voice saying that the Thunder Lion had simply been poisoned and could be healed. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu rushed out of the cave, where he saw Zhen Qingchong. He grabbed him by the cheeks and asked how he dared to show his face to him. He asked why he hadn't responded. Zhen Qingchong calmly replied that after the Thunder Lake he was recovering his strength, which is why he didn't answer the call. Du Xiaofu calmed down as suddenly as he had become angry and said that now it didn't matter at all whether he was his sworn brother or not. Then, remembering Zhen Qingchun's words about poisoning, the guy decided to clarify what he meant when he said that the Thunder Lion had been poisoned. Rubbing his cheeks, which had been injured by Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchong said that the lion had been poisoned by the fiery venom of Jiao, a type of highly poisonous dragon. When Du Xiaofu heard this, hope sprang up in his heart, and he began shaking Zhen Qingchun again, asking if he could cure the Thunder Lion. He smiled and replied slowly that he could not cure the lion, but Du Xiaofu himself could. After this conversation, the young man returned to the lion's cave on Thunder Lake, where Ye Ziqin and Ye Kuan were waiting for him, and began training, hovering in the air. Du Xiaofu told them everything about the poisoning. Ye Kuan decided to discuss it with Ye Ziqin, asking if what the young man had told them was true and if it was possible. Ye Ziqin looked at Du Xiaofu without looking away. She believed in him with all her heart, and when her ancestor asked her, she told him that she believed the young man. Zhen Qingchong said that since ancient times, true phoenixes had hunted dragons, and the golden phoenix was a descendant of the true phoenix, and the guy was trying to extract the phoenix's blood. Zhen Qingchong also said that pure golden phoenix blood flowed in the young man's veins, and the young man managed to pass the phoenix blood onto the lion. Zhen Qingchong continued, "The power of Du Xiaofu's lineage is not something that dragon venom can handle." After these words, the lion stood up. The lion stood up, raised its head, sniffed the air, and stretched its whole body, while Du Xiaofu looked at it and could not believe his eyes. Then he asked Zhen Qingchong if his blood was so powerful, could he get rich by selling it? But Zhen Qingchong did not know how to answer. At home, the ruler of the Cloud region, who had been expelled from the Stone City, decided to vent his anger on his household utensils, cursing the Stone City. He was distracted from this activity by a question about whether he wanted revenge, which was followed by a request to deal with Du Xiaofu. Turning around, he saw a young man and woman wearing straw hats and capes. The young man said that the man would receive a spiritual elixir for dealing with Du Xiaofu. Unable to respond, the ruler of the Cloud region could only think to himself that it seemed that the highest masters had come to visit him. Without hesitation, the ruler of the Cloud region took the promised spiritual elixir from the hands of the Supreme Master. His eyes lit up with a cold white light. Holding the ball of elixir in his hands, the Cloud ruler asked why the Supreme Masters were helping him, perhaps because of their interest in the demonic lion. The man replied that they had no business with the lion. The problem was that they could not intervene personally. The girl behind him remained silent. Then he added that with their help, he could get whatever he wanted in the Stone City, including the demonic lion, if he fulfilled their request. Without thinking twice, the Cloud ruler threw a ball of elixir into his mouth and after chewing it shouted that now he would definitely destroy Du Xiaofu. At this time, Du Xiaofu was spending time in the mountains behind the Du estate, relaxing, swimming in a mountain lake, restoring his body, and healing his wounds. Zhen Qingchong, sitting on his shoulder and stretching after sleeping, asked if the young man's wounds had healed and added that the loss of blood after the battle was very debilitating. Du Xiaofu replied that his recovery was slower than usual, that he was showing signs of ischemia, and that he was afraid he had lost too much blood. Zhen Qingchong opened a glass jar and said that Du Xiaofu was talking about his own blood, but he was asking about the phoenix's blood. Then he began to feed the tiger from the glass and said that the boy's blood was a real treasure for monsters, so he collected it when the boy was wounded. The tiger purred with pleasure as it drank, and Du Xiaofu shouted that it was because of Zhen Qingchong that he felt so bad and was taking so long to recover. Interrupting him, his named brother asked how the guy's spell training was going and reminded him that idleness in such matters did not improve skill. Then Du Xiaofu showed what he could do and said that he was at the initial level of 2 stars and that it was quite difficult for him to achieve this on his own. Zhen Qingchong was very surprised that the boy was able to do this without a teacher and thought that he was born to be a spellcaster, but he did not tell him about it. And so as not to overpraise the boy, he arrogantly said that, although it was a stretch, he was sufficiently prepared to continue his training. He raised his hands to the sky and said that spells are the basis of formations, and changing them helps to increase power and change formations. As he spoke, a flag appeared in his hand, and he finished his thought by saying that the flag of construction is the link between spells and construction. In the end, he decided to inform him that he was very different from other spellcasters, and that if the young man wanted to learn formations from him, he had something to do. Du Xiaofu asked with a glance what the task was. Zhen Qingchong raised his hand with the flag and said that first of all, the guy needed to learn how to destroy it. The guy made an attempt and directed fiery energy towards the flag, but the flag remained intact and unharmed. Zhen Qingchong laughed when the guy replied that he hadn't been taught that, and sticking out his tongue, told Du Xiaofu to learn on his own since he was so smart. He gave Du Xiaofu this flag and said that this was his revenge for constantly mocking him and forgetting to call him his older brother. After that, he went with the little tiger to rest under a tree and said that he was going to sleep today and would enjoy Du Xiaofu's screams tomorrow. Meanwhile, the tiger, having drained the entire bottle, felt something strange happening to him, growled, and left the boys to take a walk in the forest. While Zhen Qingchong slept and the tiger went into the forest, Du Xiaofu began training. He hung in the air and practiced getting inside the structure. Suddenly, he felt an arrow hit him. He thought it was strange where it came from, as there were no signs of it. And considering that the arrow was weakened and not dangerous to the guy, he felt that it still hurt him. Then the stream of arrows increased, flying one after another, and the guy thought that if they could hurt him, he would already be dead. The thought spun in his head that he needed to learn how to destroy the structure, and the structure was connected to a spell. And then it dawned on him, just like a spell, and he began to create. Waves of multicolored energy swirled around him. He repeated the 5 elements that control each other and change everything around them. He repeated the words of the power of the world, changing like the tides. There must be a place where yin and yang change, and circles of multicolored energy flew around him. Then he realized that the moment had come to try. He shouted the construction node, imagined it in front of him, and gave the command to destroy. Suddenly, a bright flash like an explosion lit up everything around him. Then it became dark and gray, and amid the ringing silence there was a deafening crash. Du Xiaofu looked at his hands and said that it seemed he had destroyed the structure, but then doubts crept into his soul and he asked himself if it was true. Then the guy remembered the deafening crack that sounded after the spell and thought that it was Zhen Qingchun playing a joke on him. He listened and realized that the crackling was coming from the breast pocket of his suit. He took out the bone amulet he had found in the secret pavilion. The bone was covered with cracks and then shattered into small pieces, and at the moment of its fragmentation, a burst of fiery energy was released. Du Xiaofu hung upside down, and a rune pattern appeared on his forehead, from which hieroglyphs began to emerge. Then, bright fiery light began to stream from the rune on the young man's forehead. Du Xiaofu screamed, not understanding what was happening to him. At that moment, in the Du estate, the young man's father was drinking tea, and when the light burst from his son's forehead, the father spilled his tea and wondered what it meant. Meanwhile, the stream of light from the rune on Du Xiaofu's forehead grew to the size of the sun, and the clearing was as bright as day, while Zhen Qingchun was still asleep. Meanwhile, the formation flag fell into the center of Du Xiaofu's spotlight and began to slowly disintegrate. Closer to morning, when the sun had already risen, there was a bright flash and the formation flag was completely destroyed. In the morning, when Ren Qingchong woke up and saw what the boy had done during the night, he began to pace back and forth, telling himself that it didn't make sense. His shouting and pacing woke up Du Xiaofu, who asked what was going on and said that Zhen Qingchong had woken him up. Not believing himself, he replied to Du Xiaofu that in one night he had advanced from the initial level of a 2-star spellcaster to a full-fledged 3-star spellcaster. Now it was the guy's turn to be surprised. He wondered how he could have reached 3 stars overnight and whether it had anything to do with the golden mantras from the beast bone in his pocket. Then Zhen Qingchong said that the guy could be more careful with his construction flag because he was very cute and he liked him. He added that if the guy had any questions, he was ready to answer them, and that it was important to think about and remember the rule that a strong foundation was more important than leveling up. Du Xiaofu thought about these words for a moment and said that he understood their meaning and agreed with them, but suddenly they heard a voice and realized that they were not alone. Looking up, they saw the ruler of the Cloud Realm accompanied by his loyal warriors. Without wasting time on greetings, he decided to attack. He stretched out his hand and directed a stream of energy at Du Xiaofu with the wish to send him to the underworld. Du Xiaofu managed to jump back and the guys rushed to run away. Du Xiaofu asked if all the attackers were at the level of combat pulse. Zhen Qingchong replied that they were not, and that they seemed to be using a rare technique that gave them the temporary ability to fly and helped them avoid detection. He added that there were too many attackers, and they were significantly higher in level than the guys, so they needed to run away urgently and call the head and the Thunder Lion for help. Meanwhile, the ruler of the cloud region gave orders to his soldiers to spread out and destroy the defensive structures protecting the stone city from wild beasts. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu stopped and, without turning to his brother, said he couldn't run away. His brother replied that fighting alone could get him killed. Du Xiaofu replied that he understood, but destroying the defensive structure would allow demonic beasts to break into the city, and then there would be a massacre. He added that no matter how much he wanted to run away, he couldn't do it, and asked Zhen Qingchong to show him how to use the flags of the structures. Zhen Qingchong said that at his level, the spells would be stable enough to create a formation, but the guy would not be able to attack yet. He also talked about spiritual meridians and warned that the connection with the formation must be destroyed before the formation itself is destroyed. He added that spiritual consciousness shapes thoughts. Du Xiaofu went through all the stages and managed to create a formation flag. The ruler of the cloud region noticed that something was wrong and realized that it was the work of Du Xiaofu and that the boy was up to something. Then he realized that he and his warriors were inside the formation and that Du Xiaofu was actually a spellcaster capable of creating them. He didn't like this idea, but then he realized that everything that was happening strengthened his desire to deal with Du Xiaofu, and he even licked his lips. He ordered his men to immediately destroy the structure created by Du Xiaofu with force, and they rushed to carry out the order. By destroying the formation, they were harming Du Xiaofu, and Zhen Qingchong shouted for him to urgently break the connection or the spiritual meridians would be destroyed. However, the guy replied that he was only at the 3-star level, and if he broke the connection now, the formation could be destroyed very quickly. He told Ren Qingchun to find the tiger and ask him to bring the elders, but Ren Qingchun couldn't stray far from the tower and told the guy about it. Then Du Xiaofu turned to him and, without hesitation, shared the blood of the golden phoenix with him. Zhen Qingchun shouted that the guy didn't know what he was doing, giving away blood and seemingly wanting to die. The guy replied that there was no need to be afraid, and that he should bring the elders. Zhen Qingchong reluctantly agreed, turned around, and went to look for the tiger, but warned that next time the guy would have to call him boss. Du Xiaofu stood intently with his eyes closed. He had no time to argue, so he simply replied that he would if he lived to see the next time. The ruler of the cloud region continued to watch as his warriors destroyed the structure blow by blow, inflicting wounds on Du Xiaofu. He enjoyed the spectacle and, turning to Du Xiaofu, asked how he was feeling, realizing that his spiritual meridians were being destroyed along with the structure. The young man replied that he would defend the stone city until he was sure that the attackers would not leave alive. A few moments after Du Xiaofu, standing there all wounded, finished speaking, there was an explosion and the formation was destroyed. The ruler of the cloud region and all his warriors in the formation fell to the ground because nothing was holding them in the air. Du Xiaofu laughed. The girl watching him from a distance asked if she was imagining things or if the spellcaster had just blown up his own formation. Then she added that now the guy would remain crippled because the explosion had destroyed his own spiritual meridians. Du Xiaofu saw the girl and the masked people standing with her and decided that they were reinforcements for the cloud ruler, so he ran up the mountain toward them. However, he was so exhausted from maintaining and destroying the formation that he was about to collapse from exhaustion, but Zhen Qingchun managed to catch him. He created his own formation, took Du Xiaofu into it, and said that the boy had done well and that he could provide him with the rest. Du Xiaofu's appearance began to change. His eyes lit up with a neon light, and then his hair began to take on a turquoise hue. Du Zhenwu and the ancestor of the Ye family, who had been summoned by the demonic tiger Du Xiaofu, were already running to the battlefield. Du Zhenwu did not recognize his nephew. The same boy stood before him, but his hair was a different color, and his gaze was different. Zhen Qingchong, incarnated in the boy's body, thought that they would not last long, because his strength had only been slightly restored, and Du Xiaofu was already unconscious. Moreover, the tiger had only managed to bring Du Zhenwu and Ye Quan with him, and Zhen Qingchong doubted that their strength would be enough for the battle. Ye Quan lunged at this cloud ruler, shouting how dare he come here and attack the stone city again. Cao Tianming said irritably that if Du Xiaofu hadn't stopped him and his army, the cloud ruler would have already dealt with everyone in the city. Du Renwu, not believing his ears, asked if it was really Du Xiaofu alone who had detained Cao Tianming, guarding the defensive structures in the entire city. After these words, Zhen Qingchong appeared in Du Xiaofu's body, and Du Renwu shouted that Cao Tianming had already been defeated and must leave. But Cao Tianming was not ready to give up so easily. He raised his hand, and a stream of purple energy immediately poured out of it. Ye Quan also put his hand forward to stop his opponent. Their hands met, but Cao Tianming was stronger and wounded the elder. Du Zhenwu was surprised by his opponent's strength and asked where the Thunder Lion was, but Ye Quan replied that he was recovering and was unlikely to come to their aid. They decided to fight on their own and deal with Cao Tianming, who, rejoicing at the old man's injury, thought that the elixir was working. He ordered the girl with long black hair to take care of Du Xiaofu, saying that he could manage without help here and would cope on his own. And he went to fight Du Renwu and Ye Quan, their blue, yellow, and purple energies flashing here and there. The girl decided to use a spell of extreme storm wind construction against Du Xiaofu, but she did not expect a surprise to await her. The spellcaster Zhen Qingchong embodied in the boy's body assessed the girl's level as 4 stars, and thought that he had finally met a worthy opponent. He looked at the girl, his eyes burning with a neon green light, and thought that the girl seemed to consider herself a master of construction. Du Zhenwu saw what was happening in the sky and shouted that they needed to help Du Xiaofu in the sky, as the spellcaster's nephew was in danger. And then the demonic tiger Du Xiaofu appeared, his wings regrown. He returned to Du Xiaofu and, seeing that he was in danger, roared fiercely. It turned out that the tiger had brought Ye Zichen with him. She translated the tiger's words to Du Zhenwu, who said that he asked everyone to trust their master and that everything would be fine with him. The girl added that the tiger had brought her a message from Du Xiaofu, and she had decided to bring the students of the Yi family with her so that they could all fight the enemies of the city together. Du Zhenwu thanked the girl, but thought to himself that the tiger had reached the middle level of the soul realm and was progressing so quickly that it was beginning to scare him. After assessing the situation, Ye Ziqin and the disciples of the Ye family came to the conclusion that the outsiders were too strong and that an ordinary person would not be able to cope. Therefore, the girl closed her eyes and sent Du Xiaofu a thought that he would cope and that she believed in him. Zhen Qingchun, who was in Du Xiaofu's body and inside the structure, thought that the girl seemed to be seeking her own destruction and struck her with his original spiritual power. She gasped and asked where she came from, and Zhen Qingchun said that the girl would die in her own construction, and that this was her punishment for serving Cao Tianmin. Cao Tianmin, seeing what had happened, roared furiously and promised that in retaliation he would brutally destroy the Stone City today. At these words, Cao Tianmin's warriors went into a frenzy, their bodies growing several times larger, their eyes flashing with white light. Ye Quan shouted for everyone to retreat because their opponents were in a state of frenzy and their strength far exceeded that of their allies. He himself rushed towards Cao Tianmin, trying to get as close to him as possible, despite the powerful energy holding him back. Hearing Ye Quan, Cao Tianmin said that he had no time to care about anyone but himself because he would soon be on his final journey. Ye Quan replied that the enemy's warriors would perish after entering the frenzy, and that he himself, given his level of entry, would be greatly weakened for several years. Cao Tianming said that their deaths would be justified if the Stone City was destroyed, and that he had spent a fortune to obtain the spellcaster. He promised to deal with Du Xiaofu personally after he dealt with Du Renwu, and Ye Quan laughed and continued to throw energy attacks at them. His energy in the form of arrows wounded Ye Quan several times. But despite this, he and Du Renwu continued to close the distance between them and their opponent. Ye Ziqin also decided not to stay out of the battle. She took her whip and took on one of Cao Tianmin's warriors. He was several times larger than the girl herself and had already raised his huge fist to strike her. But at that moment he was struck by a stream of green energy, and the man flew up into the air. It was Du Xiaofu who saved the girl. Ye Ziqin thanked the guy, but after looking at him more closely and seeing his green hair and green eyes, she wondered if it was really her Du Xiaofu. Cao Tianming continued to laugh and throw punches. Du Renwu thought that the old man was already very weak, barely holding on, and wondered if they would all really die here. Cao Tianming already looked like a madman and shouted that he would send the young masters of their families to hell with them for company. Suddenly, he realized that he was locked in an icy structure. He screamed, not understanding what was happening, and then saw the Supreme Masters. The guy called him a useless nobody who had wasted a lot of time but achieved nothing, and that they had given him the elixir with a bloody curse for nothing. Cao Tianming was furious at how he had been deceived, and looking at the senior masters with eyes full of horror, he said that the spiritual elixir was a fake. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's father, with a bottle of wine in his hands, quietly left his room and walked towards the exit of the estate. The Supreme Master replied that the elixir was real, but the bloody curse complemented it and gave Cao Tianming strength in exchange for his potential and vitality. Leaning toward the man, he asked if he didn't feel happy using it. Surely it must have been great to control such power. Feeling his life force slowly leaving his body, Cao Tianmin began to beg the Grand Master to take this power away from him. The master ignored his pleas, asked Cao Tianming to be quiet, and added that he was too slow and it was time for him to go on his final journey, then pushed him. Smiling, he watched Cao Tianming fall and said that death from exhaustion was the most perfect end for such an insignificant, useless person. Cao Tianming, falling down and feeling his life force leaving his body, screamed that he wanted to live. In one of the corridors, Du Xiaofu's father met Du Hao and, when asked if he was going to leave the estate, replied that he was. The young man told him that the city was very dangerous because it had been attacked by strangers, and that it would be better for him to stay at home under protection. He added that Du Renwu had ordered him to protect the family, but Du Hao didn't even listen, rushing past the boy and continuing on toward the estate's exit. He raised his hand, waved to Du Hao, and said that he was just going to deal with a couple of people and that there was no need to worry, everything was fine. Du Hao decided he had misheard him, turned around, looked at his uncle, and thought to himself that this was definitely his uncle going to deal with a couple of people. After dealing with Chao Tianming, the senior masters descended to the ground and met Du Xiaofu there. The girl scanned his body and said that the original spirit was inside him, and now she understood why the guy had changed so much. The spirit of Zhen Qingchong flew next to Du Xiaofu behind his right shoulder, and they both looked intently at the guests and remained silent. Then Du Xiaofu asked if their small border town was a suitable place for such important people as they seemed to be. Hearing this, the girl laughed and then said that since the spirit was involved in this whole situation, it would die along with everyone else. At that moment, Ye Quan appeared and told the guests to leave immediately, saying that their town was protected by a thunder lion that would punish any enemies without hesitation. He then added that it was in their best interest to stop everything now, before things went too far, to avoid trouble with the thunder ancestor. The guy grinned, raised his left hand, and the space split open, sending shards of mirrors flying, and then asked if they were talking about this pathetic cat. They saw the sleeping thunder lion in the mirror shards, but he was not in his cave, but in a structure created by the guests. Everyone was amazed. Ye Quan thought that these two were able to capture the thunder lion and deal with the ruler of an ordinary realm. How powerful were they? But then, suddenly, Du Xiaofu jumped into the air and struck the guests with powerful streams of turquoise energy, which they did not expect at all. Du Xiaofu's energy blinded them and incapacitated them for a while. He told Ye Ziqin, who was standing next to him, to use the whip, which she did. Spinning her whip, the girl threw it straight into the formation. The whip wrapped around the thunder lion several times and the girl pulled the whip back. The guests rushed after Du Xiaofu, and Ren Qingchong thought that they needed the guy, but attacking them directly was pointless and a sure defeat. An analogy came to his mind that a pack of dogs could kill a tiger, and then he made a rather unexpected decision to flee. As he ran away, the guy decided to test his strength and did a few somersaults in the air, then landed lightly on the ground. The guy who was chasing him said that if he had known then that the outcome would not change, he would have destroyed the future problem in a timely manner. Then he put his left index and middle fingers to his hat, smiled at Du Xiaofu, and commanded, "Now disappear." After these words, he disappeared, and from the place where he had been standing, shards of mirrors fell to the ground. The guy had vanished, but the girl was still there. Du Xiaofu folded his arms across his chest and took a fighting stance, asking the girl if she was going to deal with him. Then he crouched down, resting his palms on the ground, and behind him appeared a huge dragon made of turquoise energy. Ye Ziqin and Ye Quan stared at it with wide eyes. The old man asked if Du Xiaofu's abilities had really become so terrifying so quickly. At that moment, Ren Qingchong admitted that he could no longer hold on, as he had only partially recovered, and their opponent was, unfortunately, too strong. Du Xiaofu replied regretfully that he understood, and then Zhen Qingchong's spirit began to leave his body, and the boy's appearance began to return. Du Xiaofu fell to the ground, and the energy dragon dissolved, leaving only a small fountain of turquoise energy. Gradually, Du Xiaofu returned to his normal appearance. He was disappointed that the trick had failed, but he was determined to deal with all his enemies. Du Xiaofu returned to Earth after Zhen Qingchun's spirit left his body. The young man felt sick and even coughed up dark energy. Du Xiaofu was lying on the ground when the guy from the higher masters returned and said that if the roots had been destroyed long ago, there wouldn't be so many problems now. He raised his fist to strike, and now he was almost next to Du Xiaofu's head. The guy had time to think that the blow was so fast that he would not have time to dodge. Ye Ziqin and Ye Quan ran towards the guy, calling his name loudly, and suddenly something unexpected happened. Someone's hand stopped the guy by pushing him in the face. It was Du Xiaofu's father, who said he would make the guy pay for every drop of his son's blood. Then he grabbed the guy, flipped him in the air, and slammed him down onto the rocky ground. The blow was so powerful that the rocks beneath him broke. However, the guy managed to get up and, standing in front of the man, said that he had finally appeared and called him by his name, Du Tingshuan. Du Xiaofu looked in surprise at his father, who was still standing there holding a bottle of wine, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Everyone present was just as surprised as the young man. Ye Quan asked why the third brother of the Du family was here, and the brothers were happy to see him. Du Tingshuan said, addressing the senior master, that they had been hiding nearby for 17 years, but did they really think they could hide from him? One of the captured bandits said that Du Xiaofu was not worthy of living, and that they had long hoped that Du Tingshuan would not be born. Du Tingxuan looked at him with eyes full of sadness and replied that no one in the world dared to insult Du Xiaofu because he was his son. Then the man shouted that it was precisely because he was Du Tingxuan's son that the boy was unworthy of living, and continued that if it weren't for Du Tingxuan, he would have shut up. After these words, Du Tingxuan tied his hair in a ponytail, took out his spear, and said that the man would have to pay for every word he said. The man shouted for Du Tingxuan to attack first and added that he had lived a meaningless life for 17 years, and did he really think it would continue that way? The Grandmaster tried to stop him, but the man yelled at him not to touch him, saying that Du Tingxuan and his unworthy son should end their lives. Du Xiaofu's father jumped up, and a stream of blue energy burst from his spear, which he then directed at the man attacking him with maces. The opponents looked each other in the eyes. The stream of energy collided with the maces and defeated Du Tingxuan, who struck his opponent. After that, he wondered if he had lived differently all these years. Would these people have ignored him? But no one answered this question. Surprised by everything that had happened and by his father's behavior, Du Xiaofu called Zhen Qingchong to show him everything, but he did not respond. Du Tingxuan turned to the girl and said that today he would spare her life so that she could return to the people and tell them that they had broken their promises. He then added that as long as he was alive, none of them should even dare to think about laying a finger on his son. The girl raised her hands in a gesture of reconciliation and said that they had indeed been the first to break their promise and that she would convey his message. Then she rose into the sky, energy circles began to swirl around her, and she flew away. After her departure, Du Tingxuan said that now was the time to get rid of the rest of the enemies present. He took his spear, formed a charge of energy with it, and directed this energy at the masked warriors. The masks flew off and they turned into boys. Very quickly, the leading families rid the city of its enemies, destroying the powerful masters of the Cloud Realm, and it ceased to be a threat to the Stone City. All those affected were given the necessary assistance, including the thunderous ancestor of the Ye family, the demonic lion, and fortunately, no one died. A few days later, Du Xiaofu went deep into the mountains behind the Du family estate. There, his father found him and told his son that the original spirit in his body had expended a lot of energy and was now asleep, but that he would recover and everything would be fine. They stopped at a cliff, and Du Xiaofu looked around and said that for some reason, the place where they were now seemed very familiar to him. Suddenly, a stream of energy began to radiate from his father's forehead, and the man exhaled and said that the boy had noticed it after all. He pulled the boy toward him so that their foreheads touched, and the man said that the boy was born in this place and died here. He told the boy that 17 years ago, their ancestor had demanded that Du Xiaofu's mother give him her children, calling them demonic offspring. His mother begged the ancestor to spare her children, saying that they were not demons, and she could not give them to him. Du Tingxuan stood up for them and explained that their children had infinite potential and were the reincarnation of gods and would be sages among men. Hearing this, the ancestor became angry and said that the children were demons because the pregnancy lasted 3.5 years and their birth brought disaster. He then added that in the future, these children would become dangerous to all living beings and they had no right to let them live. Du Xiaofu's mother tried to hold both children, but the bundle with the boy was lifted up by the ancestor's power, and then he dropped it on the ground. Du Tingxuan became angry with his ancestor, rushed at him with his spear, and shouted that he would deal with him right there. However, the ancestor was stronger. He said that the boy himself did not realize how powerful he was, and then knocked him to the ground with a burst of energy. Then he picked up the girl and said that she had enormous potential compared to the boy, who was born with a damaged fighting pulse. Du Tingxuan, Du Xiaofu's mother, and the senior masters were very surprised to hear that the girl had the potential of a sage. The ancestor said that Ao Tong, Du Xiaofu's mother, could take the girl with her and return with him to the family. He added that he was willing to spare Du Tingxuan's life if he agreed to live in seclusion and not seek out Ao Tong or his daughter. Forced to part with her beloved husband and young son forever, Ao Tong wept bitterly, but this was the only way she could save their lives. At that moment, Du Tingxuan knelt on the ground, holding Du Xiaofu in his arms, and wondered why everyone wanted his family to be destroyed. He knelt in the rain with the bundle in his arms, crying bitterly and shouting to the sky, asking why this was happening. Suddenly, a stream of energy descended from the sky, picked up the bundle of Du Xiaofu, and the baby began to rise up before the astonished eyes of his father. This stream of energy was called the power of heaven, an anomaly of heaven and earth. It struck the child, and little Du Xiaofu began to cry. And then everything stopped. 17-year-old Du Xiaofu stood next to his father at the cliff, listening to the story of their family, and tears flowed from his eyes again. Du Tingxuan said that the boy had a younger sister, and that his mother and sister were still alive, but they lived very far away from them. Then the boy asked his father how strong their enemies were, and he replied that they were very, very strong. Closing his eyes, he added that the enemies were so strong that they inspired fear and that no one even dared to oppose them. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists and said that he would personally knock them to the ground and make them pay 10,000 times for what they had done to their family. Hearing this, his father supported his son and said that it was time for him to leave the Stone City in order to train and become even stronger. He added that he still had unfinished business, but his son could go and see the world. A few days later, Du Zhenwu found letters from Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxuan. He shouted that they were scoundrels for leaving without saying goodbye, leaving only letters behind. He was indignant because he had already promised the Ye family to agree to the marriage of his nephew and Ye Ziqian, but Du Jixiang laughed that his brother was counting on wedding gifts. Du Xiaofu gathered his belongings, took the baby tiger, and set off to see the world and train so that one fine day he could meet his enemy.